can you tell me how many patients have they treated and how many could they treat in one particular day?
Yeah, you know, they can do up to 18 operations in any particular day. Let me tell you about some of the rate-limiting steps for doing that. One is they have to administer general anesthesia to all these patients. There's an anesthesiologist here in this operating room as well. They administer general anesthesia. Another rate-limiting step is blood. They only have so much blood at any given time within the blood warmer, and that takes some time to get more blood, obviously. So those are a couple of rate-limiting steps, but 18 operations over a 24-hour period, pretty amazing. That rivals any large trauma center back in the United States.
And Sanjay, this hospital, you mentioned that it's actually operating right now on an enemy prisoner of war, so they treat everybody who comes through?
Yeah, you know, I asked them that same question. Very interesting. You know, they basically, they're doctors. They don't look at these patients as enemy prisoners of war or Marines. They basically say, who is the sickest? Whoever's the sickest gets their operation first, basically. And just so that all the patients are treated essentially the same. But that is their triage, is a medical triage. It's not a political one.
And Sanjay, can you give us an assessment of how many patients, how many people they have treated in Iraq since this conflict has begun?
You're garbling up a little bit, but let me just tell you that they just set this particular FRSS, again, Forward Resuscitative Surgical Suite up. They just set it up yesterday, so this particular thing is starting to treat just a few of the first patients. But these are some of the first patients that are actually coming off of the front line. We heard earlier they were supposed to have 8 patients, and the 8 patients, some of them came here, some of them went other places. We've just seen the first abdominal operation they've actually done at this particular FRSS.
And Sanjay, this is a mobile unit. How long does it take for it to move forward, and exactly how long will it take to set up? How mobile is it, I guess, is the question.
Yeah, you know, interesting. First of all, these are naval doctors. They are called the Devil Docs. They are part of the they're Navy doctors, but they support the Marines, part of the Marine Corps. This particular tent, which is behind me and all around me, takes less than an hour to set up and about less than an hour to tear down. So, you know, this is a totally mobile operating room. This is the first time ever that this has actually been used in a situation of conflict. First time ever. And they can move it very quickly. In fact, this particular unit, the one that you're seeing now, may actually move even farther north tomorrow, depending on what's happening with the conflict. But very interesting. Mobile operating room. Instead of taking patients back to the back line for definitive care, they're moving the definitive care forward to the patient. A really amazing thing here.
And something that we have never seen before, at least not live the way it was brought to you just a few hours ago when John Voss was talking there with Sanjay Gupta. Right now we've got air raid sirens sounding across Kuwait City. This after we've had several of them in the past. These air raid sirens, serious indeed. Earlier today it was reported a missile was coming across. It was intercepted by a Patriot. Well, someone once said, and it's something often quoted by war correspondents, there's nothing quite so exhilarating as being fired upon without effect. Everybody learns that lesson. Let's go now to Lisa Rose Weaver. She is with an air defense unit in central Iraq. Lisa Rose.
Yes, Jim, well, as you say it very well, when one mortar round landed about 100 meters away from this air defense unit, which includes Patriot missiles, I dove quickly under a car, as did almost everybody else here at the camp. Fortunately, no injuries and no deaths. There have been no repeat firings upon this camp. Fortunately, the military here in the previous few hours has been preparing for this kind of eventuality because we are in a relatively vulnerable, sort of isolated area, and so they had dug trenches. They had put up what are referred to as sort of worm wires, that's barbed wire, erected sandbags, and they are in those trenches now around the perimeter of this really very small camp. There has been no return fire from U.S. forces either. So it's basically nothing new in the last hour since that one single round of mortar, which landed very close to the radar unit of this Patriot battery. That would appear to be the target. It is not clear at this point what the extent of damage to the radar unit may have been. Jim?
All right, Lisa Rose Weaver, give us an update, though, on how it's been going for you in other areas. Your unit basically to protect other Allied military units from aerial attack by Scuds, by missiles of other types?
Yes, well, the Patriot batteries are actually only allowed to protect against Scud missile or other missile attacks, not aircraft. And what this battery is doing is...
All right. We've lost Lisa Rose Weaver. We've lost her audio. We'll try to get back with her a little bit later, but she's telling the story there, of course, of how they had an incoming mortar round shaking up their day a little bit this Monday. Let's go over to the CNN Center and find out from Ralitza how her Monday's going.
Thank you very much, Jim. We continue now. U.S. President George W. Bush says the intention of the U.S. attack on Iraq is to liberate, not to conquer. And with that, he's promising large amounts of humanitarian aid. On Monday afternoon, the president will host key members of Congress to discuss a measure to pay for the war. John King joins us now from the White House with more. Hi, John.
Good morning to you, Ralitza. And Mr. Bush is just moments away from getting a detailed update on the war effort. Members of his National Security Council have been arriving over the past few minutes. Condoleezza Rice, his top national security advisor, inside the White House. Vice President Dick Cheney on hand as well. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and the military's top generals, as well as Secretary of State Colin Powell, among those who have walked into the White House over the past half hour or so. That meeting about to get underway. Mr. Bush, we are told, believes the war effort is going quite well so far. There is a concern here at the White House that because of the success of the United States military in past operations, Afghanistan, Kosovo, even going back to the last Persian Gulf War, that the American people are not conditioned to be prepared for the casualties we have seen over the past 24 hours or so. The White House insists, though, the president is confident in the strategy and believes the war is going quite well. Now, later today, he will meet with key members of the United States Congress, and it may seem secondary as we watch the fighting unfold, but we will get the first official estimate from the president of the United States as to how much the war will cost. CNN has told Mr. Bush will ask Congress for about $75 billion in emergency spending. Most of that is for the war effort, to refurbish ammunition, to pay for the actual military campaign. Some of that money, though, would go for humanitarian assistance. Some of that money would go for emergency measures to improve homeland security here in the United States. Some of that money also would go to some of the foreign aid the United States is paying to countries like Jordan and others who are providing assistance as the war campaign unfolds. One more footnote, the White House says it cannot say for certain that videotape this morning shown on Iraqi television is indeed the Iraqi president, Saddam Hussein. The assumption here is that it is Saddam Hussein, but there is a debate, and the CIA is trying to determine exactly when that tape may have been recorded. Some here at the White House believe because there were no time-specific references, say, to key events like the capture of those Americans now held prisoner of war inside Iraq, that perhaps the tape was made before the hostilities commenced. Ralitza?
John, is there any concern at the White House as the prisoners of war are paraded on TV, as the costs mount, as the actual cost is going to be unveiled as to more or less how much this war is going to cost? Is there a concern that this would undermine congressional and public support?
Well, certainly there's a concern that it could undermine public support. Right now, at least in the U.S. Congress, we have what they call here in the United States the rally around the troops and rally around the flag moment, not necessarily rally around the president specifically. There seems to be no question that as the war effort is underway, that many will criticize the president's strategy. Many are criticizing the president's diplomatic efforts leading up to the war. But now that the war is underway, look for the Congress to quickly embrace what the president is proposing in terms of the spending. Many actually believe the Congress will actually increase the amount of money it gives to the administration as lawmakers tried to add even more and in some cases add pet projects to that bill. So in terms of the money, it should not be a problem. Certainly this White House is concerned about American public opinion as the casualties mount. That is why we are told one reason we will see a lot of the president this week here at the White House, and we also will see the president most likely before the week is out travel to a military base here in the United States to speak to the families and the troops left behind at a military installation that is playing a key role in the war effort in Iraq. U.S. officials say the president President and everyone else on down in this administration want to make the case publicly that they believe the war effort is going well, but also make the case publicly that as the troops get closer and closer to Baghdad, the American people need to be prepared for some very tough fighting and likely more casualties. Ralitza.
John King at the White House, thank you very much. We want to spend a few minutes now talking about the perceptions of the war in Europe. British Prime Minister Tony Blair has seen his popularity rise since the war began. Robin Oakley joins us now with more on that. Robin.
Well, Ralitza, Tony Blair will be making a statement to the British House of Commons this afternoon in less than 2 hours from now about the European summit which discussed Iraq last weekend. And he will face some pretty tough questioning. Remember that 217 of the 650 lawmakers in the British Parliament voted against the idea of military action against Iraq, including 139 of Mr. Blair's own Labour Party MPs. Demonstrators were out again on the streets of London and other major British cities last weekend. Not as many as there were a month ago, but certainly there were plenty of those demonstrators still. And of course, the war can't be said to have begun very well for British forces, because in 2 helicopter accidents and the shooting down of a Tornado aircraft by a Patriot missile battery, UK forces have already lost 16 and 2 more men are missing. So Mr. Blair can expect to face pretty heavy questioning. But he will be encouraged by the fact that the opinion polls over the last few days have shown, as he expected, that support is picking up for military action. When we were on the way back from the Azores with him 8 days ago, he said he was certain that public opinion would swing round once the shooting started. And sure enough, the YouGov poll in the London Daily Telegraph today says that 56% now believe that war against Saddam Hussein is right, with only 37% disagreeing. And that's a very similar figure to what we saw in a poll a couple of days earlier, which was asked about Mr. Blair's handling of the crisis. There it was 55% of the British public said that he was handling things well, and 37% again disagreed. So Tony Blair is finding support picking up for him, but still fairly slowly. Ralitza.
Robin, there are casualties so far, and the casualties are expected to mount, especially as the forces get closer and closer to Baghdad. Is that expected to undermine support for Tony Blair?
Well, I think ministers are obviously nervous that will undermine Tony Blair and that there will be further setbacks. Jeff Hoon, the Defence Secretary, was talking to the media this morning, and he was very careful to say that there will be a lot of obstacles on the way, that he'd never predicted a quick or easy victory. So they're doing all they can to prepare public opinion for further losses as they go, and for this not to be the kind of rapid affair that has been suggested in some quarters. But I think Tony Blair is pretty confident, particularly now we're all seeing the war in real-time TV, that with British troops committed out there, that he can rely on continuing public support. Ralitza.
Robin Oakley in London, thank you very much. Iraqi Foreign Minister Naji Sabri says Arab countries assisting the coalition strike are, quote, stabbing the Iraqi people in the back. In Cairo for a meeting of Arab League foreign ministers, Sabri is seeking a united stance from members for an end to the war. Sandy Petrukovsky has this report.
A flurry of diplomatic activity at Arab League headquarters in Cairo, days into a war in a fellow Arab country, which many here hope to avoid.
Everybody is adamant that this war has to stop. All of us unanimously against subjecting the Iraqi people, Iraqi cities, Iraq in general, to this war.
Iraqi Foreign Minister Naji Sabri called for a unified Arab stance against the U.S.-led war, and also pointed blame at Iraq's neighbor for helping the American forces, saying the government of Kuwait facilitated the entrance of the invaders, hosted them and financed them to attack the Iraqis and to launch the missiles which blew off the heads of Iraqi children. Given the outpouring of Arab public opposition to the war, analysts say the foreign ministers have a hard task ahead of them.
I expect that the meeting will try to compromise by calling for a ceasefire, for example, or by condemning the American campaign against Iraq, as well as they will condemn the conduct of the Iraqi regimes.
The big question is whether the Arab foreign ministers will really be able to find a unified stance, one with some teeth. Because while they say they oppose the war in Iraq, the fact remains attacks are being launched from Arab lands. Sandy Petrikowski, CNN, Cairo.
And we should know that the Arab League summit is set to open in Cairo in just a few minutes. That's at the top of the hour. Now for the latest on the global markets, let's turn to Charles Hodson, standing by in London. Hi, Charles.
Hi, Rolita. Well, European stocks are giving back some of the big gains made last week. Investors were initially optimistic and hoping for a quick war. But U.S. President George W. Bush has again warned the war may take some time. In London, the FTSE 100 is currently losing 2 2/3%. In Frankfurt, the DAX is off by more than 4%. The Paris CAC 40, again, round about 4% losses. And the Zurich SMI getting on for 4.25% off at the moment. Wall Street, of course, starts trading in just over half an hour, and the U.S. markets look set to follow Europe's example. The early indications are that U.S. stocks will also open sharply lower. The Dow gained more than 8% last week. That was its best weekly gain in more than 10 years. In the oil market, fears of a supply disruption have so far failed to materialize. The Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, which supplies almost half of the world's oil, tells CNN there is no shortage in the market. The OPEC president, Abdullah Al-Attiyah, also says he does not think the war will diminish Iraq's role in the organization.
Iraq is a very important member of OPEC, is one founder of OPEC, and I think Iraq will continue playing a very important role in OPEC. And I think in the end of the day, OPEC is an international organization looking for, one of their main role of OPEC is to stabilize the oil market from the demand and supply. In the end of the day, all members of OPEC, and even the major exporter of oil who are not member of OPEC, as Russia, as Mexico, Norway, and others, we are in cooperation, to see how we stabilize the oil market. At the end of the day, we will calculate the value of the oil, not the quantity of barrels.
Oil prices are rising in London. Brent crude for delivery in May is up 5% to $25.62 a barrel. That's reversing some of last week's fall when oil slid to a 4-month low. The Turkish lira has sunk to a record low against the dollar. Investors are extremely concerned about strains in the relationship between Ankara and Washington. They're also worried about the Turkish government's ability to meet IMF-backed budget targets. The Turkish lira closed a short time ago at a new low of 1.76 against the dollar. That's 1.76 million, of course, while on the Istanbul Stock Exchange, the main index was losing 5.5%. We'll have more business and the opening numbers on Wall Street in the next hour. Back to you, Relitza.
Charles, thank you very much. I'm Relitza Vasilova. You're watching CNN's continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. This programming note before we go, we're expecting a live press briefing from Central Command headquarters. We'll bring that to you live as soon as it begins. These are pictures as we wait for that briefing to begin. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. Back with more developments.
Dedication to accomplish the objectives that the Secretary talked about a couple days ago, as did I. Well, we're in our 5th day of combat operations of Iraqi freedom. Our forces are operating throughout Iraq, on the ground and in the air. United Kingdom and American Marine forces are in the southern oil fields as we speak, protecting Iraqi's future. Our air forces continue to strike regime command and control and military formations virtually all over the country with precision munitions and precision application of those munitions. Our special operations forces from the United Kingdom, the U.S., Australia are conducting direct action and strategic reconnaissance operations across the country. And major land combat formations continue to move as you have seen them move over the last 3 or 4 days. Progress toward our objectives has been rapid and in some cases dramatic. Demining operations have cleared about half of the channel up to Qasr. A number of humanitarian assistance ships are loaded and will begin to deliver needed humanitarian assistance, food, water, medicine, to Iraqis within the next few days. Our forces have met sporadic resistance in a number of places on the battlefield. But as our troops fight, even in isolated areas, there will be casualties. There have been casualties because from the perspective of the fighting man on the ground, even an isolated set of combat situations represents violence which he must see face to face. As you know, our forces have been moving rapidly. We've intentionally bypassed enemy formations to include paramilitary and the Fedayeen. And so you can expect that our cleanup operations are going to be ongoing across the days in the future. We know that the Fedayeen has in fact put himself in a position to mill about, to create difficulties in rear areas, and I can assure you that contact with those forces is not unexpected. I've asked Brigadier General Vince Brooks to join me again this evening and to provide some visuals for you. Vince?
Thank you, sir, and good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to begin by just giving you an update on some of the activities over the last several days and show you some images of some of the initial strikes that we've had against forces throughout central and eastern Iraq primarily, and the effect that we're having on those combat systems. I'll talk several times to the graphics today, and if you'll bear with me while I point at some things, you should be able to see it very clearly. Let's go ahead and bring up the first set of weapon system videos, please. What we're going to show you is a series of attacks. All of these are done from the air. They're all precision engagements with precision-guided munitions against armored formations, against command post bunkers, and against other things that you'll see like aircraft that have been moved into strange places. This first one is a MiG, a fighter jet that was towed away from the Al-Assad airfield and was hidden in a revetted area. So you'll see that being struck on the ground. Go ahead and roll the tape, please. We found a number of these aircraft in a variety of places, including in some cases near cemeteries. The second image is an airfield command bunker complex in eastern Iraq. Go ahead and roll the tape. As I mentioned, we're also attacking combat systems that are in defensive and revetted positions. The next one is an armored personnel carrier that we'll bring up and show in just a moment. And this armored personnel carrier is in a defensive position in central Iraq. Next, there's an image of a tank in a similar position in central Iraq. And finally, one last combat vehicle, a tank in this case again, in central Iraq. General Frank spoke to you a few days ago about the effort we go through to do precision engagement in all we do. First, to be very precise about what it is we're targeting, how we choose to target it, and also to minimize the effects on things we don't intend to attack. I'm going to show you a series of before and after images from different regime targets that have been attacked over the last several days, just to demonstrate the nature of that effectiveness and let you see it for yourself. Let's bring up the first image, please. This is a complex for the Special Security Organization, well known as the enforcement arm of the regime. You can see the compound is outlined on the screen, and the portion to be attacked is on the lower left side, and we'll show that before and after and then a split view so that you can get oriented to it. I will tell you that the next image, the post-strike, has been rotated. Let's go ahead and show the next, please, post-strike. It's rotated about 90 degrees, but you can see where the attacks occurred with effectiveness at each of the blue arrows, and only those buildings have been affected. Everything around the outside of the camp is unaffected. Even the walls of the compound, the compound are not affected. And the split, please. Before, pre-strike, and after. Let me give you another example. The Iraqi Intelligence Service, the arm that ties to terrorism throughout the world and conducts intelligence operations abroad. This complex is in the center of the screen, and you'll see a post-strike image here in just a moment. Let's bring it up. Again, the surrounding area is intact, and only those buildings that were targeted have been destroyed. Another example. The Palace Guard, part of the regime's protective structure. This is a barracks and office complex. It was attacked by precision-guided munitions. Let's show the post-strike, please. Each one of those blue arrows represents a different weapon that was delivered against the target set. And different from the old days, we don't bring multiple aircraft in. We may send a specific missile or a specific guided weapon system against each one of those points to achieve the desired effect. And the split. Our attacks, particularly in the Baghdad area and other built-up areas against regime targets, continue to be very effective, and we remain committed to minimizing the potential effects on the people of Iraq and also the infrastructure. Let me now give you an update on some additional actions. General Franks mentioned that Coalition Special Operations Forces continue to conduct numerous missions throughout Iraq. They're actively hunting for weapons of mass destruction and also looking for ballistic missile systems. And they're on track, and they're doing exactly what they need to be doing at this point. On the next image, we'll show a map just to give you a highlight of where some of our recent operational activity has been. Each one of these pointers shows where the key highlights are. First, the land component did continue to expand its territory throughout Iraq, and that included a continued advance beyond An-Naziriyah and also an aviation attack against Republican Guard forces near Baghdad. And during that attack, there was an attack helicopter downed. All the other helicopters involved in the mission did accomplish the mission and returned safely to base. Land component also secured Basra Airport, all of the Rumaila oil field, and an ammunition storage area near An-Najaf. The pointers show where those key activities are. Okay, change to the next image, please. This is a video that was filmed as we're doing mine-countermine operations in the Khor Abdullah to try to open the way to Qasr, make it possible for humanitarian supplies and other needed things to go in. This is a helicopter towing a mine sled. We do anticipate that there may have been mines laid. No confirmation of that as we continue to go. It's a very deliberate process. And the map shows where we've achieved at this point in time. Go ahead and bring the map up, please. The area that should be involved is down to the south of Basra at the mouth of the Khor Abdullah. We've got the wrong image up here. All right, bring up the next image, please. One of the things we've done throughout, I mentioned a few days ago, an important line for us is using information and as much as possible communicating with the Iraqi people and Iraqi military forces and informing them with information that indeed will save their lives and has already on a number of occasions. I want to show you a few of the leaflets that we've used and tell you that at this point in time we've already released over 28 million leaflets, and that accounts for roughly 5 million more than all of which were dropped in Desert Storm. Each one of them has a different theme. It's targeted to specific areas, whether it is to a unit or to the population. In this particular case, it's a warning to units that they should abandon their equipment or the equipment would be destroyed. And we certainly saw that in the first few days. Next, please. We also emphasize to them that their future is tied to their economy and that they should not do things like dump oil, with the anticipation that some of the oil fields and also the oil terminals might have been damaged. This we communicated to the Iraqi people. They should not squander their future by way of dumping oil in waterways. The next one, please. Capitulation instructions and how to signal to us that they're ready for us not to attack, and as we arrive, to either surrender or capitulate. This is a graphic image. It joined with radio broadcasts that gave very specific information on how to do that, so we did not have a problem. And that has not been a problem at this point. Bring up the next image, please. As you know, we conducted initial operations to secure the Rumaila oil fields and the terminals that are inside of the North Arabian Gulf, as well as the Al-Fa terminal. Those operations were successful, but indeed there were some examples of the regime having set demolitions on wellheads and blowing them. Yesterday, the assessment team that needs to go in and determine what work needs to be done was able to enter into Iraq, do an assessment of the oil field, and has already shut down a gas oil separation plant, and that turned one of the fires off by itself. So we're down at this point to only 7 fires out of an oil field that has 500 wellheads. Again, a very, very important story for the future of Iraq. That's all we have to brief it this evening, and I'll turn it back over to General Franks. Sir?
Be pleased to take your question, please.
Thank you, sir. George Stephanopoulos, ABC. We just saw from General Brooks some of the 28 million leaflets you dropped, and this was an unprecedented psychological operation. Given all that, why do you think there hasn't been more mass surrender? Can you update us on the status of any negotiations? And do you think now that some Iraqi commanders who may have led you to believe they would surrender were engaged in psychological operations of their own?
I wouldn't speculate on the latter, George. I would say that if you think about the content of that message, it talks about how to surrender, and we've been delivering these leaflets over a prolonged period of time. And as I think we've said perhaps from this podium before, a great many people simply laid down their weapons and walked away from their positions. And John Abizaid mentioned last night that rather than a confined area like we saw inside Kuwait, we have the broad stretch of Iraq before us, and so units which chose to abandon their equipment and so forth and walk away simply have done so. A great many, because of confusion or being undecided, have not done that. I think our enemy prisoner of war count today is in the vicinity of 3,000, and so we'll continue to find and take prisoners as we move through this. And I'm sorry, your second question was?
Well, just on the commanders themselves, why do you think you're not going to go to their motivation?
Sure.
But have you seen any
of course.
leadership commanders?
Of course. As a matter of fact, we are in contact with a number of Iraqi unit leaders as we speak. Please.
Frank's commentary, CNN. I'm sure you have seen the pictures of the attack helicopter down south of Baghdad on Iraqi television. What can you tell us about the fate of the crew? Were they picked up by another helicopter? Are they missing? What happened in that incident?
The fate of the crew is uncertain right now. We characterize that crew of 2 men as missing in action. We're not sure. We know that this particular helicopter was one of between 30 and 40 attack helicopters that we moved into this particular target set. We know that they were very effective in their mission, and we know that I think one of the networks has been showing that the attack helicopter didn't get back, and so we have a 2-man crew missing right now. Please.
General, 2 nights ago you talked about fighting this war on your own terms.
Right.
Well, isn't the Iraqi opposition, the stubbornness and persistence of it, forcing you in places to fight on their terms, where you have far less technological advantage? And might this make you have to pay less regard to the risk of civilian casualties?
I think we're precisely where we were 2 nights ago when I spoke with you. We'll fight this on our terms. And what I mean by that is in a great many places in Iraq, one will find these isolated units and enclaves that I described. And we'll undertake, it isn't that we don't know where they are. And so we'll undertake the sequencing and simultaneity of our operations on a timeline that makes sense to us. I will tell you, in response to the other part of your question, that anytime you find, well, I guess I'll say perhaps criminal behavior of intentionally placing non-combatants in close proximity to military equipment and to military formations and so forth, then you certainly are abusing your people, and this regime has done that, and I think it's been, as a matter of fact, reported by embedded reporters. And so, in my view, this platform is not a platform for propaganda. This is a platform for truth. And so, what I'll do is I'll try to provide you the best balance I can, and that's what I've asked that our people here do. But to create problems, of course, because we're going to do the best job we can to protect non-combatants in this. It doesn't mean that we're going to be wholly and 100% successful. You know we're not, and I know we're not, but we're going to do our best. Sir.
General Tom Fenton, CBS News. What has been done to soften up the Republican Guard units that we believe are around Baghdad? How hard have they been hit, and what effect is this having?
They have been hit. They will continue to be hit. Sort of to go to the previous question, at points and places and times that make sense to us based on which of those units we intend to take under fire at a particular point in time. The effect has been very positive for us, sir. Yes, sir.
Very early stage of this, but I guess the question is beginning to be asked if the commanders have somewhat underestimated the tenacity of some of these irregular units, the Fedayeen and the Special Republican Guard, and how much what we're seeing with some of these rear guard actions is essentially a preview of what the road to Baghdad is going to look like.
Can't predict what the preview will look like, but I guess I would say that that I actually have seen no surprise here, and I think that our people on the ground have not seen a surprise. There are people in the Iraqi army, whether Special Republican Guard or Fedayeen, who have a lot of allegiance to this regime. And so one can expect, I'll use a term that my boss, Don Rumsfeld, used a while back when he said, you know, you're going to come across dead enders. And we have come across dead enders, and we've had some terrific firefights with some of these. Not unexpected. I think our people are prepared to fight this war. And as you correctly said, we're 5 days into this. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, sir. Martha Grant, Is there any update you can give us about the POWs from the maintenance division?
Right. There actually isn't. I think what we know, I'm sure that the Red Cross will be in there with them and reporting very soon. I know that were these prisoners of war we held, then the Red Cross would certainly be in there in order to provide fact and provide accountability and to ensure that they're well cared for. But actually, I can't provide an update. We have seen on television what you have seen, and that is the reporting we have. Sir, please.
My name is Li Baozong from the Xinhua News Agency of China. From the reports of CNN, BBC, people know the Iraqi people are more united than before. For example, the farmers shot down 2 helicopters. Meanwhile, the Iraqi forces are more strong than expected because the number of casualties of British and American troops is on rise. Do you think the days ahead will be more tough or mean more casualties for America and Britain?
Okay, thank you. I think that anyone in my profession involved in a warfight will expect that we will see casualties in a war. And so, yes, I expect we will see casualties in the days ahead. I actually won't confirm the first part of your statement before you ask the question. I know with some precision how many helicopters have been shot down, and I can assure you they weren't by that those events did not occur as a result of farmers, as you described, and so we have every expectation to continue to place the most sophisticated troops and equipment in the world in the face of this dying regime, and we'll undergo some casualties while we do it. Sir, please.
In the beginning of the war, what so-called coalition forces claimed taking full control of Qasr, then Nasiriyah, and yesterday Basra, and apparently it seems now it's not correct. Are you practicing the strategy of lies and deception, or you just have been trapped by Iraqi army? Where is the truth about the situation in southern Iraq? Please give us some information, static information about your location, areas under your control.
Right. Actually, there are a great many areas under coalition control. I mentioned in my beginning comments that we have every expectation that some of the paramilitary in the Fedayeen will fight. I said it again just a minute ago. I think what you'll find is that the people of Basra will, in the days ahead, be able to have more access to food and more access to water than they have had in decades. I believe within a few days, I believe within a very few days, you'll see that occur in Qasr. I believe that you'll continue to see large numbers of coalition forces move in and around these villages and towns that you mentioned. And so that's the very best I can give you. I think there's nothing at all unexpected about what we've seen up to this point. Sir, please.
This BBC World Service. You spoke the other day about a mosaic. We're looking at a very small part of Iraq, essentially focusing on southern Iraq. Could you please tell us a little bit more about coalition operations in the west and in the north of the country?
Sure. Without talking about whether these operations, sir, are in the west or are in the north, I will tell you that in fact United Kingdom and Australian and American Special Operations Forces are about their business from left to right and top to bottom in the west and also in the north. And they have accomplished some wonderful things out there. They're operating in small teams. They're very, very mobile, and they're doing for us just exactly what we want to have them do. Ma'am?
Hello again, General Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. On the subject of weapons of mass destruction, from this podium we've been told that there has been information from detained Iraqis over the last several days. Now that time has passed, can you give us any indication of the quality of that information? And secondly, there are reports that the chemical plant contained no chemicals at El Najib. Can you update us?
Right. I think I'll do my best. I think that we probably have received several handfuls of bits of information over the last 3 or 4 days about potential WMD locations. Some of them, some of those locations are in areas where we have control. Some are we have not yet gone into. I think Secretary Rumsfeld gave the right appreciation yesterday when he said, you know, we were then 4 days, we're now 5 days into this, and we're concerned about taking down this regime and about getting our hands on all these weapons of mass destruction and these technologies. And it's a bit early for us to have an expectation of having found them, and so this is work we call SSE, Sensitive Site Exploitation. And we will do some sensitive site exploitation as we go along, and we'll do other sensitive site exploitation a bit later in the campaign. Best I can do. Sir.
Can you confirm that there were no chemicals found at that?
Actually, I can't confirm. I will say that it would not surprise me if there were chemicals in the plant, and it would not surprise me if there weren't. And the reason I say that is because I have access to something that, of course, that none of you do, and that is all of these bits of information that come in. And more times than not, they'll be based on speculation rather than based on firsthand knowledge. I think it was someone mentioned in the past 2 or 3 days, when you get very close to WMD, is when you're able to discuss with the people who have actually been involved in the WMD program. And so we'll wait for the days ahead. Sir, please.
Jim Wilson, Poppy and Mechanics Magazine. Have we come away from the aviation operation this morning with the impression that the regime command and control network is more resilient and more robust than we had believed when we went in?
Regime Command and Control Network. Actually, I wouldn't put a percentage on it. I will say that that command and control within the country is much less robust than it was 5 days ago. That does not mean that we don't have an expectation that for the foreseeable future that we will find means to communicate, sometimes by radio, sometimes by wire, sometimes by courier. And so, no, there actually isn't anything unexpected about it. But that's where we are right now. They still do have a means, a somewhat limited means of communication. Sir, please. Here.
ABC News. Sir, there haven't been that many popular uprisings against Saddam Hussein's regime with respect to the Iraqi people. Why do you think that is? Does that show the power and effectiveness of Saddam Hussein in terms of interspersing his more elite troops amongst the civilian population to keep them at bay?
Sure it does. Fear. It's fear. The practice of this regime over a long period of time. It has to do with fear. I mentioned paramilitaries and the Saddam Fedayeen in some of these towns. I answered a question a minute ago about so how can it be that things are not all calm in Basra and Qasr, al-Nasiriyah, and so forth? It has to do with the fact that that fear tactics are still being applied in many of these locations, and that will change over time. Back here, please.
From Radio Television Hong Kong. What is your reaction to Saddam Hussein's TV public address? Do you think that it will, say, arise any resistance force from the Iraqi people?
I don't know. I actually didn't see it. Several people talked to me about it, and it was very interesting. No, I won't give an analogy. I started to give a joke analogy, and I don't think I will. Let me say it this way. There are a lot of opinions about that. And so What will be the reaction to that? I think people will believe what they want to believe, and I believe that some people within the country of Iraq and some outside the country will believe that the tape was real, and I believe there'll be others who will want to believe that the tape was not real. And so I think that in terms of our ongoing military operations, doesn't make any difference. You remember the point we've made several times. This is not about one man. This is about an oppressive regime. So that's my view. Sir, please.
Thank you. David Muir with WCDV out of Boston. Can you talk a little bit about the prisoners of war, the American troops, perhaps some of the training they've received to deal with these types of situations, what they can say, and how they're trained to deal with this mentally?
Right. I think none of us in this room could conceivably put ourselves in a circumstance where we're under the stress and strain that one sees when a prisoner of war. The expectation is that our military members will comport themselves in accordance with their beliefs as people of our country, and I guess I would just say that I have every confidence they will do that. Our people are well trained. They're also highly motivated, and I think that's really important, the highly motivated part. What I am interested in seeing from time to time, or in having some of my staff or subordinate commanders talk to me about, is the embedded reporters and what they're seeing and what they're experiencing as they're with our young people on this battlefield. And I think all of us in this room would have to agree that the levels of motivation, training, capability, proficiency, as demonstrated by those just like you, seem to be very, very high. And so that's kind of my take on it. Motivation, training, stamina, tough kids. Sir.
Michael Wolf, New York Magazine. Speaking of the embedded reporters, what do you think has been accomplished message-wise from the embedded program?
Well, I think that's a great question. I really don't know what's been accomplished. I think that the decision to permit the embedding and, in fact, facilitate the embedding of reporters of a great many nations, by the way, Western press, Asian press, press from Arab press from right here. I think what it permits is it permits the viewership and the listenership and the readership of the various countries on this planet to be able to get a sense, to be able to get a take of what's going on this battlefield. I'm a fan of it. I think it was a very good thing to do, and we'll see how it plays out. Sir, please.
Can you tell us anything about the British soldiers which are missing today? Are they now prisoners, and if not, what are you doing to try to help find them?
Actually, I won't talk about the Brit potential missing troops any more than I would talk about the specifics of our helicopter pilots or of the youngsters in this maintenance company. I will say, and I've seen speculation in a number of places, that a coalition like this would take action where action is appropriate to secure the release of people who are taken prisoners. I think you can go back a long, long time in the history of warfare and you'll find that to be the case. And so we'll just have to wait and see what the days ahead look like. Sir, please.
Gulf News. The sirens have been going off in Kuwait all day. So after the pounding the Iraqi army has gotten the guys you've been talking about, the several, do we understand that the Iraqi army has the ability to launch counterattacks, missile counterattacks on its neighbors?
Yeah. I mentioned the other night from this podium that we have assessed for a while the possibility that that this regime has ground-to-ground, surface-to-surface missiles. They certainly have not all been destroyed yet. But I can tell you this, the ones that have been shot into neighboring countries, to include 2 more within the last 24 hours, have been destroyed by Patriot. And so we like the technology, we like the configuration, and we're going to continue the destruction of these systems as we're able to find them. Sir, please.
There are several friendly fires occur recently. Do you have any idea try to reduce the cases? And there are several journalists and reporters dying in the battlefield.
Right.
Do you have any advices for the people still working there? Thank you.
Right, thank you. Friendly fire incidents. I'm aware of several, and I guess I would have to tell you, once again, that is not beyond my expectation. That doesn't mean that in command of an organization like this we like it. What it means is that we understand in the nature of war that we're going to find ourselves in circumstances where, because of a tactic or a technique or perhaps a weapon system, maybe because someone's tired, not sure, but we will have these blue on blue or friendly fire incidents. We've seen them, and our subordinate commanders work very hard to avoid that. But I suspect in the days ahead that we'll probably see more. And I'm sorry, the second part of your question was?
About a journalist and reporter dying.
Yeah, the journalist, right. I'm not, and I may be in error, but I'm not aware of a single embedded journalist who has been harmed on this battlefield. I'm not aware of one. I think that, well, were it possible to keep journalists absolutely safe, I think all of us, you and I, would do that. But the fact is that there are people who will go in harm's way to report the news, and I think, unfortunately, when that happens, in some occasions, they will find themselves either in a crossfire, they will find themselves in a position where they're attacked by the enemy, as I believe was the case with a suicide bomber up in northern Iraq here a day or two ago. And so it's not a good thing, but once again, it does not surprise me. Please. Sir, back in the back, please.
America. General Franks, the Red Cross in Geneva says it still hasn't received a response from either the coalition or Iraq to its request to interview prisoners of war and get information on them. Are you preparing such a response?
To tell you the truth, I did not know that a response had not been given. Didn't know where we were in the administrative chain on that. But I do feel very strongly, very firmly, that in accordance with the Geneva Hague and that we need to move forward as quickly as we can in order to get the Red Cross involved in these situations. I'll assure you this: we'll do our part, and we'll take care of the prisoners we hold. Let me go back over here. Sir, please.
Tell us what's going on in Nasiriyah tonight.
Sure. Nasiriyah is, in fact, a crossroads community, and if you look at a map of Iraq, you'll understand what I mean by that. In fact, we have been conducting operations in and around Nasiriyah for, a couple of days now. Our forces are in there now, and they're going to remain in there. That's the best I can tell you about Nasiriyah. Last question, please. Let's go back here, sir. You in the blue shirt. Thank you.
What have you deduced from, it's Paul Hunter from CBC Television Canada, what have you deduced from the fact that Saddam has still not used chemical weapons against coalition troops? And do you think the greatest risk would be when they converge closer to Baghdad?
I actually think we don't know. There is a school of thought that says as the compression becomes tighter and tighter and tighter, the pressure will be greater and greater to use these weapons.
All right, as we listen to General Tommy Franks assess the last 24 hours on the battlefield and beyond that on either side, let's take a look at some of the live pictures that are coming right now. U.S. forces outside of Qasr, we are being told, are receiving surrendering Iraqi forces. I don't know how much you can make out from that picture there, but those are U.S. forces along what appears to be a roadway, and it's said that Iraqi forces there, it is outside Qasr, and they are surrendering, more coming over and giving up the fight. This is something that the U.S. and its allies had hoped to see a lot more of. They do believe, though, as we've been hearing here from General Tommy Franks, that they are on schedule, on course. They did, he said, anticipate that the Fedayeen are other units, elements mixing with civilians. He said that was not unexpected. That's been causing a lot of headaches for coalition forces as they've been making their way toward Baghdad, causing some casualties. Soldiers were fired upon from this location from a building nearby, we're told. That's what started all of this. Now we're being told some of those soldiers, we have no way of knowing, some of those soldiers have surrendered or are surrendering. We're going to continue to look at these pictures while we go back and listen to more of what General Tommy Franks has to tell reporters in Doha.
Our resolve is great. The morale is good. And as I think we always say, there is no doubt about the outcome. Thank you very much.
There we have the briefing. You see General Tommy Franks walking off there. We're going to hear from Tom Intier in a minute or so as we continue to look at these pictures on the battlefield near Qasr in the south of Iraq. As we have been following for the last 48 hours, coalition forces said they had secured Qasr. Clearly it wasn't completely secure. Pockets of resistance popping up again and again in that area, causing problems for coalition forces, although there are not a lot of casualties. The casualties occurring further up towards on the road that leads to Baghdad, I should say the roads that lead to Baghdad. We understand there was a bit of a firefight here a little earlier, but the Iraqi soldiers have been coming out and laying down their arms. That was something the coalition continues to press. We saw that as well. Several of the pamphlets that are being spread out by coalition flights over Iraq. They're trying to get more of them to abandon their equipment. As we read on the documents, if you were watching, saying walk 1 kilometer away, being unarmed, and warning the Iraqis that whether their units, their tanks, their armored personnel carriers, anti-aircraft guns, whether those things are manned or not, they are going to be destroyed. In effect, warning them to get away from those and advising them the proper distance is 1 kilometer. General Franks, though, saying that certainly some of them are simply turning around and walking home. He believes there's a lot more people quitting the fight than they have prisoners. Let's go to Tom Intier now for more on how General Tommy Franks and others assess the military situation. Tom?
Jim, it was a bit of a different briefing than last night. There was a lot of what might be termed bad news that was put out last night. The deputy commander briefing last night about the casualties, the POWs and things like that. Here, the only real bad news was the loss of an Apache helicopter, but no news about the crew. General Franks saying they're listed now as MIA and no idea about what their fate is. Also, he was asked about the Red Cross not being told by the coalition forces that they can have access to the POWs. Said he was not aware of any request, but saying that he would put it forward and that they would do the right thing. Interesting in the end, saying resolve is great, morale is good. There were some who might have doubted one of those statements with the hand grenade incident yesterday in the 101st Airborne and the fact that POWs had been taken and paraded on TV in Baghdad, something that last night seemed to upset the briefers quite a bit. The visuals were rather interesting. They wanted to point out the precision attacks on certain buildings, saying that the buildings of the regime were hit and the walls surrounding the compounds were not. So I think they went to great lengths in this briefing to talk about the ability that the coalition has to strike the targets, even in downtown Baghdad, and not hit the residential neighborhoods that may be sitting right next door to them. Jim?
As we're talking to you, Tom, we're continuing to show some video near Qasr. It looks like the camera was changing locations there. We were getting a shot of the skyline, but we're going to continue to bring that to you. I wanted to ask you, we were getting really some tough questions there coming to Tommy Franks. At one point, I heard one of the correspondents saying, when are you going to start telling the truth?
Well, everybody has their own version of the truth, and I'm sure there are questions that Tommy Franks wish wouldn't come forward. When he was asked about reaction to President Saddam Hussein's speech, he said he didn't see it and was about to make an analogy of the speech and decided better not to do it. He is extremely careful about what he says, apparently, up there, and you know, he says he tries to tell just the truth. He says this podium, this platform is not for propaganda. This podium, this platform that I'm standing on is for truth. Again, everyone has their own version of it, and what we're hearing is the coalition's version of the truth from here.
That came into question here as I was watching all of this. We have heard from some of the embedded correspondents. We heard there from the generals, so to speak, down at CENTCOM in Doha. We heard them say that, yes, there was a large operation with helicopters overnight, and they completed their task as planned. Everything was a big success. However, when you hear from the embedded correspondents that have been with that unit, they're indicating that those guys ran into a wall of fire from anti-aircraft artillery and couldn't, in fact, hit a lot of the targets that they were after.
Jim, I think a quick answer to that, General Franks saying everything is going as planned, but you have to ask yourself, what plan is that? Plan A, Plan B, or Plan C? I'm sure that they're facing stiffer resistance than they had in Plan A, so they went to Plan B. So that resistance that they're seeing, just how strong it is up to interpretation.
All right, Tom, you stay there in Doha. Keep interpreting for us with the generals. We appreciate that update. We want to go back to the story in Qasr, another incident, follow it up, exactly what has happened. The way to find that out is to go to Jason Bellini. He's there. Jason?
Jim, we're outside of Qasr, and the Marines we're with from the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit have been coming under fire. Now, they've returned fire with some 50 caliber, with some machine gunnery. They also fired a TOW missile out in that direction and also have been setting up artillery fire. I can also tell you that just in the last 10 minutes, some men who were wearing black uniforms, they came out waving white flags. So at this stage, they're holding their fire, and they're going to be containing these individuals. They're a bit ahead of our position. There are a number of other Marines from other companies who are also out here on this battlefield who are dealing with this situation. So we're watching it as it's happening right now. We had a few very tense moments just a few moments ago. Right now you're seeing some of the Marines here on the scene who are dealing with this situation. Jim?
Jason, have there been some surrenders? You know, obviously we don't know what's going on there, but that's kind of what was relayed down the line.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Jim, there have been some surrenders. They saw the white flags being held up again by these men who were wearing black uniforms. They weren't wearing what are obviously military uniforms, but here they're acting on the assumption that these guys are from the Iraqi military, some division of the Iraqi military, and the other indication of that is that they were fired upon at their location right here. So we're dug in here behind, you can see the Marines are here, sort of dug in behind a berm of dirt. That's where they maintain their positions, have their machine guns at the ready, and also other weaponry. Jim?
All right, we see a lot of... Jason, I'm going to get back to you in just a few minutes. Let's go to the United Nations. Kofi Annan, the Secretary General, is about to speak.
Your actions in pulling UN workers out of Iraq actually cleared the way for the coalition invasion of Iraq.
First of all, I think it has to be clear that the UN workers were the last to leave. Quite a lot of governments had pulled out their diplomatic staff before we did because of the impending war. You should recall that the UN staff left on Tuesday and the war was declared on Wednesday. And we normally do remove our staff out of harm's way. But as I have indicated, they will go back as soon as it is practicable. And we have an urgent work to do in Iraq, and we would want to go back and do our work. Secondly, the Council is today seized about trying to do whatever it can to maintain humanitarian assistance to the Iraqis. We should not forget that 60% of them have been dependent on the oil for food scheme. And this is why the Council and myself are determined to do whatever we can to keep that pipeline open. And the initiative in the Council where they are discussing adjustments to the oil for food program is to make that possible.
Sir, there were more serious accusations from Vice President Ramadan. He accused you of being a colonialist high commissioner. Can you please respond to those angry comments on behalf?
I think I can understand the anger, the frustration, the exasperation of Mr. Ramadan and maybe other Iraqis. Their country is at war, and these sort of sentiments and anger is something that is understandable. But of course, I'm doing my work as Secretary General, working with the Council, and I think that refers to attempts to adjust the oil for food program. What the Council is discussing and the proposal before the Council is we would want to resume our work as soon as possible. And whichever authority is in charge at the end of the hostilities, we will work with. We don't know what is going, if it's Iraqis, if it's somebody else. We need to find a way of working, but we will be working for the Security Council in accordance with Security Council resolution covering the oil for food. And I think this is what provoked his reaction, but unfortunately he must look at what we are trying to do for the Iraqi people. The UN or I have no interest in becoming a high commissioner, and it is ironic that as a former colonial subject, I'll be accused of being a colonialist.
If and when American and British troops start to occupy parts of Iraq, will the UN, when it comes to getting food to the Iraqis, will the UN be able to work with the Americans and the Brits in those particular areas, or will it be entirely a British and American responsibility? That's number one. Number two, the Americans now are talking about the discovery of a suspected site for chemical weapons. Would the UN be prepared to send Hans Blix's people to verify such sites?
Yeah. Let me say that on your first question, I have made it clear in my discussions with the Council and publicly that in times of war, it is the belligerents who are responsible for the welfare and safety of the people. I have also indicated that in any situation under occupation, it is the occupying power that has responsibility for the welfare of the people. Without detracting from those responsibilities, the UN will do whatever it can to help the Iraqi population, and we would want to resume the oil for food as soon as possible. In these conflict situations, it is urgent that humanitarian agencies and actors are given the space to act, and we will be able to act using that space. And I should also remind all concerned that they must respect international humanitarian law, the 4th Geneva Convention, and the Hague Regulation. On your second question, the position of the Council and the United Nations is that Council resolutions are valid, including the mandate for UNMOVIC. They have only been suspended temporarily because it's inoperable given the situations on the ground. The expectation is that as soon as the conflict is over and the situation permits, they will be able to resume their work, just as we are seeking to resume the work for the oil for food scheme.
Financial Times. UNMOVIC would not move in to verify these sites when and if they appear.
I'm saying UNMOVIC still has a responsibility for the disarmament of Iraq, and if the situation permits, since the Council resolutions are valid, they will be expected to go back to Iraq and inspect.
Financial Times.
Secretary General, are you satisfied so far that the US and allied forces have behaved fully in accordance with their responsibilities under the Geneva Convention and according to their humanitarian obligations?
Yes. I don't have all the facts, but I've heard a report from Red Cross that the people in Basra may be facing a humanitarian disaster in that they have no water and they have no electricity. And I think a city that size cannot afford to go without electricity or water for long. Apart from the water aspect, you can imagine what it does to sanitation. And so I think urgent measures should be taken to restore electricity and water to that population.
Last question, NHK.
Sir, I think you alluded to it earlier when you were talking about the Geneva Convention. A lot's been made over the weekend about prisoners of war on both sides. I wonder what...
A bit louder.
Yes, a lot's been made of the prisoners of war on both sides. I wonder what call you have to both sides, both combatants, as to how prisoners of war are treated during this campaign.
No, I think the prisoners of war have to be treated humanely and in accordance with international law. And I think both sides have a responsibility to ensure that this is done and send a message to the combatants that they do have a responsibility to treat the prisoners of war humanely. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
All right, we've been listening there. UN Secretary General Kofi Annan speaking with reporters very briefly. Of course, some of his remarks really a response. He had been raked over the coals by Iraq's Vice President Ramadan, accusing him of paving the way for this conflict by withdrawing the UN weapons inspectors and other UN staff. He said he understood those feelings, but he said that was up to the belligerents that were involved. His responsibility was to get UN staff out to safety. He reminded the reporters that that's what the UN has done in other situations as well. Asked if he would send in the inspectors once again to verify or check out U.S. claims, or something we would call perhaps close to claims right now, that they're trying to find weapons of mass destruction and may have in fact uncovered some. He said that they could not return in the current environment. He said...
You bet, Jim. We can't tell you specifically where we are, other than to say we're outside Qasr, and that there was a brief firefight that was going on, and there have been some Iraqi men who have surrendered. With some of the specific details I have with me, Lieutenant Pandak, First Lieutenant Pandak, can you just give me a quick briefing on what's been going on?
Out here?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we came up and set into some defensive positions, and as we were set in, we went ahead. We took fire from them, so we went ahead and turned fire. Had some of their folks surrender, and now apparently some of their people are moving back into the buildings. So they would say they surrender, and then they'll run back into the buildings. We're trying to figure out who's who and make sure that we're not, make sure that we don't shoot civilians, but those folks that are military but aren't in uniform, we're going to go ahead and take care of them.
You've seen some civilians out there, correct?
Yes, you can tell the civilians usually, even if they're not in uniform. You can tell who's the civilians.
And how does that complicate the situation for you?
It complicates it greatly because, according to the rules, basically of war and such that we're trained in, you're supposed to be wearing a uniform. You notice we're all wearing uniforms and such, but they're going ahead and throwing on civilian clothing, and that makes our life a lot harder because it's of course we're here not to hurt the Iraqi people or whatever, but if Iraqi soldiers are wearing, the civilian clothing, it just makes it that much harder on the Marines to figure out who's who and make sure they're doing the right thing.
They put up the white flag pretty quickly. Were you surprised by that?
No, not really. That's kind of their. That's how they operate. They'll take shots at us, then they'll run up the white flag, and then once we stop shooting, they'll run away to shoot at us from another position. It's getting kind of frustrating.
So where you're at right now, they surrendered with the white flag, but where are they?
Oh, that's what we're trying to figure out right now. We can't. We're not able to figure that out exactly.
So you're not able to take them under control right away as EPWs, I mean prisoners of war, right away?
Oh, well, if the folks, actively surrender, they go ahead and they come out and they make their way towards us, with that white flag. Of course, we take them into our custody, and then we look after them and make sure that they're taken care of. If they are wounded, we'll take care of them that way. Also, we give medical care to the EPWs if they're wounded, and we also make sure that they're fed and they get water. They're treated very well, actually.
But right now, you guys you're standing by, waiting to see them again.
Oh, right here. We're gonna figure out who's out there, and we're gonna take care of what we need to take care of.
Got it. First Lieutenant Pandak, thank you so much. We appreciate you talking to us in the middle of all this. All right, Jim, back to you.
Jason, give me an assessment. In your view, these kinds of games that are going on, it's a double-edged sword here, because if it becomes a standard practice to feign surrender and then go back and take up positions, it could lead to U.S. forces becoming mistrustful of anybody surrendering. And of course, that's a major part of the U.S. strategy here. How much concern over that?
Indeed, it's a very difficult situation. That's what I'm hearing expressed to me by Marines all of the time here. They're saying, these guys play dirty, they fight dirty, and it makes it want to.
All right, it appears we have lost Jason Bellini. We've lost some contact with him. The audio's gone dead. We want to go on. We'll go back to Jason, but that's a very interesting point. We're going to follow up on that. And we'll getting some military analysis on what the Iraqi strategy is here, and perhaps what the strategy of some of these irregular forces or special forces like the Fedayeen are. Well, the United States has confirmed that Iraq troops have shot down one of its Apache helicopters. The chief of the U.S. Central Command, Tommy Franks, says the chopper was brought down during an attack on Republican Guard positions near Baghdad. Franks says the fate of the two-man crew right now uncertain, in his words. Iraqi television showed pictures of a U.S. helicopter, it says, was shot down near the city of Karbala. Now, that's some 100 kilometers south of Baghdad. The video showed two helmets on the ground outside the helicopter, apparently belonging to the crew members, but there were no signs, at least on this videotape, of the crew members. The Hellfire missiles still armed on the side of the helicopter. There was no obvious signs of damage on the helicopter, but the Iraqis are saying another one was down too.
Early this morning, a number of peasants have shot down two Apache helicopters. One of them has been shown already on television, and maybe we will show, if we decided that time was convenient, we will show pictures of pilots of these Apache helicopters.
Know about all the ones that were involved in that attack were returned safely to base. Carl Penhall reports that members of the U.S. Army's 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment are checking for holes in their aircraft after they took some intense fire from Iraqi forces for several hours. Now, he is embedded with that unit. He checked in with us by telephone earlier from their base in southern Iraq.
Overnight, the Apache attack helicopters flew a combat mission that was intended to be against an elite Republican Guard unit in the area around Karbala, which, if one looks on the map, is about 60 miles south of Baghdad on the approaches, southern approaches to Baghdad. The mission started somewhat after midnight last night, lasted for about 3 hours. In fact, the pilots, when I talked to them this morning, said they weren't able to complete that mission. They weren't able to attack all the objectives they had set themselves because when they flew into the area, then they came under a heavy barrage of anti-aircraft fire.
Carl Penhall updating us on some of the action encountered by the U.S. Army's 11th Attack Helicopter Regiment. Well, on to another location, a hot spot. Ever since Sunday, U.S. Marines and Iraqi forces traded more fire near the southern city of Nasiriyah. Monday's action came a day after that heavy fighting around Nasiriyah. A senior U.S. official described that as the sharpest engagement of this war thus far. CNN's Alessio Vinci is embedded with the 2nd U.S. Marine Division. He was a witness to some of the fighting.
Commanders here say there seems to be a coordinated attack here around Nasiriyah against the U.S. Marines in this area coming from Iraqi troops. Throughout this morning, we've experienced a heavy mortar fire incoming against our position, mortar fire that the U.S. Marines have answered with their own mortar fire, as well as calling support from the air. We've seen a couple of Cobra helicopters hovering above us, using their heavy machine guns as well as their rockets to hit Iraqi positions across the front line. According to this military commander, the U.S. Marines are engaged by members of the regular Iraqi army, more precisely the 3rd Corps, the 23rd Infantry Regiment, as well as some Saddam's Fedayeen. The paramilitary groups are very difficult to identify because they do not wear any uniform. They are very experienced in mingling among civilian population, and the Marines here are saying, the commanders here are saying that this makes them extremely difficult target to recognize, because of course the Marines here, when they attack those forces, those Iraqi forces across the front line, they want to avoid at any cost any civilian casualties. This comes of course the day after one of the most violent battles that the U.S. Marines have encountered so far here in Iraq.
Hours after the U.S. armored column came under attack in Nasiriyah, the body of one Marine was being wrapped in an American flag and carried to a waiting helicopter which had just landed nearby. He was one of many Marines to die in this intense battle to control an important supply route for U.S. forces trying to reach Baghdad to the north. The charred remains of one of the vehicles still smoldering, a testimony to the ferocity of the fight as Iraqi forces used rocket-propelled grenades to destroy the heavily armored personnel carrier, killing everyone on board. Nearby, a second armored vehicle heavily damaged, the burned gear of another Marine lying on the ground. Earlier in the day, only 6 miles away, another deadly attack against American forces in the region. A U.S. military supply convoy was ambushed as it lost its way around the unfamiliar territory.
Several hours after the Iraqi forces ambushed a U.S. military supply convoy, Iraqi forces continue to engage the U.S. military, who is responding with heavy machine gun fire and 40mm grenades.
Advancing U.S. Marines, many of them as young as 19 and seeing their first combat, called for air support as they attempted to enter the city of Al-Nazariya. U.S. military commanders say helicopters and planes managed to destroy several Iraqi tanks, trucks and anti-aircraft batteries. But somehow commanders here say they did not manage to prevent serious losses in the fiercest battle yet of the Iraqi conflict.
To update you on these casualty figures coming out here from a senior military commander here in Nazariya, U.S. military commander. That incident yesterday caused the life of 10 Marines, and there are still 16 of them missing, as well as 12 of them wounded. And the U.S. commanders are saying they do expect, unfortunately, that number to rise further as those missing are still unaccounted for.
Now for an update on the action that's been going on in Iraq from the perspective of the Pentagon. Barbara Starr joining us now live. Barbara?
Jim, hello. A little while ago, General Tommy Franks, of course, wrapped up that news briefing in Qatar, offering his perspective on how things are going 5 days into the war. Let's listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
Our forces have met sporadic resistance in a number of places on the battlefield. But as our troops fight, even in isolated areas, there will be casualties. There have been casualties because from the perspective of the fighting man on the ground, even an isolated set of combat situations represents violence which he must see face to face.
Now, one of the things General Franks underscored is the resistance, as they call it in the military, that they believe they are encountering is largely from Republican Guard units, Special Republican Guard, and the Fedayeen, the irregular units, those most loyal to the regime of Saddam Hussein. These are the units they expected to encounter as they got closer to Baghdad. U.S. military units now perhaps being as close as 50 miles in the southern suburbs of the city. And finally, General Franks said on the issue of chemical weapons, it is just too soon to say what they might encounter. He was a bit cautious about this facility in the town of Najaf that yesterday there had been a lot of controversy about, that it may be a chemical weapons plant. There are increasing signals. The U.S. military a little more cautious about that. But General Franks saying they did have bits and pieces of information. They are talking to Iraqis, and they hope to develop more information about the possible locations of weapons of mass destruction. Jim?
Barbara, I'm curious, and it didn't come out, it wasn't asked there in that press briefing, maybe you've heard something there in the offices or the hallways even of the Pentagon, and that is that while the U.S. is approaching all of this with a very high-tech army, perhaps the most high-tech army ever seen in battle, the Iraqis responding with the low-tech response, you know, oil burning in trenches, changing out of your uniform, false surrender. Any concern being voiced there, or was it expected?
It had been largely expected. This was the concern that we've heard so much about for months now, military operations in the cities, urban conflict, if you will. They knew that this was a very likely scenario here at the Pentagon. And so the strategy that has evolved here over recent weeks and months has been the strategy of bypassing the cities as the march to Baghdad north continues. The U.S. is not occupying these cities in the south that it has gone through. They are leaving observers. They're leaving reconnaissance. If trouble breaks out, they say they have the ability to redeploy troops there very quickly. But at the moment, they want to avoid getting into these urban sort of city-village conflict situations with these irregular forces, with the Republican Guard units that may be deployed down there in ones and twos. They want to keep moving towards Baghdad, and their goal is to effect regime change in Baghdad and then begin to work their way through the rest of these problems. But at the moment, it's something they had expected.
Any frustrations, Barbara, because there isn't a second front. More troops aren't on the ground. Perhaps it was a battle lost over at the State Department, but the Pentagon's got to deal with that.
Well, if you're referring to northern Turkey, there is every indication there will be more troops there in the days ahead. Some units have arrived, very small numbers of U.S. Special Forces. They are there, and there is an expectation that more will be coming in the days ahead. A lot of continuing concern, of course, about the situation on the Turkish-Iraq border, the Kurdish refugee situation that is developing. And across Iraq now, one of the key priorities for the administration, for the U.S. military, will in fact be getting that humanitarian relief in very quickly in the south and the north. They are still struggling with that sporadic fighting in the south. They have to get that situation stabilized, they say, in order to get the humanitarian relief in very quickly. They think that is going to be key to winning more support from the civilian population.
All right, Barbara Starr, as always, from the Pentagon, thank you for keeping us up to date. And in fact, let's go to northern Iraq and find out firsthand from Brent Sadler, a second front or not. Brent?
Actually, Jim, this is Ben. Brent just left. Regarding the second front, the pieces appear to be falling into place for that front. Today, for the first time, a senior American military official came out to explain what the United States is going to be doing in this area. That senior official was Major General Harry Pete Osman of the United States Marine Corps, who made a very brief statement about the purpose of his men's presence in northern Iraq.
This command has been established to conduct liaison and coordination with military and humanitarian assistance organizations, both in southeast Turkey and northern Iraq. Functions are three. First, to assist in the deconfliction of military activities. Second, to synchronize humanitarian assistance and military operations. And third, assist in the coordination of relief operations in northern Iraq.
And of course, that is a bit thick on the military jargon, but the understanding is that the United States is going to be working very closely with the two main Kurdish parties here, the Kurdistan Democratic Party and the Patriotic Union of Kurdistan, which together have about 60 to 70,000 men under arms. Those arms, however, Jim, very light, mostly AK-47s and rocket-propelled grenades. Now, the U.S. force has already begun to arrive. It's still fairly modest. What they're doing is they're flying into two air bases in the north. One, the Harir Air Base, not far from Erbil, which is in the area of the KDP, the Kurdish Democratic Party, basically in central northern Iraq. The other airport is one right outside of Suleimania, which is in the far east near the Iranian border. Obviously, it's going to take some time. They will be supplementing a very modest force of about 20 to 30 special forces, U.S. special forces, who have been on the ground here in Iraq for several months. Jim?
Ben Wiedemann, great reporting there. Good pictures out of northern Iraq, giving us an idea of what is going on there, and the developments coming very fast. Thanks for that. We have been talking with CNN embedded correspondents for the last couple of hours. I want to go now to Jim Dwyer. He's with the New York Times newspaper. He's with a unit in central Iraq. And Jim Dwyer, go ahead and tell us a little bit about that and your situation.
Yes, Jim, I'm with the 101st Airborne in central Iraq, and as you probably know, the 101st main way they work is with attack helicopters. Now, last night there was a pretty big setback in the attack helicopter combating area, there, not from the 101st, but another unit, the 11th, was basically driven back by small arms fires and rocket-propelled grenades when they try to go to the assistance of a unit of trucks a convoy of trucks carrying military mechanics who apparently made a wrong turn and went into an area that was not happy to see them. And so the 11th sent in well over 30 helicopters, and my understanding is that they all were driven back to their base. As I understand it now, two of the helicopters were downed. In one case, the crew has been recovered and they're safe, but in the other case, the crew has not been recovered, and right now there's a search for them and see what kind of shape they're in. It's not thought that they have been taken prisoner. So whether they're injured or in some other kind of difficulty, the military has not yet made public. So this is fairly important because the helicopter...
Jim Dwyer, I was just going to ask you whether or not the low-tech response of the Iraqis, as you talked about, a small weapons fire, RPG-7s, anti-aircraft fire, in a way blunting the high-tech assault of U.S. forces here. I mean, 40 of those helicopters is a pretty formidable force.
Yes, they're a very potent force against particularly armored vehicles, but because they can lock in on them very quickly with a radar system called Longbow, and they have a computerized firing mechanism that shoots Hellfire rockets and destroys the tanks. But if it's people sitting on top of buildings shooting rocket-propelled grenades, the radar is no use against those folks. So it's what one of the generals here called asymmetrical warfare. That one side is fighting on a different plane than the other. And so it's these armored helicopters are supposed to break the ring of Republican Guard around Baghdad, which are mostly armored, mechanized rings. And I don't know that they won't be able to do that or that they will, but there's a lot of concern about the developments last night and how they're going to respond to them.
All right, Jim Dwyer of the New York Times. Jim, thank you for that report, and we hope to talk with you a little bit later. He describing some of the problems that U.S. forces are running into, and that description, which is quite appropriate, that the forces are fighting on two different planes. That is a low-tech approach from the Iraqi side, a much more high-tech approach from the U.S. military, and when those two planes are meshed together, they don't always coincide to make the best weapon systems, at least for the high-tech end of the force. We're going to have to continue looking into this angle on the story. A lot of it depending, as he noted there, on what the response of the U.S. military is going to be, and I guess we can bet that they are working on that right now. Well, right now, Ralitza Vasilova is working on the diplomatic front. Let's check in with her at CNN Center. Ralitza.
Jim, thank you very much. Well, European Union leaders remain deeply divided over the U.S.-led war against Iraq, but at the beginning of the conflict, they issued a statement declaring their commitment to the provision of humanitarian aid. For more now, I'm joined by the President of the European Union, Romano Prodi, live from Brussels. Mr. Prodi, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you for your interview.
Tell us, what has the EU agreed upon with regards to humanitarian aid for Iraq?
Well, first of all, let me express my really sorrowness for what I've seen yesterday, the 4 prisoners badly treated, because I think that even in the most difficult periods of war, we must use all the humanitarian rules that we agreed upon, But concerning humanitarian aid, we have already prepared the urgent part of it, and we are organized around Iraq, all the reliefs.
I'm sorry, Mr. Prodi, I have to interrupt. The Prime Minister of Britain is speaking. Let's listen in.
European Union, but of course, the summit was dominated by Iraq. I should like to place on record what I know will be the heartfelt gratitude of the entire House for the valor of British servicemen and women. I send the deepest sympathy of the government, and again I hope of the whole House, to the families of those who have died. They gave their lives for our safety. They had the courage to take the ultimate risk in the service of their country, and of those who value freedom everywhere in the world. We owe them an immense debt. I would like also to extend my condolences and those of our nation to the families of the American personnel who have sadly been lost in recent days. Mr. Speaker, we are now just 4 days into this conflict. It is worth restating our central objectives. They are to remove Saddam Hussein from power and ensure Iraq is disarmed of all chemical, biological, nuclear weapons programs. But in achieving these objectives, we have also embraced other considerations. We want to do this campaign in a way that minimizes the suffering of ordinary Iraqi people brutalized by Saddam, to safeguard the wealth of the country for the future prosperity of the people, and to make this a war not of conquest but of liberation. For this reason, we did not, as some expected, mount a heavy bombing campaign first, followed by a land campaign. Instead, land forces were immediately in action, securing oil installations, gaining strategic assets and retaining them, not destroying them. The air campaign has been precisely targeted. Of course, there will have been civilian casualties, but we have done all we humanly can to keep them to a minimum. Water and electricity supplies are being spared. The targets are the infrastructure, command and control of Saddam's regime, not of the civilian population. And we are making massive efforts to clear lines of supply for humanitarian aid, though the presence of mines is hindering us. By contrast, the nature of Saddam's regime is all too plainly expressed in its actions. The oil wealth was mined, and deep mined at that. Had we not struck quickly, Iraq's future wealth would even now be burning away. Prisoners are being paraded in defiance of all international conventions. Those who dare speak criticism of the regime are being executed. Now let me give the House some detail, if I may, of the military campaign. In the south, our aim was to secure the key oil installations on the Al-Faw Peninsula, to take the port of Qasr, the only Iraqi port to the outside world, and to render Basra, the second largest city in Iraq, ineffective as a basis for military operations by Saddam against coalition troops. In the west and the desert, our aim is to prevent Saddam from using it as a base for hostile external aggression. In the north, our objective is to protect people in the Kurdish autonomous zone, to secure the northern oil fields, and to ensure the north cannot provide a base for Saddam's resistance. Then, of course, the vital goal is to reach Baghdad as swiftly as possible, thus bringing the end of the regime closer. I hope the House will understand that there is a limit to how much I can say about the detail of our operations, especially those involving special forces. But with that caveat, at present, British and US troops have taken the Al-Faw Peninsula. That is now secure. The southern oil installations are under coalition control. The port of Qasr, despite continuing pockets of resistance, is under Allied control, but the waterway, essential for humanitarian aid, may be blocked by mines and will take some days to sweep. Basra is surrounded and cannot be used as an Iraqi base, but in Basra, there are pockets of Saddam's most fiercely loyal security services who are holding out. They are contained, but still able to inflict casualties on our troops, and so we are proceeding with caution. Basra International Airport has been made secure. The Western Desert is largely secure. In the north, there have been air attacks on regime targets in Mosul, Kirkuk, and Tikrit. We've been in constant contact with the Turkish government and the Kurdish authorities to urge calm. Meanwhile, coalition forces, led by the American Fifth Corps, are on the way to Baghdad. As we speak, they are about 60 miles south of Baghdad, near Kabbalah. It is a little way from there that they will encounter the Medina division of the Republican Guard, who are defending the route to Baghdad. This will plainly be a crucial moment. Coalition forces are also advancing on Al-Qut in the east of Iraq. The two main bridges over the Euphrates south of Baghdad have been taken intact. This is of critical significance. The air campaign has attacked Iraqi military installations, the centers of Saddam's regime and command and control centers. A total of over 5,000 sorties has taken place. Thousands of Iraqi soldiers have surrendered. Still more have simply left the field, their units disintegrating. But there are those closest to Saddam that are resisting and will resist strongly. They are the elite that are hated by the local population and have little to lose. There are bound, therefore, to be difficult days ahead, but the strategy and its timing are proceeding according to plan. At the European Council, Mr. Speaker, there were, of course, deep divisions over the coalition action. That is well known. But it is not that all of European opinion is one way. On the contrary, there was both understanding and support for the British position from many nations represented at the Council, and near unanimous endorsement from the 10 accession countries who joined our Council on Friday afternoon. In any event, whatever disagreements about the conflict itself, Europe came together to set out clearly its wishes and responsibilities in post-conflict Iraq. The Council agreed the need to be active in the humanitarian field and to ensure that the oil revenues are held for the Iraqi people by the United Nations and that the Oil for Food programme continues. The Council further agreed that the UN Security Council should give the UN a strong mandate for post-conflict Iraq and make sure that the new administration is one that is representative, careful of the human rights of the Iraqi people, and allows the people to live at peace inside Iraq and with their neighbours. In addition, the Council stressed the vital importance of the Middle East peace process and the publication of the roadmap drawn up by the US, EU, Russia and the UN, and now endorsed by us all. I reported on the talks we had had both with the US administration and the Palestinian Authority. We welcomed the appointment of Abu Mazen as Palestinian Prime Minister. I also welcomed the US intention to publish the roadmap for peace as soon as the Prime Minister and his government are in place. Mr. Speaker, I know it seems somewhat incongruous and out of place, but I should say one word on the conventional subject matter of the summit. Though overshadowed by Iraq, this summit on economic reform regained some momentum. In the last few months, energy liberalisation, a single European-wide patent and a single Europe Sky policy have all been agreed. An employment task force due to report on ways to cut unemployment without generating new regulation was also agreed. This marks progress, though much remains to be done. To return to the conflict, there are, of course, difficulties that have arisen, tragedies and accidents, and we grieve for the lives lost. That is in the nature of war. And it is in the nature of today's instant live reporting of war that people see the pain and the blood in vivid and shocking terms. But it is worth recalling the nature of what is not always apparent, what we do not see. An Iraqi nation degraded and brutalized by decades of barbarous rule, a country that is potentially rich, but whose people go hungry and whose children die needlessly from malnutrition and disease, and a regime to whom repression, torture, the abuse of human rights and the possession of weapons of mass destruction define their very nature. That is why we must achieve our objectives. Saddam will go, this regime will be replaced. The Iraqi people will be helped to a better future. The weapons of mass destruction for which a peaceful Iraq has no use will be eliminated. That we will encounter more difficulties and anxious moments in the days ahead is certain. But no less certain, indeed more so, is coalition victory.
Mr. Speaker, may I join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to the brave servicemen who have lost their lives, to their families who now mourn, and to those who continue to put their lives at risk. I would also like to send my condolences to the families of the journalists who have also lost their loved ones as well. And may I also join the Prime Minister in paying tribute to those US servicemen who have put their lives at risk and whose families now wonder, in many cases, about their futures as well. May I also thank the Prime Minister for his words about the roadmap and for the importance that he places on assessing and addressing this matter. As he knows and has said on a number of occasions, this holds the key to future stability in that region. This war was never going to be easy, but the cause, I believe, is just. Despite the tragic losses of individual lives and the resistance that has been encountered, I agree that we must keep sight of the bigger picture. The pace of the advance towards Baghdad has been rapid. The capture and preservation of the oil wells has been a notable success, and the seizure of the bridges intact has been absolutely vital. The objectives, as the Prime Minister says, remain the same. But there do remain a number of questions. What assessment has the Prime Minister made of the impact that the campaign has had on the cohesion of the Iraqi regime? In particular, given Saddam Hussein's television broadcast and some questions over whether this was live or recorded, what is the latest assessment of Saddam Hussein, his sons and the regional commanders in Iraq today? In terms of strategy, can the Prime Minister confirm that the coalition is continuing to isolate towns to protect the civilian population and that there is no change? And specifically with reference to Basra, there are now serious concerns about the shortages of water and electricity in the city. What steps does he believe can be taken to put this right? Turning to the treatment of coalition prisoners of war, it was degrading and a clear breach of the Geneva Convention. This gross spectacle yet again shows the nature of Saddam's regime and must be considered a war crime. Will he reassure the House and the British people that the perpetrators will be brought to justice? And isn't it vital that we, in our treatment of prisoners of war, continue to show that we have come to free the people of Iraq, not to conquer them? There is continued concern at the talk of Turkish troop movements in northern Iraq. The situation is extremely delicate, I'm aware, and there are reports that the Iraqi Kurds are now diverting forces towards the Turkish border. Would the Prime Minister agree that a major Turkish incursion into northern Iraq would be and is wholly unacceptable? And what assurances has he sought and received from the Turkish authorities that this will not happen? Is there any prospect of Turkish forces now being placed under coalition command? Further, on the humanitarian crisis, can he tell the House how soon aid can be deployed in Iraq and who will actually be in charge of the delivery of that aid? Will he also confirm that in the early stages of delivery, the armed forces' participation is absolutely essential? Perhaps he could confirm that HMS Sir Galahad is standing by with large amounts of humanitarian aid for delivery as soon as the port of Qasr is cleared. And the House should also note the more successful operation has been carried out by American troops under British command. At a time of heightened national security, the Prime Minister will be aware that there is currently no Minister of State at the Home Office, the Security Services and Home Defence. When will he replace the Right Honourable Member for Southampton Itchen? And also at this vital time, when will the new ambassador to Washington officially take up his post? The Prime Minister referred to the European Council. I have one question. Does he now accept the need to reassess fundamentally the concept of a common foreign and security policy? Surely now is the time for a new Europe rooted in its nation states, not this deeper and deeper process that we are engaged in. Mr. Speaker, the days ahead may well be difficult. The Prime Minister has assured us that our objectives remain clear: the complete ridding of weapons of mass destruction from Iraq and the end of Saddam Hussein and his brutal regime. Our forces out there will carry out tasks which we know will place them in great danger, and I have no doubt that they will carry them out with efficiency, bravery, and success. For our part, it is essential that we send our forces the clearest message that they have our unflagging support.
Well, first of all, can I thank him for the general message that he has given, and obviously I'm in agreement with him, and thank him for his support at this difficult time. And I would like to express my own condolences to the family of Terry Lloyd and to the other people who lost their lives. He was a brave and distinguished correspondent, and it is true also that those people run considerable risks in trying to inform the outside world of what is happening. I agree with them, obviously, about the roadmap. In respect of the questions about Saddam and the leading members of the regime, I mean, the truthful position is that we cannot be sure. We cannot be sure whether these recordings are pre-recorded. Some of them appear to be dated, but I don't think there is an exact science in this. And at the present time, we simply do not know for certain. In respect of the water supplies in Basra, there should be, as a result of arrangements that are being made by the Red Crescent and also with help from British engineers, we believe that we should get 40% of those back, I think, by Sunday, within the next few days at any rate. And we are certainly doing everything we can to protect the essential infrastructure of the country, whilst obviously attacking the command and control centres of the regime. In relation to Turkey, it would be entirely unacceptable for there to be any incursion. That has been made very, very clear to the Turkish government and to the Turkish military. I believe that they have understood those messages given not just by ourselves but by the United States of America as well. They are obviously not, of course, Turkish troops under coalition command. As for the humanitarian aid, it depends in part as to how soon we can clear the waterway. He's right in saying Sir Galahad is standing by. It has got a very large amount of humanitarian aid and provision on board, and I hope very much within the next few days that we will be able to achieve that, but I know my right honourable friend will say some more about that in a moment following her talks in Washington. In respect of home security, obviously the Home Secretary has taken personal charge of that. In respect of the new US ambassador, the person who is to be new US ambassador is presently my advisor, so I prefer him not to take up that post immediately, if that's all right. But since I've a lot of use for him here. In respect of the one area I'm afraid we will disagree is on the European Common Foreign Security Policy. I mean, I think rather than re-evaluate it, what he really means is get rid of it. Well, I don't think that would be wise. And in any event, if Britain opted out of it, it wouldn't actually get rid of it. It would just mean it would go forward without British participation. And I'm afraid this is an argument we can return to in later and more peaceful times, but we will just have to register it as at least one point of disagreement.
Kennedy. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of my honourable and right honourable friends, can we too extend our deepest sympathies to the families of those service personnel who have lost their lives, and indeed journalists with them. They are courageous people carrying out their task in the most extremely difficult of circumstances in this war zone. And let us hope that those service personnel who are currently missing will be found safely and will be able to return home in due course. Mr. Speaker, on these benches, obviously, last week we voted against this war, but we have to accept the democratic decision of this House. And what everybody in the country surely wants is a minimum amount of casualties, both first and foremost amongst our own service personnel, obviously, but equally amongst those innocent Iraqi civilians with whom, as a country, we have never had any quarrel whatsoever, and who have suffered so much under the totalitarian regime that is Saddam Hussein and his cohorts. Now, the government, Mr. Speaker, has said from the outset that the humanitarian aims of this mission are as important as the military ones, and therefore equally urgent thought needs to be given to the task of reconstruction once these immediate hostilities are over. Would the Prime Minister agree that the best way to gain the confidence of the Iraqi people and of the region is for the United Nations to take overall responsibility for that reconstruction course, and by entrusting the reconstruction of Iraq to the UN, would he agree that we have the opportunity to begin the reconstruction of the international order, which has suffered so much damage diplomatically in recent weeks as a result, as well as, of course, the European Union, to which he was referring in his statement? Could I just ask the Prime Minister some specific questions? First, it's clear that the confidence, Mr. Speaker, of our air crews depends on the knowledge that the awful mistakes which led to the RAF Tornado being shot down have been rectified. Can the Prime Minister say a bit more about this as to what steps are now in hand to prevent that happening? Secondly, has there been any recognition at all from the Iraqi regime? Probably not, but has there been any recognition that their behaviour where prisoners of war are concerned is in complete flagrant disregard of the Geneva Convention and is utterly unacceptable on the international stage? On the humanitarian aspects of the crisis, Mr. Speaker, Kofi Annan, just within the last hour, has been describing the position in Basra as being on the verge of, I quote, a humanitarian disaster. What further steps can we take at this point to help alleviate the plight of the citizens in that city and to enable the coalition forces to deliver the humanitarian aid that is so urgently needed? We all hope, Mr. Speaker, that this conflict will be concluded as swiftly and as successfully as possible. But if we are to win the peace, we must repair the damage not only to the infrastructure of Iraq, but also to the international order, by which we mean the legitimacy of the United Nations itself.
First of all, I should just correct one thing which is relevant to the questions he was asking, the piece of information I gave earlier. In fact, 40% of the water in Basra was reconnected yesterday, last Sunday. We are working on making sure the rest of it is reconnected over the coming days. And obviously, we will get the humanitarian aid in as quickly as we possibly can, but there is the problem with the waterways apparently being mined. In relation to casualties, I mean, we are doing, as I say, our level best to minimize the civilian casualties. And one reason for that is that it is important that we make it clear to the Iraqi people our quarrel is not with them, it is with the regime of Saddam. And we have tried, I think, to a far greater extent than in any conflict before, to make sure that the targets are carefully chosen and that we do everything we possibly can, consistent, obviously, with achieving our military objectives, to keep civilian casualties to a minimum. And I do simply utter obvious words, but words that are necessary to utter, that any claims made by the Iraqi authorities should be treated with some skepticism. In relation to reconstruction, of course we want that authorized by the United Nations. And again, let me emphasize that when we talk of reconstruction, we mean reconstruction of the country following Saddam, not reconstruction to do with allied war campaigns. And that reconstruction, rebuilding of Iraq will be a lot easier if it has got proper United Nations authority, and I hope very much that people can come together and make that system work, and that will of course be an important part of bringing the international community back together at the end of this. In relation to combat ID and the issues that raised over the tragic shooting down of the RAF Tornado plane, those have been significantly improved, but obviously we are looking urgently at what lessons we can learn from that incident. And as for the Geneva Convention and the way that those American prisoners of war were paraded, that is, I'm afraid, typical of Saddam's regime. It is one very good reminder of why it is important for Iraq and for the wider world that the regime is removed.
Bridget Prentice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While as our condolences go out to the families and friends of those in our own forces and others who have died so far in this conflict, as they secure a peaceful Iraq at the end of it, can I ask my right honourable friend, when he speaks of the European Council coming together now to look at post-conflict Iraq, what support has he had to ensure that the United Nations will indeed be in charge of ensuring that the humanitarian aspects that take place after the conflict and the road towards democracy for Iraq will be achieved through and with the support of the United Nations?
Those were indeed the assurances that the European Council came behind. I mean, those were the commitments that the European Council made, that we should ensure that the UN is involved, not just in the humanitarian side, but also in the authority that succeeds Saddam's regime in Iraq. Of course, it would be easier if Europe comes together and works together on this. And it is very important, I think, that we realize that if we want to get that United Nations resolution, as we do, then it's important that whatever differences there have been over the conflict itself, those differences are set aside in the interest of making sure that the United Nations is fully involved in the post-conflict situation in Iraq, and that develops in a way that has the support not just of obviously the coalition forces and the Iraqi people, but of the wider international community.
Gillian Shepherd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister has already referred to the tragic deaths over the weekend of the pilot and navigator of the Tornado from RAF Marham in my constituency. And the House will certainly want to echo his sympathy for their families. I'm sure he can imagine the sense of shock that some kind of technological failure caused the Tornado to be hit by friendly fire in the form of a Patriot missile. And if that was the case, and it was technological failure, it's clearly an enormously serious matter. Now, the Prime Minister may well not be able to comment in any more detail than he already has about what is being done to look into that technological failure. But if he could, it would certainly give a great deal of reassurance to people in the RAF and, of course, the wider community.
Sure. Well, first of all, can I again express my condolences to the Right Honourable Lady's constituents for their tragic loss. And I just say two things. First of all, that these planes, of course, have been fitted with the latest combat ID equipment. That is important. We are, however, looking, of course, to see what lessons can be learned, because something has gone wrong, and we must make sure that it does not happen again. And that will mean not just issues on our side, but also on the American side as well. Now, we're looking at that urgently, and I can assure her and assure her constituents that the moment that we have something precise and accurate to say to people about this, we will say it first to them, and then obviously we will tell the wider world.
Julia Drown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Prime Minister confirm that this action is not about giving the US a footprint in the Middle East, but is about getting a better Iraq, a safer Britain, and a safer world?
Yeah. I can absolutely assure her that those are indeed the objectives.
John Bercow.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I thank very warmly the Prime Minister for his fitting tribute to my
All right, we've been listening there to British Prime Minister Tony Blair in the House of Commons. Tony Blair, an optimistic outlook on the war, a call for progress in the Middle East. As well, they had some Iraqis surrender, and then suddenly the Iraqis ran back inside the building. Confusing situation, a challenge to the Marines in the field. Jason Bellini, what can you tell us?
Jim, well, the incident has not been resolved yet, and it's pitch black outside, and there's observing complete light discipline, meaning no lights whatsoever. We even had to turn off our camera because the monitor light on that was too much, and they're afraid that would give up their position because they know that the enemy out there has mortar rounds that they want to fire at them. So these men that they saw earlier who had surrendered with their white flag and then ended up going back into their building, back into hiding, those are now, they don't know where they are now. They're still waiting for them to come out. And so they're still in the same position they were for more than an hour and a half, been in for more than an hour and a half now, and that is machine guns at the ready, hiding behind a berm, trying to see with their night vision glasses if these men emerge again. It's a very difficult situation for them. Dirty fighting has become very frustrating to these Marines who've been dealing with people who take shots at them in civilian clothing, who run and hide, who will surrender and then run away. It's a very difficult, challenging situation for them, compounded in complexity by the presence of civilians in the area. We saw some of them as well. They saw those with their binoculars, and they've been using suppression fire, trying to draw these people out, try to draw these presumably Iraqi soldiers out with little success. But it did. As a result, they ended up seeing some civilians and becoming very concerned because they've been using machine gun fire. They've been using. They used a tow missile and artillery battery as well. So a very complicated, foggy situation, probably the best adjective. Jim?
How can they tell if some of those? How can they tell, Jason, if some of those civilians that are walking out aren't some of the gunmen who were inside?
Quite frankly, they can't. There were some women among those civilians who were walking around, and we just saw recently another company that's part of the MU, the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit, took them into custody as EPWs, and there's some children and some women, and so it's a very difficult challenge, but they know that there are some non-combatants out there among these people who are attacking them, among these soldiers who are attacking them. So there's, as this is going on and on and on, and this has been the scene for the last 3 days now, they're getting very frustrated. And one of the things I hear people saying is, we have to go in and we have to protect ourselves, and we're going to have to use the firepower that we have at our means, and accepting the fact that there will be some civilian casualties in the process. Some we saw even yesterday. There were some who arrived at the UN compound in Qasr. They brought them there. A local doctor brought them there because he didn't know what to do with them. People who were injured as part of the collateral damage. They know that this is a dirty, dirty warfare. Jim?
I'm just wondering, and I want to explain to our viewers, they're looking at some videotape from about, an hour and a half ago that Jason Bellini showed us, and now it is pitch black where you are, Jason. Is that position surrounded around those irregulars, if we can call them that were firing on the Marines?
No, surrounded, no. They know the direction from which they're coming. The town is on one side, and they're facing towards it. And the terrain is helpful to them in this battle because, well, I guess battle is probably an exaggeration. In this skirmish, it's helpful to them because it provides the good cover for them, these berms that they can hide behind. That it's not flat terrain out here. You see these large sort of dunes of sand and dirt that sometimes are helpful for providing cover, and that other times are make things more difficult because they make it easier for other people to hide. But the enemy is at quite a distance from where they are. It's hard to estimate exactly, but I would say between a kilometer and a kilometer.
All right, Jason Bellini reporting to us there from Qasr, where the U.S. Marines are continuing to try to mop up. We're going to go, you're looking at a picture there of Baghdad, but we're going to go to the White House now and talk to John King, get the latest view from there. John?
Jim, a number of developments. Let me quickly follow on the point Jason Bellini was just making. Some concern here at the White House that you're beginning to hear quiet criticism bubbling up not only from the military but also from key members of Congress that perhaps the U.S. strategy is so designed to minimize Iraqi civilian casualties that American servicemen are being put at risk. That is one of the political subplots in the debate back here in Washington. Also, a major diplomatic fight brewing even as we watch the military campaign unfold. The United States has objected fiercely, we are told, to the government of Russia. Ari Fleischer, the White House press secretary, saying the administration has credible evidence that Russian firms have sold to Iraq very sensitive military technology that is now being used on the battlefield against coalition forces. This technology, we are told, includes night vision goggles, some sophisticated anti-tank missiles, and of most concern to the White House, GPS jamming equipment. Global positioning satellites are used by the United States for its new generation of smart bombs and other smart munitions, what we have been seeing in Baghdad over the past 4 days. White House officials say this technology, the jamming technology, has been used and is complicating the U.S. war effort. Now, Russia's foreign minister vehemently denies that any Russian firms have been involved in any such transactions, but the White House says it has credible evidence, and so you have a diplomatic dispute brewing between Washington and Moscow in the middle of this war. One other quick footnote, we will see more and more of President Bush over the next couple of days, including a trip Wednesday to the Central Command headquarters in Tampa, Florida. CENTCOM, of course, is the command unit for the war unfolding in Iraq, and tomorrow Mr. Bush will go to the Pentagon to formally unveil his emergency spending request to pay for this war. White House officials tell us it will be roughly $75 billion. Jim?
John King there, the latest from the White House. Thanks for that, John. Let's cross over now to Moscow and take a look as we continue to monitor the situation in Baghdad. Take a look at Moscow's response to some of these charges coming from the White House.
Up and down the line, Jim, denials from the Russians. In fact, we just got back from that news briefing by Igor Ivanov, who is the foreign minister of Russia, denying completely and saying that Russia vigorously observes all of the international requirements and obligations, and that no equipment of this type has been sold to Iraq, and also warning that if any company tried to do that, that it would be a violation of Russian law and would be punished accordingly. We also spoke with at least 2 of the companies that have been named in this, and they vehemently deny that they sold anything like that to Iraq. And then finally, to give you the tone of some of the Russian reaction, a senior official told CNN that he felt that this was being brought up by the United States at this particular moment because he said they are trying to deflect public attention from the fact that the war, as he put it, is not a picnic. So, again, quite negative reaction from the Russians. On one other note, Jim, we did actually hear from President Vladimir Putin today talking about those POWs, the U.S. POWs who are being held in Iraq. And he said that he's been following that it is very sad that there are prisoners on either side and casualties on either side. But he said, we know the conditions that the POWs are being held by the anti-Iraq coalition, meaning the United States. We know the conditions they're being held under, and he is urging, in fact, Russia officially is urging Iraq to make sure that it observes all international rules concerning POWs. Jim?
Is there any discussion there at all of the sales that might have gone to a third party? For instance, President Slobodan Milosevic's Serbia, that was known to have some military ties, known to be passing along Soviet military hardware to Baghdad. Any discussion of that there?
Yes, Jim. In fact, when I was talking with one of the heads of one of the companies, and he mentioned specifically that these companies sell to a lot of different countries, and this particular company has been around for 10 years, and he specifically said that his theory was either the Iraqis had built this, it's actually radio interference equipment that can affect bombs and planes, that they had either built it themselves or perhaps it had been supplied by the Yugoslavs at some point or another. So it does get a bit murky. Even though these companies produce it, it's sold to a lot of different countries, so you can't always follow the chain of command here.
All right, Jill Doherty there in Moscow, the latest on a controversy that's putting Washington and Moscow at loggerheads. We're going to check in now with Carl Penhall and get the latest
from the forehead. There's questions about whether it was a sharpshooter fire or whether those could have been executions. Officials are looking very skeptically. Well, this, of course, is one of the prisoners who we've also seen talking on television. And you've heard senior U.S. officials expressing concern that they were put in a position that was embarrassing, that was intimidating, and Secretary of Defense Rumsfeld has suggested might have been a violation of the Geneva Conventions. I should talk to you now about the tape of Saddam Hussein that has been broadcast on Iraqi television. One official I spoke to said there is nothing on the tape that would prove that it was recorded subsequent to the beginning of the war. He noted that Saddam referred to the involvement of some Iraqi military units in the fighting that this official says have not in fact been involved in the fighting. And he pointed to some of the jump cuts in the video. That's a term we use in the television business. But he said that those jump cuts suggest the tape could have been recorded earlier and then doctored to fit current circumstances. In any case, the tape is not being taken by U.S. intelligence officials as any kind of proof that Saddam Hussein is well and still in control, although that is certainly a possibility. Now, U.S. intelligence officials continue to assert that they had strong reason to believe that Saddam Hussein was in that compound that they hit at the beginning of the fighting on Wednesday night, Washington time, Thursday morning, Baghdad time. They say that they believe he was there. They do not know what happened to him. There is some rumors and reports suggesting he may have been injured. There's also some suggesting he might be dead, and others suggesting he's just fine. And at the moment, officials are saying they do not know which of those is correct. Officials are refusing comment on a Newsweek report suggesting that the reason that compound was targeted, was able to be found, the one where they do believe Saddam Hussein was planning to spend the night, is because a member of his inner circle gave them that intelligence. However, I should point out, while U.S. officials are refusing to comment on that Newsweek report, they did say to me in the immediate aftermath of the strikes that given where those strikes hit, Saddam Hussein would now have to worry about whether any of his inner circle were betraying him. So clearly they would like to have Saddam Hussein worry about that, whether it's true or not. Now, they've also told me a little bit about the Fedayeen Saddam, which U.S. officials are saying is the group that was involved in the capture of some of those Americans that we've seen on the television screens. This is a group of about 25,000, these officials say, founded in 1994. It is nominally headed by Uday Hussein, Saddam Hussein's oldest son. However, officials say they're not sure at this point whether or not Uday Hussein is alive or not. This is a group that was founded, these officials say, in order to bottle up civil unrest in times of trouble in Iraq. It is known for its brutality, and these are people who wear civilian dress, live in their own homes all around Iraq, and keep an eye on their neighbors. But the group is now being used to try to make trouble for U.S. and British forces from the rear. Jim?
maybe if we can go back and take a look at that videotape. I may be a cynic. I think I disagree with some of my colleagues about the authenticity of it. A lot of people took it at face value and said, well, that's it, it's proof. But, you talked about the jump cuts, and it's not, they shot it at a couple of angles, and it's interesting how it ended. He had ended one line of speech at a different angle. But if we can look at that videotape again, there's something that's noteworthy. He hardly moves at all. And if you wanted to cut a piece of videotape, that's exactly what you do. You don't have, the subject doesn't move, you change the angles, but then he's moving pieces of paper at very different rates. It may be that without his glasses on this thing, you can't see it. I don't know, what else did the officials have to say about the tape that you heard, David?
Well, obviously they're analyzing it very closely. The first thing they'll analyze is the voice, because that's the easiest. Over at the National Security Agency, which is the U.S. intelligence agency that listens in on various opponents and others around the world, there are people who for years been listening to Saddam Hussein's voice, and they can identify it very quickly. So in the past, some of these other tapes the last few days, they've fairly quickly said, that's Saddam. They will also do some visual analysis. There's something called triangulation, where you draw triangles between the eyes, the mouth, and other parts of the face. And if those triangles vary in shape from one picture of Saddam to another, then you know he may be using a double. Of course, all this comes up because Saddam is known to have used doubles in the past, although generally they've been used at public events, and they generally are not speaking, because the voice is hard to disguise. Jim?
All right, David Inser continuing to follow some of the fascinating smaller elements there, and the elements, too, that are not so small, very critical for us from his listening post in Washington. Well, we have an announcement that's coming out of the Central Command in Doha. British officials there, British military officials, saying that there has been one British soldier killed in action this day near Al-Zubair in southern Iraq. No other details are available on that. Meantime, the reports are that 2 British journalists missing from the battlefield since Saturday are likely in Iraqi-controlled area in the southern city of Baghdad, that they are in a hospital there. Cameraman Fred Nerach of Belgium and translator Hussein Osman of Lebanon have not been seen since veteran war correspondent Terry Lloyd was killed by friendly fire. A 4th member of that ITN crew, Daniel de Moustier, escaped with relatively minor injuries. I spoke to Daniel just a little bit earlier about the incident that he had to endure.
Terry was so keen to do the story. He was so happy to be here and to do this important story. And it was so frustrating. We were spending days and days here to try to get through there. We couldn't even get to the north of Kuwait, And suddenly we got through, we got in there. And we got the reports in that Qasr was fallen, and it was all fine. We were in between Qasr and al-Basra, if you want. And so we decided, let's try to go to Basra, because that is going to be the next story.
What happened? You were driving along the road when you saw Iraqi soldiers.
Suddenly, about 10 miles outside of Basra, we're driving and we bump into Iraqi soldiers. I saw them, and because we were pretty confident this was coalition-controlled area. So my first thought was these are soldiers who want to surrender. But then I saw they were still having arms. So I said, that's a very dangerous situation. We have to get out of here. So we did a U-turn straight away. We turned back and we drove away from them. And they followed us, the Iraqis. And they had one pickup truck with some soldiers in the back with arms. They were not in a combat position or so. And they were not targeting us or anything at the time, but they definitely had arms on them. So that was not really a surrendering position as well, But then it happened very fast. One of the vehicles, Iraqi vehicles, it was not a military vehicle. It was a four-wheel drive type of car. Tried to bypass me from the left, and they were looking at me, and I was looking at them. They were, just next to me, and they were giving me signs like this. And I took it as, can we go with you? So maybe they wanted to use us as a sort of cover to get to the coalition site? I don't know. All cars were clearly signed with TV and signs and press signs. But at that same moment, the firing started from the right-hand side. Very heavy machine gun fire. I dug down under my steering wheel, protected my head. The shrapnel of the inside, the whole car was getting destroyed inside. The windows were exploding. I looked to the right, and the passenger door was open, and Terry wasn't in there anymore. He must have fallen out or jumped out. I don't know.
A lot of people have a hard time understanding why people like you, people like Terry, take the risks, go in there.
We need to bring the story. And I think it's very important that there has to be continuing independent coverage of the story.
Working independently rather than being embedded with the Marines, the Royal Marines, or with anybody else, what does the independence give you?
It's definitely not an advantage in terms of safety, but it's an advantage that you can report freely and say what you think what the situation is. Mostly people try to prevent filming these things from both sides.
Specifically, like in Qasr, it was reported to be secured, whereas an independent journalist more likely would have said, no, it's very insecure.
We can't go on only military information, you know, because sometimes it's just simply not the truth.
It's what they wish were the truth.
Exactly.
Well, we're very happy to be able to tell you about those other two journalists. We believe with some certainty that they are in a hospital in Basra. That's a relief, of course, to Daniel and to all of the families. Still, Terry Lloyd, a journalist with pluck, an inventive journalist that went literally everywhere and brought back the story to the people of the world, is going to be a man who is missed. We especially feel for his wife and two children, and our hearts go out to them. Let's continue now and take a look at some of the headlines that we are following. We've got to go on with the news. Look at the coverage, what's going on in Iraq right now. One of the most important political developments this day, U.S. accusations Russia illegally sold sophisticated military equipment to Iraq. The White House says it has credible evidence that Russia provided Iraq with equipment like
west of Basra, within about 5 kilometers, but across quite a broad front. We have been engaged by artillery fire coming out of Basra, and we responded to that last night. We don't want to fire into there, but if they fire at us in the desert, we have to respond.
So you did fire into there?
We did, very surgically. Our technology allows us to be pretty clinical, and we can be pretty convinced that there was minimal collateral damage. But the new development, and it's not entirely new because we saw this at Qasr, where the 15 new U.S. Marine Corps have secured that port now for humanitarian purposes. We saw the first evidence of irregular forces operating in civilian clothes against us. Our estimate is that these are Ba'ath Party fundamentalists, zealots, in some numbers, and it's causing us just to readjust our tactics slightly, well within our capability, from just war fighting out in the desert against the Iraqi regular army. We're going to have to be slightly more clever and maneuverist in our approach to take on this irregular threat.
Which are essentially what? Military units sort of folding back and taking off their clothes and going into the towns to fight?
There's been a bit of that. They've been in and out of uniform and clothes in Qasr. But no, more fundamentally, these are organized groups of Ba'ath Party fundamentalists with a level of military training. They're usually used for coercive processes within the regime, but they can fight. They're fairly lightly armed, they have RPG-7 rocket launchers, and they will have to be taken on militarily, and we're looking at how we do that, and indeed we did so in Qasr.
Now, you mentioned Qasr, and there's quite a lot of controversy over whether it is actually secure or not, and we've been reporting over the last few days the early reports that it was taken, and obviously since then that it was not only not taken, but that there were active hostile pockets there. How do you explain what's going on there now, and how can you bring in humanitarian aid as long as there is still fighting in that urban area?
We're describing it as militarily secure.
We're relieving the 15th Marine Expeditionary Unit of the U.S. Marine Corps with British Royal Commandos as we talk. That indicates it's secure. You can't undertake a military operation, a relief in place, unless it's secure. We then need to look at bringing the humanitarian aid in, which was the primary purpose of taking Gaza. We wouldn't have gone in there into an urban area unless we had to, and we're looking at doing that within the next 72 hours. But as ever with these deadlines, as we increasingly keep saying, if it's 72 hours or beyond, we'll play it as the events unfold.
Secretary General of the UN making an urgent appeal for all measures to be taken to relieve the citizens of Basra. There's no electricity, no water. You've reported that over the last couple of days. What can you do to help put that on again if you can't get into the town? How do you do that?
Well, we've got Casa. That's where the humanitarian aid is going to go in. That's step one. We're now on the outskirts of Basra, so the next thing we're focusing on is Basra. As we've said, we're facing Iraqi military from within there. They're this irregular force, and we're not going to get drawn in there before we absolutely have to. But critical to the whole process, really, is to instill in the people of Basra, who are hugely oppressed, a degree of confidence in ourselves that we will come in and help them if they would just have greater confidence to really assert themselves against the ruling regime there. And we are communicating in every way we possibly can, using leaflets. We've got radio stations going in there, broadcasting what we intend to do. We've got to gain their confidence somehow, but at the same time, we've still got to continue to take very lethal military action against anyone that opposes us in there.
Isn't that a little bit difficult for them to be confident, given the fact that there are these militias in there who have shown that they are capable of firing and keeping the lid on that situation there?
It is difficult. It's complex. This has been going on for 10 years. These people have been oppressed. But the more we can eliminate this irregular force that is oppressing them, de-link that from the population, their confidence will grow. So militarily, this irregular force now becomes a key objective for us.
Colonel Werner, thank you very much indeed. And that is the latest from here. Also, what we've been told is that they had hoped that they would get much better welcomes from the populations in Casa and Basra. They're still waiting for that as they proceed with their military objectives. Jim, back to you.
Christian Amanpour, a very interesting discussion there, Christian. Thank you for that. Very interesting, too. What is the situation right now in Baghdad, especially vis-a-vis the civilian casualties? Let's check in with an international aid worker there by telephone and talk with them a little bit about what they see. Let's begin. Overall, the humanitarian situation, we're well into day 5 of a conflict that began in Baghdad. What is the general assessment there? Go ahead.
Yeah, the situation is very preoccupying from our point of view, in particular in the south of the country. The International Committee of the Red Cross has been working for many, many years trying to maintain the infrastructure to provide drinking water to the population in various areas of the country. And right now we are facing that crisis in Basra because there is no more power to operate the pumping station out of town, which is now behind the lines. And our engineers and the technicians have made themselves available, and they do have to cross the lines to reach the station and be able to repair it. They have set up all the generators for backup systems in case of power failure. All we need is that for these engineers to be able to cross the line and get there and get the job done. We are in the 3rd day without drinking water, and we are really worried about the fate of the population in that part of the country. It's 1.9 million people without drinking water now.
We had talked with an ICR representative here, I believe less than 24 hours ago, who said about 40% of the water had been restored to Basra, not all of it.
Yeah, 40% of the water was restored, but it's not drinking water, it's technical water for washing and cleaning. It is taken from the Shatt el Arab River, which holds too much salt. We do need to be able to operate the station on the other side of the city, from which the drinking water is taken and purified and circulated in the mains. And that's what we really need to be able to do now.
You're talking about the other side of the lines, but help us to understand what you're saying here. Who is in control of the area where your engineers need to be? Is it the coalition? Is it the Iraqi side?
The station is in the area controlled by the coalition now. The engineers are in the city of Basra. They just need to be able to get out of the city and into the coalition control zone where the station is. And we have great hope that this will be possible by tomorrow morning.
All right, so you've talked with them, you're getting the cooperation, you think that you're going to be able to do it?
Yeah, we are very optimistic. There have been talks and exchange of information just to make sure that the security would be granted, that they would be able to cross that zone and reach out to the place where they have to operate. And we are very optimistic this is now about to happen.
Can you tell us, I want to turn our attention to civilian casualties in Baghdad. We have heard the figures from the government. Are those figures really accurate? Were all of those casualties caused by coalition bombs?
The figures correspond globally to what we have seen by visiting the hospitals. Definitely, the nature of the injuries is caused by either shrapnels or debris or indirect projectiles. It is not our duty to identify where the debris were coming from, and there is also a lot of anti-aircraft shots during such conflict. So whenever a person gets hurt, it is by a projectile of any form, and they need the same type of treatment. So we do make sure that the hospitals have enough surgical equipment to operate on those who are in need of surgery.
Have you seen a decline? We've seen a decline in anti-aircraft fire. Have you seen a decline in the hospitals today in the number of casualties from projectile, shrapnel, whatever?
The highest number of casualty was during the first night of very heavy bombardment. On that night, more people were taken in than on any other day since the beginning of the crisis. Today, the number was more in relation to what we had in the first days of the crisis. But it is too early to think of any pattern out of that.
All right. I want to thank you for sharing the time. We're a little bit closer to Basra. We'll be following up on this story with not only coalition authorities, but our correspondents in the field to see what else we can learn about the situation in Basra. Prime Minister Tony Blair, Kofi Annan, a lot of people concerned about it tonight. It deserves some immediate attention. Thank you very much. Let's go over to the CNN Center now. I want to get an update. Zane.
Jim, a lot of people also paying a lot of attention to the markets. For the latest on the global markets, let's go to Maggie Lake in New York. Maggie.
And Zane, we have a lot of action. I'm going to quickly run through the markets. Moving oil is trading much higher today, up $1.27 for light sweet crude on NYMEX, back above $28 a barrel. As oil prices move higher, stock prices are tumbling. We have a major sell-off going on in global markets. Right now, the Dow Jones Industrial is down 282 points. It is a loss of 3 1/3%. The NASDAQ down 43 points, also a loss of 3%. Traders say there is a realization setting in that this war could be a lot longer and harder than some had hoped last week. Of course, last week hopes for a very quick resolution caused a major rally. Everyone rethinking that today. Traders telling me pictures of prisoners of war and news of casualties mounting had a negative effect on psychology. And we are seeing that reflected not just in the U.S., but in Europe as well. The FTSE in London down 3%. The CAC 40 in Paris suffering losses of 5%, and the DAX down 5%. So definitely a very different tone in financial markets today. Zane?
Maggie Lake in New York. Thanks, Maggie. Jim?
The fight. U.S. Marines encountered more Iraqi resistance in the fight for control of the port city of Qasr. And a U.S. Apache helicopter on the ground in Iraq apparently intact. But what's the fate of the two-man crew? Welcome to our coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Jim Clancy in Kuwait City. Zain Verji is at CNN Center. She's going to join us in just a moment. These are the latest developments now. Arab League foreign ministers are working on a statement calling for an end to the war in Iraq. Secretary General Amr Moussa made clear his support for Iraq.
The Assembly, the League, has a huge responsibility, and all in the Arab world, even beyond the Arab world, is anticipating and waiting for what your deliberation will produce in confronting this aggression. I hope for this League the success. I hope victory for our brothers.
British Prime Minister Tony Blair saying no matter what the cost, the coalition forces will topple Iraqi President Saddam Hussein's government.
Saddam will go. This regime will be replaced. The Iraqi people will be helped to a better future. The weapons of mass destruction for which a peaceful Iraq has no use will be eliminated. That we will encounter more difficulties and anxious moments in the days ahead is certain. But no less certain, indeed more so, is coalition victory.
The coalition commander in charge of military coordination and liaison for Iraq's northern front has arrived in the city of Saladin. He talked about the complex communications with both the Kurdish and the Turkish commanders in that area.
On the liaison side, prior to coming to Iraq yesterday, I was...
Gary Stryker's on board the USS Theodore Roosevelt. Gary?
Hi, Jim. We've just learned from sources here on this ship in the Mediterranean, and this could be indicative of what's going to happen with the air wings on the other carriers in this campaign. The air strikes, the air launches out of this carrier will dramatically intensify and increase today, and there will be a new element that before now hasn't been accomplished by the air wings on this carrier. They're going to be providing close air support for combat troops. And the way this happens is they leave, they go over Iraq. They've got the country gridded out in boxes, which they call air interdiction zones. And those aircraft patrol in the boxes. If they see targets of opportunity, they will take them out. And they will continue to patrol until they're called in for close air support by ground troops in that area that might need it. Sources here say this is probably indicative of two things. First of all, because the campaign is taking out a lot of infrastructure, has taken out a lot of infrastructure targets already, they're not really faced with that many targets as they had in the past. And obviously the ground campaign is intensifying, and they need the air support, Jim.
Gary, when you talk about many more sorties, is this going to mean essentially that the Roosevelt or other aircraft carriers could be keeping up like a 24-hour patrol over all of Iraq?
I think that's safe to assume that. Here in the Mediterranean, there are two carriers, the Truman and the Roosevelt. The Truman operates on daytime schedule. The Roosevelt operates on a nighttime schedule. This aircraft carrier has basically just woken up. Everyone's had breakfast. Everyone's out on deck and among the flight crews. And they'll be launching throughout the night from the Roosevelt. And when they stop in the morning, there'll be a little bit of overlap with the Truman. But when they stop, then the Truman takes over. That's 24-hour coverage from the Mediterranean alone. And I'm sure probably the same thing's happening in the Gulf, Jim.
All right, Gary Stryker on board the USS Roosevelt in the Mediterranean. Gary, thanks for checking in with us and giving us an update there on what's going on board the aircraft carrier. Well, let's go now to the ground and to what is really an anti-air, an anti-missile force that is in place inside Iraq. Lisa Rose Weaver is embedded with U.S. forces there. Lisa.
Jim, well, the artillery, actually two artillery attacks against the unit with which I am embedded, the Echo Battery of the 52nd Air Defense Brigade, occurred 4 hours ago. At this point, the decision has been made to move elsewhere, and so we are regrouping. Fortunately, there were no injuries or deaths on the U.S. side or evidently on the Iraqi side as a result of this attack. It's unclear exactly who did it. Nobody was seen. I asked people, military people, after the fact, if they had spotted anybody or anything, and no, they had not. They continued to scan the horizon as much as an hour and a half after the attack, and still no sign of who may have carried this out. Jim?
All right, so they will be on the move. I would assume there that they're moving as part of a much larger contingent of forces as well, all bound in one direction, we could presume to be northward.
Well, that's a complicated question because there are so many units moving in so many directions. It's frankly hard to keep track. It is not clear to me at this point in which direction we are going to move and regroup. Yes, there are units moving in a northerly direction. We see other units all the time: helicopters, trucks, engineering brigades. But, you know, it's sort of like the LA freeway sometimes here at night, which is a very odd thing in the middle of the Iraqi desert to actually be in a traffic jam, as we were after we left the area, stuck for the typical several, half an hour thereabouts, stuck in traffic, basically, waiting to get through. The traffic has thinned, but we are at this point still regrouping. Jim?
Lisa Rose Weaver there reporting to us from central Iraq. The U.S. is confirming Iraqi troops have taken down one of its Apache helicopters. The chief of the U.S. Central Command, Tommy Franks, says the chopper was down during an attack on Republican Guard positions near Karbala, that's south of Baghdad. Franks says the two-man crew is missing, unaccounted for at least. Iraqi television has broadcast pictures of a U.S. helicopter, but it's upright and intact, parked, if you will, in the middle of a farm field. It is, though, in about the right location. The video showed two helmets on the ground next to the plane, apparently belonging to the crew, almost obviously. There were no signs of that crew, though. Iraqi officials have been claiming another helicopter was shot down as well.
Early this morning, a number of peasants have shot down two Apache helicopters. One of them has been shown already on television, and maybe we will show, if we decided that time was convenient, we will show pictures of pilots of these Apache helicopters.
الكثير من المقاتلين الشعبيين بمعنى جماهير الشعب.
Men waving rifles danced all around the downed craft in a grassy field. There is a sizable monetary reward for downing a helicopter. U.S. officials say all other helicopters involved in the attack returned safely to base, but many of them, we are told from our embedded correspondents, sustained at least some damage. For more now on the coalition air campaign, let's check in with CNN correspondent Gary Tuckman. He's embedded with the Air Force. Gary's at an air base near Iraq. That's all we can say. Right, Gary?
That's exactly right, Jim. We're near Iraq. We can't say the exact location because of the Pentagon rules, which allow us to live and work here. We want to tell you, we've all heard the tragic news in the battlefield and aboard helicopters. However, the Air Force is pointing out to us that they've had now about 7,000 coalition sorties into Iraq. Not one of them has been hit by enemy fire. There was one tragic accident, though, involving a British Tornado. It was accidentally shot down by a Patriot missile launcher. Those are the missile launchers the coalition forces uses to stop ballistic missiles from Iraq. It hit that British Tornado, and 2 British airmen are now missing and presumed dead. But at this base, you can see behind me, these are the A-10s behind me, A-10 attack aircraft. They're being used a lot. We're gonna have to throw back to Jim because there's some breaking news. I'm gonna go back to you, Jim.
Yeah, right. Thanks for that, Gary. We're going to just monitor the situation. Sirens heard once again in Baghdad. Let's take a look. Bring up the live picture here and let all the viewers see what's going on there. You can hear the sirens, no doubt about that. All right, just about 20 minutes past 8. The lights are still on. The television and radio stations still broadcasting in Baghdad. Those are targets not seen this time, reflecting what the coalition commanders have said was their goal, that it was not to destroy the infrastructure of Iraq, of Baghdad, this time around, as was done before in the war in 1991. This time around, they say it's all a matter of regime change, weapons of mass destruction, and bringing freedom to the people of Iraq. They're trying to back that up with a pledge not to hit those kinds of targets. 20 minutes past 8 at night on a Monday in Baghdad. As we continue to look at some of these pictures, Gary Tuckman, tell me, we'll come back to you, and you can tell us a little bit more about air operations, Allied air operations that extend well beyond Baghdad right now.
Right, but they have a lot to do with the pictures you're seeing right now, Jim, because we're being told by highly placed Air Force officials that there are going to be 1,000 sorties today involving aircraft that drop off bombs or missiles. Of those 1,000, 800 of them approximately will be targeted in the Baghdad area. Their specific target for almost all 800, Republican Guard force positions. So that is what the Air Force is telling us, that they expect a lot of activity in the Baghdad area as we speak and in the hours to come. I was saying before, behind me, these are aircraft that are being used a lot over the last 3.5 days. The A-10 attack planes, they provide air support to the ground troops. With us right now is Sergeant John Freelove. He is the A-10, one of the A-10 crew chiefs here. As the crew chief of these A-10s behind us, affectionately known as the Warthogs, what is your responsibility?
Well, basically, my job and my counterpart on night shift, Staff Sergeant John DeGrout, we keep them fully mission capable as best of our ability so that they can go out and do the job that they're tasked with.
You're basically in charge of all these aircraft out there.
Well, we stay with them. We make sure that when they come back in, they're gassed, reloaded, and cocked and ready to go back out and do the thing.
So far, how has this mission gone for the A-10s and for your people?
Well, I think we're real satisfied with what we see when they come back, which they don't have most of their armament left underneath, which means they did their job.
I want to take a picture behind us of what is under the wings of the A-10s. A lot of our viewers haven't seen this before, but they can get a good look at it right now. These are the munitions that are put on these aircraft. They're under the wings. Tell us what we're looking at.
Well, they generally have AIM-9 air-to-air missiles to protect themselves in case they run into any enemy aircraft, which has not happened a whole lot in this place. And then they're usually outfitted with AGM-65 Maverick missiles, which are shot into tanks, bunkers, and whatnot. And then 500-pound Mark 82 bombs.
All right, now we're going to come back to us right now because in your hand you are holding a couple of things. I want you to tell our viewers what these are.
Okay, well, this is a spent shell from a 30 millimeter from the GAU-8 Gatling gun that was used in a mission recently. The guys were coming back from their normal mission and got called in by the ground forces that there was an enemy convoy and they needed some help desperately. So they went in and they strafed it quite a few times and took care of the business.
And what's the other thing you're holding?
Okay, I mentioned the AGM-65 Maverick. This is a pigtail. It's where it interfaces into the rail. And once it's fired off and done its job, they come back with this, and this becomes a great souvenir for crew chiefs to see their aircraft do its job.
Sergeant, thanks for talking with us. We appreciate your time. I want to tell you that this shock and awe campaign has now been going on for 3.5 days. I could tell you that the taxiways and the runways here at this base are as busy today as they've been since we've been here from the very beginning of the campaign. Jim, back to you.
Gary, just a question here, and you probably asked this, or it might have come up, but I mean, all this secrecy about where the base is located on one hand. On the other hand, you're telling me, I'm assuming with the military's permission, that there's 800 sorties directed against Baghdad this day. I mean, isn't that giving up state secrets?
Jim, it's a conundrum. It's a contradiction at some times. It's interesting at all times. We're being given a lot of information that we didn't expect to get. We aren't able to give some information that we did expect to give. So it depends on the person you talk to sometimes. It depends on the topic. But one hard and fast rule is we have not been able to say exactly where we are, and that's stuck. And that's still what we're saying. We're near the Iraqi border, but we can't say precisely what base we're at. We can say, however, that there are 30 bases in 12 different countries in this region of the world that are being used for at least some air attacks.
All right, Gary Tuckman there with the U.S. Air Force. Let's look at the political front and diplomatic front for a moment. British Prime Minister Tony Blair telling Parliament just a little while ago, victory is certain, but so are more difficulties, he added. Robin.
U.S. intelligence reports or media reports that the jamming equipment has been delivered since the war began?
Well, I assure you the President does not make comments to foreign leaders based only on media reports. We have concerns. Those concerns have been expressed at the highest levels, and these concerns that have been expressed repeatedly over the last quite some little while. This is not the first instance in which these concerns have been raised with officials. Senior U.S. government officials have repeatedly raised this issue with their Russian counterparts over the past year in the hopes that Russian government move aggressively to cut the cooperation from this company or the companies involved.
That's my point. This is not the first time the United States has raised this concern. Aren't we looking at more than just a bit concern here?
Well, again, I'm not going to give you the verbatims on a presidential phone call, but I've expressed to you the concerns that we have in the United States about this. And as I said this morning, we find these actions to be disturbing.
Have you been going on since the war began?
I said these concerns have been raised going back now almost a year.
All right, question about the economy.
Over the past year is how I would put it. David?
Question about the economy. Why shouldn't Americans expect that at a time when the administration is asking Congress for a lot of money for the war and its aftermath on the order of, I guess, between $70 and $90 billion, that shouldn't have some impact on the president's domestic economic plan, particularly his tax cuts?
Well, let me cite to you some of the reasons that guide the president when he seeks to make sure that the economy can grow and that jobs can be created so that when our men and women in the military return home, they'll have jobs to come home to. This is not the first time the United States has gotten into a military conflict of some type of prolonged nature in the past, where a president pushed the Congress to enact tax cuts. Quote, "We shall therefore neither postpone our tax cut plans nor cut into essential national security programs. This administration is determined to protect America's security and survival, and we are also determined to step up its economic growth. I think we must do both." That statement was made by President John F. Kennedy on December 14th, 1962, at a time when the United States government spent 3 times as a percentage of the GDP what we spend today on military and defense-related matters.
Why is that analogous to the current state of the economy in 2003? That's a Democrat, that's terrific, but, I mean, what was the size of the deficit?
It's not that it's a Democrat. The point being that it's important to push for economic growth and to keep the country strong. The two go hand in hand.
I mean, you're quoting old quotes, but what about the question of, can Americans expect an impact?
Because it still is valid. The stronger the economy, the stronger we are as a country. The stronger we are as a country, the stronger our military.
Well,
Bill?
Hold on, wait a second. Why should the American public expect that you can accomplish that at the same time that you want to fund an extremely costly prescription drug benefit? I mean, isn't the administration giving the public a false sense of being able to do it all?
Well, this will be a matter that the Congress will decide, and this is why the President is very pleased with the progress that's been made in the Congress on passing of his budget. If you take a look at what both the House and the Senate have done, you see the budget is moving along and moving along rather nicely.
Has the President made any comment to you about the showing of POW pictures on television? Has he said anything to you about how the war is going, given the expectation on the part of some that it would have gone faster, that it would have proceeded more efficiently than it seems to have?
Sure, what he said to me is just what you've heard yesterday. The President was asked the very same questions yesterday, and the President answered them. And the President knows that we are making good progress in the war to disarm Saddam Hussein, as has been reported regularly from CENTCOM. There have been setbacks, there have been casualties. Yesterday was a tough day. But when you take a look at the overall plan, as the President has made repeatedly clear, we are indeed making progress.
What about the POW pictures? Has he asked to see them?
Nothing to report since the President shared that with you yesterday. Helen?
In terms of the pictures, the administration's upset because it is a violation of the Geneva Accords. You say.
That's
I guess
correct.
it is. Are we following the Geneva Accords in Iraq and Guantanamo?
There are two different situations. You have the war against terrorism, And then you have this conflict, which is much more of a traditional conflict. And we have always treated people humanely, consistent with international agreements. In the case of the fight in Iraq, there's no question that is being done in accordance with the Geneva Conventions.
But how about the detainees in Guantanamo? They have no rights under the Geneva Accords?
As I just indicated, we always treat them humanely, consistent with. Terry?
The Russian Foreign Minister, Mr. Ivanov, has just said Russia has observed all UN sanctions, not supplied military equipment to Iraq. He said the U.S. has had several inquiries. He said our experts have checked these inquiries meticulously, including a recent one, and did not find any proof. He's lying?
Well, those statements were made prior to the statements that were made this morning by the White House. And I'm certain now with the phone call that was made to the president, Russia will take a look at what their Russian companies are doing. That's exactly what the foreign minister's boss told the president of the United States he would do.
Does the president consider that anyone who's arming our enemy is our enemy?
I expressed to you that the relations between the United States and Russia are important relations that the two presidents are dedicated to keeping. There are problems. This clearly is a problem that needs to be resolved, and this is why it came up in the phone call. This is why it's disturbing, and this is why the two have talked about it, for the purpose of resolving it.
One more on the humanitarian situation. In Basra, the Red Cross and others are saying that 40% of that large city's population now cannot get access to water, to drinkable water. It is a humanitarian emergency. The president said about 24 hours ago that within 36 hours, massive humanitarian assistance would flow into southern Iraq. Does he still expect that?
Yeah, the president's statement was that massive humanitarian relief would begin to flow in 36 hours, and everything is being done possible to get that humanitarian relief to the people. One of the central focuses of all the military planning was to make certain that humanitarian supplies were able to reach the people of Iraq as quickly as possible. You may want to talk to CENTCOM and others involved in it to see what the Iraqis have left behind that would hinder the flow of humanitarian relief, but nevertheless, that is part of the planning. Randy?
All right, this will be the second time today that Chairman Greenspan's been at the White House. Can you give a little bit more on what kinds of advice you're seeking from him at this time? And secondly, can you give a little more information on the National Economic Council meeting?
Sure.
What kind of topics it will address?
Well, one, in terms of Chairman Greenspan, he is an occasional visitor to the White House where he speaks and meets privately with either the president or other senior administration officials to talk about the economy. That's no surprise. It's nothing new to this administration. The president will meet with him for one of those periodic meetings today and then go into the meeting of the National Economic Council. Purpose of the meeting is to bring the economic team together. They met several weeks ago, but to discuss again the status of the economy, growth signs in the economy, trends in the economy, and to talk broadly about where the economy is going. The trends in the economy remain mixed. The economy is indeed growing, and different pockets have different growth rates. Clearly, the economy has emerged from the recession it was in, but it's an issue that the president is still focused on, concerned about, because we want to make certain people can work.
Do you expect some discussion of the war's impact to date on the economy?
I'll try to give you a read after the meeting.
And have you reached a decision on airline aid?
If there was anything to report, we'd report at the appropriate time. Dick?
You mentioned that the president is going to discuss with the congressional leadership today the cost of the war and the initial occupation and rebuild and so forth. What efforts, if any, are being made at this point to seek contributions from the coalition of the willing or any other nations out there, either to the direct military costs or to whatever comes after?
Well, as I mentioned, interestingly, with the phone call with President Putin talking about the importance of humanitarian relief, there is a commitment from nations to help in the humanitarian aspects of helping the Iraqi people with the reconstruction costs that will be incurred. So there will be some effort, but clearly this is going to be something the United States is taking the lead in, and we will continue to talk to our friends and allies about.
Is it your assumption at this point that the United States is going to bear the overwhelming majority of the costs, both for the military and for the post-war?
Dick, I think you'd have to wait and see what other nations decide to do in the end here, what costs they will participate in, and as well it remains to be seen what costs are incurred. Of course, with the precision capabilities of the military, there are going to be costs, but it's impossible to say what those costs will be.
Ari, are you surprised that there have not been more chemical and biological weapons found so far?
And why has there not been more of an effort up front to try to seize and control these weapons so they're not used against American troops?
I can just report to you what the President said yesterday. He's thankful that it has not been used, and anything dealing with seizing or anything of that nature you have to talk to the Pentagon about.
Well, right, but you speak every day about weapons of mass destruction. Is this should be any indication that this is less important than territorial gain or seizing oil wells, that we have not done this sort of thing?
No, I think if you're asking about plans that would result in the seizure of WMD, things of that nature, that's something that General Franks has briefed on in the Gulf, and I would refer you to his words.
Surprise element, you're not surprised that they haven't been found?
Well, I think there can be a variety of factors behind it, but as we have said repeatedly, we have information that Iraq has possessed biological and possesses biological and chemical weapons. John?
All right, two questions. First, on the issue of the conversation with President Putin about the Russian technology. Is it the United States government's concern solely that Russia or a Russian company transferred to Iraq this GPS jamming equipment, or did the President discuss concerns that perhaps there are Russian advisors inside Iraq now helping the Iraqis use this equipment?
No, the issue that was raised in the phone call was the transfer from Russian companies to Iraqi authorities, this technology.
And this is probably isolated, but there have been grumblings today, both from a Marine unit, members of a Marine unit, and members of an Army unit, that one of their concerns in these firefights is that they're not being allowed to use enough force. Is there any concern here that because of the admirable goals of trying to protect Iraqi civilians and Iraqi infrastructure, that Americans are being put at risk in some of these skirmishes because they're not allowed, in the cases of Iraqis shooting at them from residential areas where there are civilians, to use overwhelming force to go after them?
Now, the President is very satisfied that the rules of engagement are rules of engagement that are to be set by the experts who fight and win wars, and that's the Pentagon. The Pentagon makes the determinations about the exact tactical operations that are to be pursued to disarm Saddam Hussein and to engage in whatever conflicts or firefights our men and women are involved in. The President is satisfied with that, and those are questions, again, to DOD. Mara?
All right, another question on the Russian equipment. Do you have any evidence that the GPS jamming devices or the night vision goggles or anything else is being used right now by Iraqi forces against American troops?
We have credible evidence that Russian companies provided the assistance and the prohibited hardware to the Iraqi regime. That's why we have found these actions to be disturbing. Beyond that, I'm not prepared to say with any level of specificity beyond that, but we have concerns they were provided. They were not provided for the purpose of sitting on shelves.
You don't know for sure that they're being used right now, but you are concerned that they might be.
Again, I think I've expressed it.
The President's schedule has been quite curtailed for the last couple of weeks with almost no public events. That seems to have changed starting last night, today, the rest of the week. He plans a trip on Wednesday. Has the President made a decision that it's time for him to be much more visible to the American people at this point in the public?
No, but I think that in the initial 24, 48 hours of the military conflict beginning, the President, of course, addressed the nation to explain that it was going to begin and why. And then the President thought that the best spokespeople for detailed understanding for the country of what is being pursued on the ground should come from Secretary Rumsfeld, General Myers, and the DOD briefers. Of course, the President will continue to be very upfront and visible and talk to the American people about what is happening, why it's happening, and that's in plan for the events that we've already reported to you this week. For example, the President's trip tomorrow, the President's trip Wednesday. You have that information already.
Particularly as the news gets worse and American casualties mount, does the President feel that it's important to be able to communicate with the American people about why this is a
President,
necessary losses?
Regardless of what happens with casualties or the pace of casualties, the President knows it is always important and part of his job to communicate with the American people, and that's why he will continue to do it. Jim?
Let me pick up on that point. Is there a concern that the American public might have, at least from the first few days, gotten the sense that this was going to be easier than in fact it is proving to be?
Well, I can't speak for the public's understanding, of course, but I can say that the President has always said that this would be long and it risked being hard. If you recall, the President taped his radio address on Friday, and he taped it Friday morning, as I reported to you on Friday. And in the radio address, the President said Friday morning that this could be longer and harder than some people have thought. So this has always been part of the war planning. This has been built into the work that has been done by our leaders and the Pentagon, has been reflected as part of the President's overall approach.
Can you bring us up to date on the thinking about Saddam Hussein?
All right, we're going to break out of this. We have some tape of a press conference that was held by Tariq Aziz. Tariq Aziz telling reporters in Baghdad that President Saddam Hussein is, in his words, still firmly in control. Also saying that the leadership is, and this is a quote, in good shape. Let's listen. It's on tape.
And if we talk in facts and figures, official figures, Iraq has the second largest reserve of oil, but practically, and most experts know that actually Iraq has the #1 reserve in the area. And the reserve of Iraq is not 110 billion oil barrels, but more than 300. Then the second objective is that was very clear. It was dividing the region to redraw the map of the area, and they admitted that. Even the general that turned to be diplomatic, Colin Powell, he said they want to redraw the map to the interest of Israel. Then Israel will become, as they plan, after destroying Iraq and dividing Iraq and redrawing the map in the area and changing the region to small cantons, Israel will be the party that is the strongest and the most influential in the area as a whole, and will completely guarantee its dominance and control over the region. These are the objectives since the beginning, and all those who give more time to research and read books and give analysis have read that many years ago in the books and articles that were written by the engineers of the domino policy, like Paul Wolfowitz and others very well known. And when they were preparing and planning for their aggression, let us remember how they put their strategy and on what strategy they worked and prepared the war since the war started. First, they said that this war will be destructive as it will destroy all the Iraqi capabilities to resist. They also said that immediately and after the start of the war, the leadership in Iraq will collapse. And they also said that the Iraqi people will support the Anglo-American aggression, and that the Iraqi people will rebel and revolt against its government. And even the high-level person, Dick Cheney, at the pinnacle of responsibility there, he's a vice president of the United States. He said that the Iraqi people will receive the American forces with music and flowers. I would like here to remind the colleagues in the media that this was mentioned before me when I was interviewed by many American media like ABC, CBS, and New York Times, and other American media outlets and newspapers and TV stations. They said We have heard, they said, we have heard that the Iraqi people would receive the American forces, the invaders, as liberators, and they will be received with throwing flowers at them and with music. I told them, don't fool yourself and don't fool the public opinion in your countries, and don't fool your armed forces, because the American soldiers, the invaders, if they enter the territory of Iraq, they will be received with bullets, not flowers, and not music, but rather with bullets. And if we take this factor alone and compared and made the comparison, I would ask you to do that in your comments or commentary on this situation. I ask you to embark on a very genuine, sincere analysis to compare what was said originally by the American administration in the period that came before the aggression and after the start of the aggression. Go ahead and have a genuine, sincere, honest analysis of what they said and what we said. In reference to the reaction of the Iraqi people, they said, who is with Saddam Hussein? Saddam Hussein is isolated, in complete isolation inside Iraq. He has the army, the Republican Guard, not all of them, but a few elements of the Republican Guards, and only the citizens of Tikrit support Saddam Hussein, and the overwhelming majority of the Iraqi people are against him. So the moment that the Americans start the aggression, he will be in complete isolation, and he will fight alone with but a few number of his supporters, a small number of his supporters. I would like here to draw your attention to, in this context, to a number of facts. In Qasr, there were no Republican Guards. The division that fought the Americans and the British, and which is still fighting the Americans and the British, is not Republican Guards, is not a unit of the Republican Guards. It is the regular army of the divisions of the regular army, Iraqi regular army. I also would like to draw your attention to the fact that the people who are fighting in Al-Nasiriyah or Suq al-Shuyukh or in Samawa or Najaf and in the outskirts of Basra and Zubayr, these are not from Tikrit. You know Iraq. These are not Tikrit, not from Tikrit. They also talked about Sunnah and Shia and the Sunni dominance on Iraq and how Shiites are against the Sunni government. And we as Iraqis, each person that knows Iraq knows that the overwhelming majority of the people in Qasr and Faw and Basra and Nasiriyah and Suq al-Shuyukh and Samawa and Najaf are Shiites. They are not Sunnis. They are not from Tikrit. So in any case, in a few days, within a few days, all of those claims and those hypotheses, the false hypotheses and wrong evaluation collapsed dramatically. And also, what is surprising, despite its, although not unexpected, because those two administrations are known to the many experts, those two governments, they have public opinions in the United States there is a Congress, there is the House of Commons.
Have been put on Iraqi television since the bombing first started, since that first strike that was that the U.S. believed was on a compound where Saddam Hussein was. There was that initial period when there were questions about the very first videotape, the one where you saw Saddam, we thought it was Saddam, wearing very large glasses. Questions about whether that really was him. U.S. intelligence analysts satisfied themselves, however, that it was. They did voice analysis tests and other visual analysis of that tape, which you see, there's a still from it on the left of the screen. And this is and then on the right is the more recent tape. The question now really that's being posed by U.S. officials is not, are these tapes Saddam Hussein, but when were they recorded? And officials say that even the most recent tape, and there are two of them today, they are viewing with great skepticism, saying that there's nothing on the tapes, that Saddam Hussein doesn't say anything on the tape that proves absolutely that the tape has been made in recent days. They point out that he, for example, credits some military units with a role in fighting the Americans and the British in the south of Iraq that in fact have not been involved in that fighting. They point to the jump cuts and the edits in the tape, suggesting that it's possible that it could have been pre-recorded and doctored up to be for subsequent release. They say this. They also say that they know that Saddam Hussein recorded a large number of television messages to be used subsequently, and that these recordings were made in the days prior to the war. So skepticism not about whether it's Saddam Hussein on the tape so much, but as to when it was really recorded. Now, at the same time, I should say that the working assumption of most of the officials I speak to is that Saddam Hussein is probably still alive. He may or may not have been injured in the bombing, but he's believed to be alive. Analysts we talk to say that they believe that if Saddam Hussein were dead, if that were known by even a small number of people in the regime, that the regime would start to fall apart. Jim?
David, he did refer to, Tariq Aziz was saying there, that early on in the tape, he referred to the attack beginning after the morning prayer, about 5 o'clock in the morning. Then he said on two different calendars, he referred to the date. Now, I tell you, I listened to the speech as it was broadcast on CNN, and I did not hear him make those references. Did you?
I wasn't listening at the time. I've looked at transcripts subsequently, and yes, he does refer to the attack following morning prayer. That's as specific as it gets. What some officials I've spoken to say is he could have recorded a number of different messages about attacks coming at various times, with leaving the possibility that he could be put on the air subsequently and make it look like he's responding to events. And they think again that with the tape that was released today, referring to fighting in the South, that the references are clumsy, in some cases inaccurate, and either show that he doesn't know what's going on down there, or that they may have been recorded beforehand. Jim?
All right, we're going to have to break away. David, thanks for that. Let's go to Cairo now. Amr Moussa speaking at the Arab summit that's underway. Let's listen.
Demand. This war, no doubt, is outside of the international law, and this did not have any international legitimacy. This is not said by Arabs only. This is said by many other countries, including the overwhelming majority in the Security Council and the countries that are permanent members in the Security Council: France, Russia, and China. This is an unjustifiable and unlawful aggression, and no question, there's no doubt that the country under aggression is entitled to ask for compensation. And this is, in this case, Iraq, and Arabs are supportive of Iraq in this regard.
Concerning the first point, as there are calls for the implementation and respect for the Third Geneva Convention to the treatment of prisoners of war. Before the Geneva Convention,
Before the Geneva Convention, we have to respect what is relevant to the safety and security of the civilians. Then the US forces and the UK forces that are attacking Iraq now have to remember and take into consideration that the civilian inhabitants are under the general attack, and that the bombing of Baghdad, Basra and other areas will for sure cause very serious damages and impact the life of those civilians. And here I would like to stress that we cannot take one treaty or convention and forget compliance with other treaties or conventions. When the matter is related to POWs, that's the same as when it has to do with civilians. On the other question about Turkey, I received a letter yesterday from the Deputy Prime Minister, the Foreign Minister Abdullah Gül, and he was assuring me and asking me to convey the message to the ministerial meeting of the Arab League that Turkey does not have the intention to move its forces to the Iraqi territories, and all the Turkish activities are to protect what's inside the Turkish borders. These are the guarantees I got and assurances I got. We want to ask, what's the Arab position? And isn't the situation now justify or call for a meeting? Does it not call for a meeting on a summit meeting, Arab and Islamic summit meeting, because of the situation in Iraq? There are some Arab countries that are directly involved in the attack on Iraq. Kuwait, where is the other question? Where is the Committee for Defense, Joint Defense, that came from Sharm el-Sheikh? Thank you. Regarding the attack on Iraq, the Arab position is clear and it was unanimous. Unanimously, they condemned this aggression, and they considered it an aggressive attack and an illegitimate. It is an aggression against all of the Arab nations, according to Sharm el-Sheikh and Beirut resolutions. So it is an aggression on the Arab nation, because any aggression on any Arab country is an aggression on the Arab countries as a whole, As for the participation of certain Arab countries, the resolutions were clear and are clear. Any participation from any Arab country in this aggression in any way or form is considered a violation of the resolutions of this summit. The resolutions have to be respected. Arab countries should never be a partner in an aggression against another Arab country. The resolutions, the results of this, the feelings amongst all the Arabs, whether it's summit or the ministerial meetings, that the consequences, ramifications of this situation will actually impact all of the Arab world, especially the neighboring countries. So before all of Arabs, their responsibilities now to stop this aggression, and through international organizations, especially the Security Council, and also think that if the situation develops and progresses, then there has to be an Arab stand vis-a-vis calling an emergency summit. I don't think that there has been any request so far for an emergency meeting, but I don't think that this nobody will oppose such an emergency meeting if it was called for. My question is, we live in a time of a destructive war against Iraq, and some Arab countries.
لماذا خرج بعض رؤساء الوفود مبكرا بعد الجلسة الافتتاحية مباشرة دون الانتظار لصياغة هذا البيان الذي بين يدينا؟ شكرا جزيلا. شكرا.
Thank you. This resolution was issued, as Dr. Treki mentioned, was unanimous with one reservation from Kuwait, because it wanted to add a certain paragraph that was not added. What was it? I think this is a resolution, it's not a statement, and is to be executed and implemented. And there's a mechanism, a formula for implementation to call the Security Council, to call for a meeting for the Security Council, and tomorrow there will be measures for that. We'll take measures for that. And we had a phone conversation with the United Nations Secretary General and with the President, and we will have a call to the President of the Security Council. And there will be some measures and directives issued by us, and also their deliberations, discussions with the Syrian delegation, because they are the Arab member of the Security Council. This resolution is part of an Arab stand, an important Arab stand. We got used to the tone of desperation and defeat, and that we're not capable, and that matters don't go. Of course, many negatives in now and in the future. It's true that we are facing a very dangerous attack, and you all know that. And it's true that there's some deployment against the Arabs and an attack against one of the Arab countries. But what we noticed, and we have to mention that and remember that an Arab summit was convened quickly and on a short notice in Sharm el-Sheikh, and that summit took a very clear position against or vis-a-vis the attack on Iraq. Then the Arab people all over stood against the war. And there is a position that covers all, whether it's a head of state or ordinary member of the people, whether it's a king or an official, all are angry and are in a state of protest.
إذا مشاهدينا نقلنا لكم جانبا من المؤتمر الصحفي الذي عقد في القاهرة في ختام اجتماع وزراء الخارجية العرب، وعقده كل من الأمين العام للجامعة السيد عمرو موسى والسيد عبد السلام التريكي مسؤول لجنة العلاقات الخارجية. أكد فيه المسؤولان أن الحرب على العراق لم تحصل على أي شرعية دولية، وبالتالي تعتبر عدوان على الأمة العربية بأكملها.
ورودا
السيد التريكي قال
سوف تلقى على قوات الغزو وأن قوات الغزو.
All right, we apologize. We seem to have lost our English translation of all of that. You could hear just a measure of some of the problems that are confronting members of the Arab League as the foreign ministers gather there, hearing that Kuwait's effort to blame Iraq and all that, though that wasn't specifically mentioned there, but it was mentioned that Kuwait tried to introduce something into the resolution that would relate to that, and it was blunted. They did not put that in. Amr Moussa there saying that all Arabs, whether they're kings, whether whoever they are angry about all of this, that they are in a state of protest, is the way that he put it, about what is going on in Iraq. But once again, the questioner is trying to pin them down. What are the Arabs going to do about it? And no response there. It is going to be another round of talks following this one on Tuesday. And the Arab League will try once again to smooth over some deep differences. We're continuing our coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Jim Clancy in Kuwait City. Michael Holmes is with us as well at the CNN Center. Let's go over some of the latest developments now. The White House says it's got credible evidence Russia, or Russian firms at the very least, illegally sold military equipment to Iraq. Russia is denying those charges. The White House press secretary talked about that dispute.
I expressed to you that the relations between the United States and Russia are important relations that the two presidents are dedicated to keeping. There are problems. This clearly is a problem that needs to be resolved, and this is why it came up in the phone call. This is why it's disturbing, and this is why the two have talked about it, for the purpose of resolving it.
Iraq's deputy prime minister says the leadership of his country is in good shape, and that President Saddam Hussein retains full control over the armed forces. Tariq Aziz speaking from Baghdad.
If the leader of Iraq loses his control, how can the resistance then continue in the shape and form that it has been on for the last few days? You know that from the beginning, let us talk about Qasr, because it is the first circle in a chain of resistance. They invaded Qasr. What is Qasr? Qasr, I think my colleagues talked before me, maybe the Minister of Interior, he called it a province or a district. It is a few hundred of inhabitants and a few hundreds of people who work in the port. And from militarily speaking, they're just one regiment.
The coalition commander in charge of military coordination and liaison for Iraq's northern front arrived in Saladin. He talked about the complex communications underway with both Kurdish and Turkish commanders in the area.
On the liaison side, prior to coming to Iraq yesterday, I was able to spend time in Ankara, as well as Salope, talking to the senior Turkish military leadership. Fortunately, when I came into Iraq yesterday, I was able to spend some time with the senior Kurdish military commander in Duhok. In the days ahead, I hope to have opportunities to speak with other important groups in northern Iraq to make sure that we don't misunderstand what the other groups are doing and to coordinate their efforts.
All right, let's go back to Baghdad. Naji Sabri is speaking. Let's listen into what he has to add to what's been a long list of people weighing in on the conflict in Iraq.
Against Iraq. And that's why Kuwait, the Kuwaiti representative, went alone and had some reservation against that resolution, because Kuwait is actively participating in this aggression. Actually, the gateway to the aggression was Kuwait, as it has always been since 90 years. Since 1914, the grandfathers of the current rulers made available the land of Kuwait as launch pad to attack Iraq and occupy it. And they repeated the same thing in 1941 when the Iraqi army revolted against the British, and they brought the British and they crossed into Iraq. And they did the same thing in 1958 after the 14th of July revolution, when the British forces came and got ready to enter Iraq. But then Gamal Abdel Nasser threatened to intervene, and the revolution concluded quickly, and the leaders of the system then were killed immediately, and the British found it difficult to let their troops in. So Kuwait also since 1990, this is a destructive state. How about the Jordan? There is some talk about the involvement of Jordan in the attacks, American attacks against Iraq. As I said, this resolution is an expression of a condemnation by the Arab governments against this Arab nation against this attack. Who he stabs the Iraq from in the back will bear the responsibility in history. To start with, they are defaming their, smearing their reputation, and they're aligning themselves with the Zionists and the American and the British in this brutal attack against the land of prophecies, the land of Iraq. So those who stab Iraq in the back will regret that very much, and they will find themselves in confrontation with their people and the Arab nation. You were talking about the solidarity, popular solidarity on the Arab street. This is an aid that comes to your aid against the Americans and the British. Is this solidarity that good for the confrontation? Yes, this position, this is the minimum level of what the Arab countries can do to force its respect on others. Arab countries can do more and take other measures. They have the barriers, they have the airspace, they have, if they only use their rightful legitimate right in preventing the aircraft and the ships of the aggressors to use the passage over those Arab countries, then they would have an influence against the aggressors. There are economical and financial capabilities. If they only hint that they could use, that they may use these. The Arab nations have lots of resources in many aspects, on many fronts. We hope that the official position comes close to the popular position. The indication of a credibility and the legitimacy of the Arab position is how close it gets to the popular position. It's a marvelous position on the popular level. They're standing by Iraq and against this brutal attack that is being launched by the evil administration in the United States and its affiliate Tony Blair.
All right, we were listening there to Naji Sabri, and he is in Cairo. That's outside the Arab League press conference that's underway. I'm sorry, I told you he was going to be in Baghdad. We were looking at some pictures from Baghdad at the time, but he's clearly in Cairo at the Arab League. He's saying that the measure is something that expresses Arab outrage for what is going on. He said, those who stab Iraq in the back must bear the consequences of history. They must also find themselves in confrontation with a... All right, we're going to continue our coverage here. We want to take a look, if we can. I don't know whether you can bring it up or not. Last week, markets in the United States soared with the expectation that the conflict might be quick. Today, they are paying the price for perhaps making the assumption that now it is not going to be so quick, this conflict in Iraq. You can see there the Dow Jones Industrial is down 321 points. Let's go back to our coverage now. Walter Rogers has been getting a first-hand look at the battles on the front lines in this war during his travels with the U.S. Army's 7th Cavalry of the 3rd Infantry. He reports now on their progress.
The commander of the 7th Cavalry about this time yesterday was predicting his unit would be far north of where it remains now. The reason that they have stalled is that they are trying to pass through an Iraqi city on the move north. They must go through that city, and the problem is that the Iraqis have moved in some rather crack troops, and far more than the Army first thought was there. First they thought there were 150 to 200 troops, regular troops. Now it's between 400 or 500 Iraqi troops in the city, and these are Republican Guard troops and Fedayeen officers, so the Army is having tough going. Another reason the Army is being slowed down in this particular region is that in this same city, the Iraqis are embedding civilians into military positions. So if the Army wanted to call in heavy air power to knock out the Iraqi positions, they're called off almost immediately because the Iraqis are using civilians as screens.
Well, for more now on the coalition air campaign, we're joined by CNN correspondent Gary Tuchman. He is embedded with the U.S. Air Force. Gary's at an air base near Iraq. Gary?
Hello, Jim. In our days embedded with the U.S. Air Force at this air base, we've seen hundreds of warplanes going down the runway heading to Iraq, but we've seen even more bombs and missiles. Behind me, you can see 8, 10 attack aircraft. What happens is the bombs and missiles are loaded on the trucks, put on the carts, and then they're put on the airplanes. You can see some of the munitions right under the wings of these aircraft, known as the Warthogs. To our civilian eyes, it looks like an endless supply of bombs and missiles. You see them in the warehouses, and then they're brought out to these A-10s and the F-16s and also the Marine F-18s and Harrier jets that are also here. At this particular base, near the border of Iraq, in a location we're not allowed to say under the Pentagon rules, we can tell you that there will be approximately 300 sorties between now and 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Over the last 3 days, there have been 850 sorties at this particular airbase. We want to give you a look right now as we're speaking, and the taxiways and runways have been very busy here, 24/7. You can see right there, as we swing around, warplanes coming down the taxiways, getting ready to head in a southerly direction, and then they'll make a turn towards the direction of Iraq. Air Force officials are telling us that all the bases in the theater, and there are at least 30 bases in the Persian Gulf region, a total of 38 if you include 8 other bases in other parts of the world, they're expecting there will be 1,000 combat sorties in the 24-hour period ending tomorrow. Combat sorties mean they will drop bombs and missiles. It's estimated, according to the Air Force, that 800 of those 1,000 will be targeted in the Baghdad area, the primary target, Republican Guard troops. Jim, back to you.
All right, Gary Tuchman reporting to us there on the latest on air operations. Meantime, battles continue around the southern city of...
The Iraqis are not wearing uniforms. Becky?
Okay, Art, stay with me. I've got Alex Perry on the line from Time magazine, who's also near Nasiriyah. Alex, I don't know if you could hear what Art was just saying, but give us some sense of what you're seeing and what you've been through in the past 12 hours or so.
Well, I'm with the 3rd Infantry, who in fact have moved out of Nasiriyah. They're moving northwest, eventually up to Baghdad. The Nasiriyah was always set down as a fight for Marines. I have to say that's produced a fair amount of frustration among the 3rd ID, who could see the battle on the horizon and were unable to go and help their comrades. But the plan has been laid down, and the guys I'm with follow their orders, and they're now moving northwest up to Baghdad.
Alex, what's strategy then going forward?
Sorry, say again?
What's strategy now for the troops that you're with going forward?
Sorry, I can't hear you.
What is the strategy for the troops that you're with as they move forward? What's the sense of what's to come?
Well, at the moment, the strategy is, I think what we're finding is that there's been no hard target to hit. There's been no Iraqis conveniently lining up to surrender or engage. On the ground here, things seem to have turned very rapidly into a sort of guerrilla situation. There are sort of constant skirmishes along the route. Really, the Third ID is finding now that it has to put a lot of security, has to conduct search operations in buildings all along convoy routes. They're finding, I think this is slowing them down somewhat, and they're sort of settling in for a lot longer haul than they initially planned upon.
What's the mood amongst the troops? Is there a sense of anticipation as the force moves towards Baghdad, or is there a sense of fear after the sort of resistance that some of the embedded journalists and troops have found to date?
If anything, the resistance that has been reported, particularly the apparent execution of some American troops, has galvanized the ranks. The guys I'm with, you know, were told for weeks they were tip of the spear when they were in Kuwait. And so far, many of them have been kept out of the fighting. The reports of Americans being killed has only increased their eagerness to get into the fight. Really, I mean, it's a risk they sign up for, they volunteer for. You know, they want to go fight. They want to get the job done.
Alex Perry of Time magazine. I'm going to go back to Art Harris. Art, just give us some sense of how long you think the troops that you're embedded with, the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines, will be in Nasiriyah, and how long it will take to actually secure the region. You've been talking to us about pockets of resistance, quite unconventional resistance at some stages. People in civilian clothing have also been carrying military clothing. How long is this going to take, Art?
Becky, that is really unpredictable. I think, given that strategy, it's probably unfair to give them a timetable. You drive through this city, it is a scary place. You don't know what are in the buildings. The buildings are, for the most part, abandoned. The civilians seem to have left. And anyone walking around, you might presume, could be Fedayeen or someone who is pro-military. And so this could take... it could take a while to do a complete mopping up, Becky. I think there's no way to predict. But the Marines I'm with are resolute in wanting to do the job. They are angry that their fellow Marines have been ambushed. You can see the burned-out vehicles in the road, and they're here to stay, they say, for as long as it takes. Becky, back to you.
Art Harris with the 3rd Battalion, 2nd Marines near Nasiriyah.
Checking now some of the latest developments of the war in Iraq. U.S. troops are now less than 100 kilometers south of Baghdad. They're poised to engage Iraqi Republican Guard units that are positioned around the capital. U.S. aircraft are assaulting the Iraqi positions in an effort to weaken them ahead of any ground offensive. U.S. officials say they have received reports that Iraqi troops around Baghdad may have been ordered to respond with chemical weapons if coalition forces get too close to Baghdad.
There are such reports. I have no doubt that he would do such a thing if he thought he served his interest. And so we are concerned about it. We will follow this matter carefully. We'll also do everything we can to gather all the intelligence that we can. He has to be careful here because the world knows he's done it before. And were he to do it again, it would be immediate acknowledgement of the fact that he has weapons of mass destruction of the kind that he has been swearing he does not have, and we have been insisting he does have, and we continue to believe he does have.
Coalition sources indicate that the air war in Iraq may be switching focus. CNN correspondents report that coalition air sorties will focus less on bombing missions and more on air interdiction zones. Under the new focus, warplanes will have authority to attack targets of opportunity and to provide close air support to ground troops on demand. Coalition and Iraqi forces continue their fierce fight for the southern city of Nasiriyah. Artillery exchanges early Tuesday marked the opening of a 3rd straight day of engagements in the area. A U.S. Marine general is in Kurdish-controlled northern Iraq to officially open a second front to the war. Coalition forces will deploy additional troops to the area to complement a small contingent of about 200 special forces who are already in the region. The deployment of coalition troops in northern Iraq was delayed by Turkey's refusal to allow their transit through its territory. The British government paid tribute Monday to ITN reporter Terry Lloyd. He was killed Saturday near Basra by what's believed to be coalition fire. 2 members of his team are still unaccounted for. They were traveling on their own in Iraq. CNN's Jim Clancy spoke to a member of Lloyd's news crew about that incident.
I think it is extremely important that we keep going with independent journalism, that we have to try to find out what the exact situation is on the ground, because I mean, the embedded system is fantastic. We can get great footage. It's fantastic television. It's great pictures, but it is also at the same time sometimes very difficult to get the right information, and I think we can only get pure independent information if you can go there and judge for yourself what is going on.
De Moustier was driving when they came under fire. His car went into a ditch and exploded. He says it's a miracle that he's still alive. As we reported, 2 of those news crewmen are still missing. The wife of one of them is asking the French government for help in finding her husband. Fred Nerak, who is French, was working with Terry Lloyd Saturday when the explosion occurred. Nerak and a Lebanese producer, Hussein Othman, haven't been seen since. Lloyd's body was located at a Basra hospital. ITN says the focus is on that hospital in its efforts to find Nerak and Othman. Nerak's wife says she's appealing to French leaders for help because she thinks they have good relations with the Iraqis.
The non-stop news coverage of the war has been more extensive and comprehensive than ever before. There is a view that some in the media have not maintained their journalistic objectivity. For perspective, Khulud Al-Fili joins us now. She's managing editor of the English desk at the Kuwait news agency. We want to talk about the way that Kuwait is perceived, and indeed the way that the Arab press and the international press is being perceived at present. Let's start with the Arab League, who in the last 24 hours have condemned the aggression in Iraq. That's a resolution that was agreed on unanimously, apart from the Kuwaiti delegation. Therefore, is it not surprising that the rest of the Arab media may be vilifying Kuwait and its support of these coalition forces to date?
First of all, Becky, I'd like to take this opportunity to extend my condolences to the families of Iraqi civilians and the families of the British and American soldiers who have died. I'd also like to say that my heart goes out to the POWs, both on the American, British and Iraqi side, and to remind the world that we as Kuwaitis have POWs now for the past 12 years being detained in Iraq. With regards to the Arab media and how they're perceiving Kuwait, I think it's very unfair and that they've missed the very fine line between the Iraqi regime and the Iraqi people. We have to make this differentiation, and the Arab street, nonetheless the Arab media, have to differentiate that it's not the Iraqi people that are being targeted, it's the Iraqi regime. And we as Kuwaitis who have suffered under the Iraqi regime, we know how much the Iraqi people are suffering. And I think it's what the Arab people and the Arab media should portray is how these Iraqi people have been suffering for the past 30 years under a very violent and aggressive and oppressive regime. And I think that's where the fine line should be drawn. I also think that with regards to Kuwait, I can challenge anybody with regards to Kuwait's position on Islamic and Arab nationalistic positions, starting from the 1930s when Kuwait was a British protectorate and was against the Israeli occupation of Palestine until now. What did Saddam Hussein do for the Palestinians? That's my question to the Arab street.
Has it, though, not surprised you, really, at the end of the day? Or perhaps I'm asking that it hasn't surprised many people that the Kuwaiti press or the Kuwaiti story has been a story that's been vilified by the Arab press. To a certain extent, some people can understand that, bearing in mind that, for example, the Kuwaiti delegation didn't sign up to this unanimous resolution by the Arab League, and that's an awful lot of Arab nations yesterday.
Yes, true, but also we must remember that the Arab nations did not condemn the Iraqi missile launching against Kuwait, which is not a part of the war. Why didn't they do that?
Let's talk about what's going on in Kuwait at the moment. We've been here for the past sort of 4 or 5 days now. There's been an awful lot of air raid sirens going on. There were some missiles fired by Iraq into Kuwaiti airspace yesterday. We've had to leave the set a number of times because the air raid sirens are going off during the day. How secure is Kuwait?
Well, thank God for the Patriot batteries. Till now, alhamdulillah, and again, thank God that we have been, we haven't had any loss of lives. So we hope that we are secure, especially with all the measures being taken by the Kuwaiti government and the civil defense.
The Muslim media has been fairly objective so far as Kuwait is concerned, but there have been problems with Kuwaiti embassies abroad, haven't there?
Yes, there has. I mean, I was very disappointed and sad and upset to see what happened in Libya by them taking down the Kuwaiti flag and putting an Iraqi one. Also with the case of Egypt. I just would like to remind people everywhere about the Kuwait Fund for Arab Development and how much help Kuwait has extended to the Arab and Islamic world. We are a peace-loving nation, peace-loving country, and we seek to develop the Arab and Islamic world.
Khalud Al-Fili of the Kuwaiti News Agency, thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you.
Let's take a break. After this, more news. I'm sorry, we're not going to take a break. We're bringing the latest developments. CNN has learned coalition aircraft are targeting Saddam International Airport near the Iraqi capital. Air operations are said to be increasingly turning towards providing close air support for US-led ground troops as those troops target Republican Guard positions near Baghdad. US Air Force officials say Iraq has not flown a single sortie against coalition forces since the war began last week. A US ground convoy is reported less than 100 kilometers from Baghdad, with Republican Guard troops positioned between them and the capital. Iraqi resistance is reported still preventing US and British forces from securing the southern cities of Basra and Nasiriyah. 10 US Marines died in Nasiriyah fighting on Sunday. Basra is encircled by coalition forces, which are refraining from entering it and getting caught in an urban bloodbath. Coalition forces continue searching for weapons of mass destruction at several Iraqi sites, including a chemical plant. US Secretary of State Colin Powell says it will take several days to determine if banned weapons were present at the site. Washington is concerned Iraqi President Saddam Hussein may have authorized a member of his inner circle to use chemical and biological weapons against the Shiites in southern Iraq and the Kurds in northern Iraq. US officials speculate that if that happened, Iraq would then blame such attacks on coalition forces. Iraqi Deputy Prime Minister Tariq Aziz says President Saddam Hussein is in full control of Iraq's army and of his country. The Iraqi leader appeared twice on Iraqi TV on Monday. British Prime Minister Tony Blair flies to Washington Wednesday for a 2-day war council with the US President George W. Bush.
The Bush administration says it's skeptical of such assurances, and now US intelligence reports suggesting Iraq's Republican Guards might have been ordered to use chemical weapons in the defense of Baghdad. US Secretary of State Colin Powell discussed the reports with Fox News Channel.
There are such reports. I have no doubt that he would do such a thing if he thought he served his interest. And so we are concerned about it. We will follow this matter carefully. We'll also do everything we can to gather all the intelligence that we can. He has to be careful here because the world knows he's done it before. And were he to do it again, it would be immediate acknowledgement of the fact that he has weapons of mass destruction of the kind that he has been swearing he does not have. And we have been insisting he does have, and we continue to believe he does have.
State Department officials tell CNN that the White House raised more concerns, specifically that President Saddam Hussein has authorized an official to use chemical and biological weapons against Shiites in southern Iraq and Kurds in northern Iraq. These attacks, they suggest, would then be blamed on coalition forces. The United States President George W. Bush spoke with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Monday, discussing Washington's allegations of illegal arms sales to Iraq. For that and the rest of the news out of Washington, we're joined now by White House correspondent Dana Bash. Dana?
And well, just as you said, there was a very high-level call between President Bush and President Putin. This is an issue that the White House says has been raised from Washington to Moscow, concerns about the illegal sales, what the White House calls are illegal sales of military equipment from Russia to Iraq. They said they've been talking to Moscow for a very long time about it, but today the president himself picked up the phone and expressed his concern.
We are very concerned that there are reports of ongoing cooperation and support to Iraqi military forces being provided by a Russian company that produces GPS jamming equipment. This is what was discussed in the phone call. There are other causes of concern as well involving night vision goggles and anti-tank guided missiles.
Now, the fact that these discussions have reached such a high level, and the fact that the White House spokesman that you just heard made an announcement about it this morning, sort of indicates the extraordinary concern and the sort of high level of frustration and maybe even discord between Moscow and Washington at this time. These are two leaders, President Bush and President Putin, who say that they have a very strong relationship. White House spokesman Ari Fleischer said that they continue to have a good relationship, and that part of the reason why President Bush felt that he could pick up the phone and call President Putin is because of that kind of relationship that they have. Now, on the issue of the military equipment sales, the Russian Foreign Minister Igor Ivanov said that he does not know anything about that. Now, Secretary of State Colin Powell says that there is very fresh information about those sales. Even in the past 48 hours, they've gotten information about that, and they say here at the White House that it is putting U.S. military men and women in harm's way. Annan?
Now, the president also today put a price on this war.
Time.
Becky, I can tell you that ever since the beginning of the war, we have had extremely little time to sleep. During the day, of course, the intense fighting has kept the U.S. Marines very busy, and us, the reporters, trying to cover the battles extremely busy. And then during the night, we've had several incidents that have required us to remain up. And again, last night we were expecting to have a night of retaliation attacks from the Iraqi side, and therefore we were told that we had to put ourselves in bunkers or in locations where we could not be attacked. But then in the middle of the night, around 2 o'clock in the morning, we start being targeted by coalition forces, by U.S. Marines in a friendly fire incident. And as you can imagine, when you start getting shot at by friendly forces or by the U.S. troops by friendly forces, of course, that adds an incredible toll to the difficulty of conducting not just the reporter's job, but also the job of these Marines that are trying to conduct their military operations. So it is extremely frustrating. Of course, there is a gigantic logistical effort behind all this. All of the Marines with whom I am embedded with, we're traveling around in amphibious assault vehicles. They're small armored vehicles where you can put 15 to 20 Marines in there. There is food, water, ammunition there for about 3 days. But after that, of course, the Marines and ourselves are waiting for the supplies to come from the rear, and that is done by means of Humvees or by trucks and whatever. But that too is an incredibly complicated maneuver, because us being so close to the front lines, reaching our positions, it is not only very dangerous, but also sometimes extremely difficult.
You've been dug in now some time with the U.S. Marines around Al-Nazariya, of course, intense fighting in the area. Any sense of how long this part of this mission will last, and any sense of strategy going forward?
Well, you know, I cannot be too specific about the mission that they're trying to accomplish here, but the sense that we're getting is that the Marines are not trying to control the city of Al-Nazariya per se. They're trying to establish a corridor in order to bring the supplies up north, and so what they're trying to do is to control the area around this route. But one of the U.S. Marines commanders was telling me earlier today that for the duration of this war, these Marines expect, not just here in Nazariya, but throughout
populated areas all the way to Baghdad to encounter some kind of resistance. And as the convoys of military food and supplies continue to move towards the north, they pretty much put into account the fact that these convoys will often come under attack by the Iraqi forces. They do not believe that they will be able to defeat completely opposition to U.S. military presence in this country, and therefore they are factoring into this fight the fact that supplies will come eventually under fire, under attack.
Alessio Vinci, CNN correspondent, embedded close to Nasiriyah. Well, the Baghdad government says more and more civilians are being hurt by coalition bombing. Iraqi TV airing comments from people in hospital who say they were injured that way. CNN has no way to independently confirm whether they are telling the truth. Some of them are children.
I was riding in the car. I saw 2 airplanes. They bombed us, and I was hurt.
The latest figures from Iraq's information minister say 62 civilians were killed and 400 wounded on Sunday night and on Monday. Mohammed Saeed Sahaf listed casualties in 8 different Iraqi cities. Okay, let's recap at this point the latest developments here on CNN. In a news conference in Baghdad, Iraq's trade minister blasted the United States and the United Nations for suspending the oil for food program. Mohammed Salih Said said that Iraq is working to supply food and medicine for Iraqi civilians affected by the fighting. He also accused coalition forces of preventing humanitarian aid from reaching the Iraqi people.
We are asking you to condemn these decisions and to condemn the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Britain, who were stopping and preventing delivery of these supplies, food and medicine to the Iraqi people.
Humanitarian concerns appear to be forcing the hand of coalition officials in Basra. Water and electricity have been cut off to the city since Friday. Now, British commanders have declared the area a military target. They say their troops may have to enter Basra to compete or combat what they term Iraqi irregulars within the city. Coalition and Iraqi forces continue their fierce fight for the southern city of Nasiriyah. Intense fighting broke out Tuesday morning, marking the 3rd consecutive day of hostilities in the area. The city is strategically vital because it contains key bridges crossing the Euphrates River. Coalition efforts are complicated by the fact that many Iraqi troops in the area have shed their uniforms for civilian attire. U.S. commanders also claim Iraqi soldiers are using civilians as human shields to protect themselves from U.S. artillery and airstrikes. And to the north, coalition forces are now within 100 kilometers of Baghdad. However, they face well-entrenched units from Iraq's Republican Guard. To this point, coalition commanders have been content to use airstrikes and artillery in an effort to soften the Iraqi positions before committing ground troops to the effort. U.S. intelligence reports suggest that Iraqi troops may have been ordered to use chemical weapons if coalition forces cross what's being called a red line around Baghdad. For more on that and the latest Pentagon perspective on the war, we turn to our senior Pentagon correspondent, Jamie McIntyre.
U.S. troops are within 50 miles of Baghdad, preparing to engage a key Republican Guard division in what may be a decisive battle in the war against Iraq. The first assault against Republican Guard troops has already been conducted south of Baghdad near Karbala, with more than 30 U.S. Apache Longbow helicopters and multiple launch rocket systems. From reporter accounts, it was a fierce fight. One Apache was lost, forced to put down in a field. Both crew members, Chief Warrant Officers Ronald Young and David Williams, were captured and later shown on Iraqi television.
All the other helicopters involved in the mission did accomplish the mission and returned safely to base.
The downed Apache was later destroyed by a U.S. airstrike, and most of the other helicopters on the mission sustained some damage from heavy Iraqi gunfire. Pentagon sources say punishing airstrikes are now in store to soften up the dug-in troops. In fact, sources say about half of the airstrikes conducted in the last 36 hours have been directed at Republican Guard positions around Baghdad, including one of the best divisions, the Medina Division.
I am sure that it has been degraded significantly in the last 48 hours or so.
I couldn't judge its current strength, but it is a linchpin to the consistency of the Republican Guard defense.
U.S. commanders insist they are not at all surprised by the stiff Iraqi resistance.
We have come across dead-enders, and we've had some terrific firefights with some of these. Not unexpected. I think our people are prepared to fight this war.
The Pentagon says most of the battle deaths so far are the result of deadly deceptions by fanatical Iraqi fighters, known as the Fedayeen Saddam, who the Pentagon alleges have staged false surrenders and posed as liberated civilians in order to ambush U.S. troops.
Such acts are strictly prohibited because they make it extraordinarily difficult for coalition forces to accept surrendering forces or protect civilians. Some liken these acts to terrorism.
Meanwhile, U.S. intelligence suggests some Republican Guard units may have been ordered to use chemical weapons if U.S. troops cross an imaginary red line around Baghdad. Pentagon officials say they will prosecute as war criminals anyone who either issues or carries out such an order. Jamie McIntyre, CNN, the Pentagon.
Well, as we've been reporting, coalition forces outside Baghdad are beginning to take on the Iraqi Republican Guard. That, as U.S. military sources tell CNN, there will be a major change in air war strategy. Well, joining us now is retired Royal Navy Rear Admiral Richard Cobbold, who's also director of the Royal United Services Institute for Defence Studies here in London. First of all, this battle for Baghdad, and that's beginning to take place now on the southwest, to the southwest of the city. How crucial and how pivotal will it be in determining the length of this war?
Well, I think if the coalition forces don't manage to dislodge the Republican Guard division that they're now confronting, that will obviously be a very bad thing, but I don't think that will happen. I think the combination of superior systems on the ground and supremely effective air support systems will mean that it'll be comparatively short but intense. And I think that the Republican Guard will be dug in, so it won't be straightforward, but it'll be comparatively short.
When you say the Republican Guard will be dug in, they are employing different tactics, or at least this is what we're hearing in the media completely. They're not playing by the so-called rules of engagement, but are there rules of engagement in a war like this?
Well, there's certainly rules of engagement for the coalition forces. The tactics that the Iraqis employ will be very different. And I think that going back to 1991, Saddam Hussein's had 12 years to think about how he's going to cope with the Americans next time. And clearly he was never going to do this time what he did last time. He's going to have to play his hand, his bad hand, as best he can. Now, he happens, I think, to be going against all sorts of conventions on warfare, but he's making the best of a bad hand and playing it with the cunning that one might expect him to play.
Playing to his strengths and the coalition's weaknesses.
Well, I think that's playing it too strong. He's playing it to the least weak of his strengths and to looking for chinks in the armour of the coalition forces.
Now, as we said in the run-up to speaking to you, U.S. military sources are telling us, CNN, that there will be a major change in the air war strategy. Does this imply that the war hasn't been going as well as the authorities might like, or is that just a media concoction?
I think the war has been going pretty well according to the sort of the mainstream of aspirations. I don't think it's gone absolutely to the best possible sort of timelines that the planners would have drawn out. What I think we will be seeing is an intensification of air power in support of ground troops because the advance will no longer be quite as rapid, and we'll see a further intensification on military targets inside Baghdad, and the air defense capability of Baghdad will be reduced. Now, I think there's a point that such air defense as they have is low level, and therefore the Apache helicopters are to some extent vulnerable. They fly very low indeed. They can hide behind buildings, but if they are caught in the sights of a small weapon, they are vulnerable.
And of course, it is said that the biggest fear of the coalition partners is hand-to-hand combat, particularly on the American side of things. And this is something that Saddam is playing to again.
Well, I think that the coalition, neither the Americans nor the British, want to get into urban warfare, street by street clearing of large urban areas. That is very bloody, very time-consuming. I think they'll be using other tactics to try and get the resistance to weaken. And I think that the psychological side of this war is very important. And in order to try and increase the psychological pressure on Saddam's soldiers, some of the military tactics are not optimum in pure military terms.
Richard Coble, don't mislead it. Becky.
Let's get an update now on the situation in northern Iraq, where the coalition presence is increasing. Kevin Seitz is in the Iraqi city of Chamchamal, and he joins us now by video phone. Certainly more activity in northern Iraq than there has been in the first 3.5 days of this effort in Iraq. Kevin, bring us up to date. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Yes, Becky, it's picked up a little bit since we talked to you last about an hour ago. There's been a consistent level of bombing now. We're hearing maybe 6 to 10 explosions here in the far-off distance. To remind our viewers, we're about 40 kilometers from Kirkuk, a strategically important city. Our approach is a western approach. The road from Chamchamal runs into Kirkuk from here, and there is a ridge line just behind us that is a lightly defended Iraqi position. Now, what we've been hearing basically from last night through today is a series of bombing runs. We can assume that it is either Kirkuk or an Iraqi division that they're hitting, the Al-Mathana division. It's a fully equipped division just west of us here, and that is a force that coalition forces are going to have to contend with if they're going to advance towards Kirkuk. There's also another compound, the Halid military compound, to the northwest of Kirkuk, and that has been an air target as well. There's been a lot of talk, Becky, about opening up a northern front. So far, if there is a northern front, it is basically an air war. There's been a lot of bombing in Mosul last night. That's been reported by our colleagues Ben Wiedemann and Brent Sadler. Our particular area has not had quite the consistent bombing that they've had. They said the explosions were pretty fierce. In fact, the fiercest they've seen since the fighting began. We did have one night, the first night of the air war, where the explosions were very consistent. It was a bombing run that lasted probably for a full hour, and there was quite a few explosions at that point. We could actually see some of the bright orange glow from those explosions in the distance that we are from Kirkuk. But there's been a lot of talk about U.S. military forces coming into this area, assisting the Peshmerga, the Kurdish fighters, the guerrillas here, in opening up another front. We have not seen any special forces ourselves. Our colleagues have said the same thing, although there has been contact apparently with U.S. military forces in the north. They officially announced their presence there yesterday with a Marine general in that area. And at this point, we can only wait and see. We're just watching this air war right now, wondering if there's going to be a ground offensive that follows it. But if that happens, we're going to probably have to see some more troops on the ground, not just special forces. Becky?
Okay, Gary Stryker reports from the eastern Mediterranean, where he's aboard a U.S. aircraft carrier, that the strategy has changed slightly so far as the airstrikes, certainly if they're coming from there, are concerned, and that targets of opportunity are now being allowed so far as these pilots are concerned. There's some 200 special forces on the ground. That's all we know to date, aside from these Kurdish forces, these guerrillas, 60,000 strong Kurdish forces in the area that you're in. How will they fit in to U.S. ground strategy?
Well, they're highly motivated, Becky. These are people that have been fighting Saddam Hussein for as long as the regime's been in place. They have suffered horribly under him during the Iran-Iraq war. There were 40 chemical attacks against the people. The most serious, as we mentioned before, is in Halabja, where 5,000 Kurds were killed, 10 to 15,000 wounded. They want to see him gone. They would like to participate in this military action against Saddam Hussein to overthrow the regime. However, they do have their concerns. There were concerns about Turks moving into the area. That is their primary concern. The Marine general that is taking command in the north mentioned that was part of his portfolio here, is to make sure that that problem goes away, that they're able to deal with it amicably, and to get the Peshmergas on track with this war, possibly moving south from from their area in Kalak towards Mosul and possibly moving west from our area into Kirkuk. They're going to have to open up a northern front at some point. Basically, it would be important strategically for them to get to those oil fields in Kirkuk and Mosul to protect them against possibly being detonated, and as Saddam Hussein did after the last Gulf War. So it's important. They are a motivated force, as your question originally addressed. However, they're a lightly armed force. They mostly carry AK-47s and some sidearm weapons. They don't have the firepower that even the lightly armed Iraqi troops behind us have. They have some Dushka heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft guns and possibly even armor back there. So they're a lightly armed force, and they're going to need some backup in one form or another. Becky?
Kevin Seitz in Chamchamal. Well, as coalition forces increase their presence in northern Iraq, many Iraqi Kurds are literally going underground in search of a safer haven. Jane Araf with this report.
These stones are what's left of the
ability of our nation is great. And if there is a stand
الوقوع تحت هيمنة الإدارة الأمريكية
where it is not under the influence of the American administration.
اتفاقية الدفاع المشترك
If they say that our mutual defense agreement is dead,
فهناك كثير من الإمكانات
there are plenty of
كان أن تخرج من هذا المؤتمر
possibilities that this conference could have done. The attack has taken place.
لماذا يزودون العرب العدوانيين بالنفط لتشغيل عجلتهم العدوانية؟ لماذا لا يقرروا وقف ضخ النفط لدول العدوان؟ لماذا لا يغلقوا أجواهم وممراتهم المائية والبرية أمام أي نشاط لدول العدوان؟ أليس هذا من حقهم؟ وقد اتخذته دول عديدة أخرى غير عربية. لماذا لا يطلبوا بغلق السفارات الأمريكية والبريطانية بدل أن يقتلوا شعبهم عندما يتوجه في المظاهرات إلى هذه السفارات؟ يدافعون عن أمن وسلامة منتسبي سفارات دول العدوان، ولكنهم لا يعيرون أهمية أو يقدموا أي شيء لحماية وأمن أبناء شعب العراق. لا يقطعوا العلاقات لأنهم غير قادرين كما نلاحظ، لكن ليقولوا لهم ليغادر كل منتسبي سفاراتكم لأننا لا نستطيع.
Let them tell them that to leave all the embassies
لأنهم لا يستطيعون أن يحموا أو يتحملوا مسؤولية أمنهم.
They cannot protect them and bear responsibility for their safety.
ولكن حتى هذا
even that
لم يحدث.
did not happen.
واللي حدث هو العكس.
What happened is the contrary.
الإدارة الأمريكية طلبت من 60 دولة في العالم.
The American administration asked for over 60 countries all over the world
السفارات العراقية
where Iraqi embassies are represented.
أن يغلقوا السفارات العراقية أو يطردوا بعض منتسبيها.
Ask them to close these embassies or expel some of number of their diplomats.
عدد كبير أو الأغلبية من الدول رفضت هذا الطلب.
A great number of these countries refused to this request, because this is a matter of sovereignty. Very few countries complied with this request. Some were Arab countries, including Jordan, where the Iraqi ambassador was recalled and was expelled immediately, not even to wait few hours and without even mentioning a reason. This is what is going on. How could we say that this decision of Arab foreign ministers mean anything? And I say another time, why did this council meet? To stop stopping pumping the oil to the America and Britannia would break their backs. The real owner of this oil are the Americans and not the countries that are producing it. Who says that Arabs have no resources? That is not true. And I say, and I tell them, to our brothers, to our friends, that the Iraqi people will resist, and they gave them a chance. Even if Iraq collapsed in the first or second day, some of them would have said, they would say, we were intending to support Iraq, but they collapsed quickly and immediately. And they would, what did it say to their people? What going history to record for their deeds? This is the 6th day of this aggression. And our rulers are still talking about some demonstrations just to express about rejecting this attack. I tell our people, the Iraqis, under the leadership of Saddam Hussein, we will resist and we will defeat the Americans and the British and whoever support them. But we just ask a minimum of an honorable stand before this battle ends. When this war ends with this stand, what will history write? What would they tell their people? I advise and hope that they would deal with this position and stand. This does not agree with the will of their people. The people want them to stop the relation with the Zionist regime. But according to Camp David, Wadi Araba is more holy than their agreement of mutual defense.
الشعوب طلبت مقاطعة دول العدوان.
The people wanted to stop relationship with the aggressors. Arab people and Arab nations want an economic boycott to stop passages. And they want to stop passages and canals. The canals are still open for the aggressors, but it is closed for the food and medicine for Iraqi people. As you heard few minutes ago, that many of these supplies are in Ruwayshid and they were stopped from entry to Iraq. I tell you, and I hope that the Arabs would meet and take a decision that is proper, that does not represent the minimum, but would match this attack on Iraq and on the Arab nation. Especially that one paragraph in this meeting that this matter is still under consideration. Another point in order to clarify a matter and tell the truth and fact to our nation, Arab nation, especially, particularly, our people in Jordan. If we did not tell about the facts truthfully, under these circumstances, when then we will tell our people the truth? The Jordanian people know that pumping oil to Jordan, according to the agreement between the two countries, 50% is free as a friendship sign from the president of Iraq. Two days ago, I heard that when the Prime Minister of Jordan was asked about oil issues, he claimed that pumping oil stopped at the first day of the attack, or he said war. He did not mention who stopped it. I tell the Jordanian people that the oil was stopped by the Jordanian government. On the second day of the attack, Iraqi officials contacted Jordanian officials
and asked them why the trucks did not reach Iraq to transport oil. They said that the security situation prevents them from sending these trucks, and the drivers could not go to Iraq. So I say, if the Jordanian front is not supporting the Americans, why are they stopping the transport of goods between these two countries? I say this, and stopping the agreement and this protocol was done unilaterally by the Jordanian government. I know some of the fifth column there and Jordanian intelligence who are misleading the people of Jordan and telling them that Iraq stopped the oil shipments. We do not know what they're going to say later when they're going to discuss the matter of oil and their need for oil. The other side or matter, I said in another meeting about procedures and decisions done by Mr. Kofi Annan and his violations of all United Nations resolutions. And the only explanation is that he is executing American orders. He said that he took his decision on the 19th of March, and the attack took place on the 20th. Who told him that the attack is going to be on the 20th? Did the Security Council decided that it's going to be on the 20th and asked him to withdraw UN forces and to freeze the negotiation memorandum, and to submit a suggestion where he restored himself as a guardian of Iraq. He decided to stand with the aggressors. This is a black page in the history. And what he's done does not represent the majority of the Council. This is very clear. These issues that I wanted to explain to you briefly. Could we say that the resistance in al-Qasr inaudible here? It is possible, I say that the nation if they wanted to do with their duty, their minimum duty. It was when the attack took place at 5 o'clock in the morning on the 20th, they should have met by noon that day and make a decisive resolution to condemn this attack. It is not an attack only on Iraq. It is the Iraqis are honored to fight for their land. The Americans and the British, in their talks, they clarify that the purpose of this attack is to change.
You're listening to the Vice President of Iraq, Taha Yassin Ramadan, in a press conference now for some 25 to 30 minutes. He says the U.S. is violating international law and that the Iraqis have a great ability to resist the U.S. But most of this speech was aimed specifically and pointedly at addressing the Arab nations, and at times fairly highly critical of Arab neighbors, particularly picking out Jordan for specific criticism. Overall, though, condoning the Arab League, who condemned aggression in Iraq not 24 hours ago at the Arab League summit. He's condemning them for not taking a strong stand against those who are opposing Iraq. He says that they should be supporting Iraq at this time, and criticizing countries for expelling diplomats.
Probably couldn't see much beyond midfield at this point, just yellow sand everywhere. And
well, how bizarre...
preventing Iraqi vehicles from passing is impossible.
I was just going to say, how bizarre is that to be passing in your car, a big convoy of Humvees and tanks?
Well, you have to consider what the options are, and the only option for a convoy under fire is to shoot the vehicles, and that's not going to happen. There's no way you can deter them. There's no way you can wave them off, short of running them off the road, and that doesn't seem something that the American Army is, should do, and they're not doing it.
Yeah, Carol, this is what Walter's experiencing is very similar to what the Marines are in Basra and the British in Basra and the Marines in Nasiriyah and other units. I mean, you're in a very fluid battlefield that is inundated with civilians, what they call civilians on the battlefield, and it's very challenging for the troopers to identify friend or foe. Looking at your footage as you're filming the back of the combat vehicle, the Bradley in front of you, the M3 Scout Bradley, you also have vehicles behind you. And what's key about this, as Walter is describing the fight, the sporadic firing on this convoy, is that these vehicles take care of each other. In other words, it's not a vehicle by itself. You have a wingman or another vehicle covering, and Walter knows that because he's embedded with this unit. He's also embedded with a unit that is in this type of situation. This is a cavalry unit. They're the eyes and the ears, and their job is to be in these kind of situations to try to assess what is going on, what's there, friend or foe, the terrain, and report those things back. So this unit's doing what it's supposed to be doing. It's a lot of uncertainty, similar to combat, but even more so for this kind of unit. And Walter is in an unbelievable position because he's with that kind of outfit doing that type of mission.
And how do they make that assessment? I mean, if they see a vehicle approaching them, it looks like a civilian vehicle, you know, there's not a roadblock up, they're not stopping, they're not checking, they got to keep moving. How do you assess the security on a rolling situation like that?
Well, they're on a rolling situation like that in a column formation because they're getting to another point where maybe some other elements of these units are, and I don't want to get into that, but it's just not everybody on one road. I mean, there's other roads, there's other formations and other places around there, and we're just looking at one point in time with that organization. It is hard. I mean, do you blast every civilian vehicle that comes to the area? No. And so they have to show a deadly act, or the commander or that crew commander, that vehicle commander, the TC, the track commander, has to make a decision if that's a threat or not. And it's a tough situation. They're on edge. They're right there under guns, waiting to make a decision, and enemy could use those as cover. Absolutely.
We want to pause for just a moment to remind viewers it's 6:01 Eastern Time. We're beginning, our fourth hour, Anderson, on the air. We're looking at the 7th Cavalry in central Iraq. Walter Rogers, our correspondent, with them. And Walter, explain again for the viewers just joining us how this unit crossed over a bridge over the Euphrates River and why this is important.
In a phrase, Carol, the unit crossed the bridge, literally fighting its way to the bridge last night and then crossing this morning following an advanced unit that is Bone Crusher Troop. How they got there, they were shooting much of the way well into the night and were able finally to cross, but there was substantial Iraqi resistance. The significance of crossing the Euphrates River for the 7th Cavalry is that it now means that you have U.S. Army elements moving north of a line that stretches from Najaf in the in the west, all the way down the Euphrates River over to Basra area, and the U.S. Army has now strongly sent a signal to Saddam Hussein that the Republican Guard units, the Fedayeen officers, he said, to hold the Euphrates line have failed to do so. The U.S. Army is rolling north now in the general direction of Baghdad, albeit in a very yellow sandstorm, but they have punched through Iraqi resistance. Carol?
And of course, if you're just joining us, Anderson Cooper is along with me, along with General Grange. Your thoughts, General, on these extraordinary pictures?
Yeah, talking to Walter, and again, you know, we don't need to know what bridge it is on the Euphrates, but getting across the Euphrates, capturing that bridge intact before it can be detonated with explosives is quite an accomplishment. That is well done by that unit because, again, a key piece of terrain and how they got to the bridge, you know, if you just think about movies, capturing bridges on a bridge too far, paratrooper units, how key those positions are. And so what Walter is experiencing is a very significant accomplishment by coalition forces right there.
Walter, are you still hearing gunfire?
It appears to have abated somewhat. The reason for that, Anderson, is we're now back in desert. Before we were in alluvial farmland. In the desert, there's less cover for the Iraqi soldiers to creep close to the road. I need to point out again several very important things which the general was touching on. That bridge was heavily packed with explosives. The Iraqis had just moved too slowly in terms of wiring the explosives, but it is entirely possible the United States Army could have been denied access to that bridge. It may have been only a matter of minutes. The 7th Cavalry literally had to run something of a night ambush on both sides of the road last night, crossing one of the canal bridges that preceded the Euphrates River. And that fight was, as I say, more than significant. There were machine gun tracer bullets going out on either side of the road. Every Bradley, every tank was firing. We had the armored vehicles were all firing their 50 caliber machine guns. We had incoming, there were rocket propelled grenades. One sailed just a few feet above our vehicle. We didn't know it at the time, but a soldier in a Bradley told us about it this morning when we were chatting with him. We've seen RPGs exploding up the road in front of us. Again, no injuries. It's been truly remarkable. It attests, among other things, to the training of these soldiers. But they literally ran a gauntlet of fire last night with the help of the U.S. Air Force, who brought in some magnificent and spectacular close air support. An F-16 dropped a very powerful bomb that was so strong it blew the door of our Humvee closed. And then the A-10s came in, fired their Gatling guns, and just chewed up everything on the ground. So the combined efforts of the Army's artillery, the Army's machine guns, and the Air Force made it possible for the 7th Cavalry to punch through in the direction of the Euphrates River Bridge. And now the 7th Cavalry is across the Euphrates and again pushing northward.
And again,
Carol,
Walter,
Anderson?
just to make our viewers understand clearly what they're seeing, those vehicles passing the other way are actually Iraqi civilians, and there's really nothing they can do about that as far as the American military is concerned.
And one of the reasons you're seeing that is that the Army has just taken control of this road. That is to say, there are no troops ahead of where we are to screen out any Iraqi civilian vehicles which might want to drive down this road. The Iraqis are driving down a road which to them is normally an open road. The problem, of course, is they're probably more than a little surprised when they see this huge convoy of scores and scores of Bradley fighting vehicles and main battle tanks and other armored vehicles rolling again northward down a highway in a sandstorm. But there's nothing the Army can do about that because it really doesn't hold this territory. It's just punching a fist through it in the general direction of Baghdad. Carol?
General Grange, these Walter Rogers is with basically the tip of the spear.
He's with the tip of the spear. There's other tips of spears out there.
Did we drop out, Charlie?
No, we still got you, Walter.
Walter.
David, General Grange is just talking a little bit about your positioning.
Yeah, just he's one of the tips, one tip of the spear of the coalition forces. A couple things he brought out, if I may quickly say. One is that the civilian vehicles seeing coalition troops in this area, they understand that this thing is moving along, important to the coalition effort. Number two, though, let's say air would be degraded right now, attack helicopters, artillery could still be called in. I don't want to get into where artillery is located, but artillery could still be called in. Remember, they have the ability to know exactly where they are through instrumentation. The second thing is the sandstorm in this regard. Walter talked about where they received most of the fire. It's when they got through built-up areas or areas that were cultivated, not in the open desert area where people could get in closer to them to try to negate the long-range capability of these weapon systems, which are quite capable. But then the CAV has short-range capability as well. So I think those things are all essential to critical to what he's doing, he's seeing right now.
Well, here's a question for you, and if I understood Walter correctly, and Walter, correct me if I'm wrong, you said nobody's ahead of you scouting things out. You're just driving straight ahead. Is that right?
Bone crusher.
That is correct, Carol. We are the tip of the spear. Actually, the Bone Crusher, another troop, was ahead of us earlier, but they're moving in a slightly different direction. Again, no one is out there in other words, the territory on both sides of the road is not held by the 7th Cavalry or any U.S. troops at this point. This is a spear moving forward. Bone Crusher troop went out earlier. They took the bridge first. Apache followed. I'm riding with the Apache troop. Bone Crusher is headed towards one objective. Apache is headed towards a slightly different objective. Carol?
I guess I was wondering because helicopters aren't able to fly ahead of you.
You've been listening to the voice of Walter Rogers talking to our sister network, CNN Domestic. He's embedded with the 3rd and 7th Cavalry, and some amazing pictures as they cross that bridge on the Euphrates and move towards Baghdad. Some simply startling pictures. They are caught in the sandstorm, as you can see. Walt's been talking to the breakfast show, American time, for some time now. Now they are following that Bradley tank. So Walt Rogers embedded with the 3rd and 7th on the roads over the Euphrates River on his way to Baghdad. Well, first, after that, the latest developments in the war in Iraq. Iraq's vice president is lashing out at the rest of the Arab world. Taha Yassin Ramadan is criticizing the lack of Arab action in supporting Iraq against the US-led military coalition. He says Arabs should impose an oil embargo on the US and on Britain, and he called on the Iraqi people to resist the coalition.
I tell our people, the Iraqis, under the leadership of Saddam Hussein, we will resist and we will defeat the Americans.
A British commander says the southern Iraqi port of Qusay is now safe and open, and aid shipment could start flowing through it in as little as 2 days. Coalition forces had spent days rooting out stubborn pockets of resistance there. British military officials have changed their initial strategy and declared the southern Iraqi city of Basra a legitimate military target. British and US officials want to use Basra as an entry point for humanitarian aid. British officials emphasise they do not plan to hit the city indiscriminately, but simply want to target the Iraqi military there. More More intense fighting broke out near the southern Iraqi city of Nasiriyah early on Tuesday, but later in the day a sandstorm temporarily stopped fighting there. Through a blinding storm, coalition forces are advancing toward Baghdad. Our Walter Rogers and his CNN crew are traveling with the convoy, and these ground forces have also been hitting military targets in the Baghdad area with howitzers and with rockets. Some picture there of Baghdad at just 10 minutes past 2 in the afternoon. Coalition commanders say they've changed strategy in the battle for Basra. British military officials say the southern city now has become a legitimate military target. That's because elements of the Iraqi army have pulled back inside the town with artillery, tanks and infantry. British officials say the move is apparently part of a plan to engage coalition forces in urban warfare. A Central Command spokesman says some resistance is coming from irregular forces, members of the Fedayeen, fighters loyal to Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. Coalition commanders want to use Basra as an entry point for humanitarian aid. They wanted to avoid any fighting inside Basra.
We're configured as a war-fighting force. We can take on the conventional Iraqi army very easily in the desert, and that's been shown both by the Americans and ourselves, and we triumph very, very easily. We're now seeing, perhaps equally, some of the Iraqi regular army have moved back into Basra. That's going to face us one problem. But when we take on these irregular forces, we're just going to have to think slightly more cleverly and slightly more adroitly as about how we take them on. We're pretty well versed in this, the British. We've done this many, many years over our pretty long military history, and it will just mean a slight rejigging, reposturing and methodology, which I won't go into in detail, just to adapt to that slightly different threat.
Well, coalition forces say they've taken control of the southern city of Qasr, despite sporadic attacks by Iraqi resistors. The British commander says the city's now safe and its port is now open. He hopes the first aid ship can be brought through with it. See civilian Iraqis coming the other way. The road appears, at this point at least, to be held by the coalition forces. But if civilians, of course, want to use the road, then they must. So you'll see every so often a car or a jeep or something going in the opposite direction. Anyway, Walt Rogers embedded with the 7th Cavalry and a sandstorm across the Euphrates River on the way to Baghdad, just across the river though. Well, as we've been reporting, British commanders have deemed Basra a legitimate military target after Iraqi troops pulled back into the city. For more on that and the larger coalition strategy, we're joined by Christian Amanpour in northern Kuwait. Christian.
Thank you. I think weather's going to be an issue. We've certainly been briefed that that may be an issue for a while, and we can see here that it's also very windy and rainy, and perhaps that's the same in southern Iraq where the British forces are operating. And indeed, they have changed their military posture towards the important city of Basra. Up until now, Basra had not been considered a military target, but now it is being considered a military target, we're told, by the British Army, because the Iraqis defending Basra, the 51st Division, have now pulled back into the city, taking their tanks, their artillery and their infantry troops with them, and from there they are engaging the British troops. For instance, we were told over a period of about 10.5 hours yesterday there were some 11 exchanges of artillery between the UK and the Iraqi forces. So a lot of activity, military activity, coming out of Basra. In addition, not just the Iraqi army back there, but also what they're calling here the irregular Iraqi militias, whether they be the Saddam Fedayeen that we've heard a lot about, or the Ba'ath Party militias, whatever those irregular forces are that are joining the battle against the US and UK forces and harassing individual parts along various lines of supply. Those are all now considered legitimate military targets, and the British, whose main objective, we were told, was to bring humanitarian aid into Basra, now have to, quote, wear down the Iraqi forces, according to military spokesmen, in order to do that. So we can expect perhaps an upsurge of military activity around the Basra region. There was, in fact, last night, we're told, a military operation by the British 7th Armoured Brigade at a town somewhat south of Basra that was aimed at trying to decapitate some of the Ba'ath Party leadership there. They apparently went for 2 buildings and captured one, we're told, one senior Ba'ath Party party official. And the aim of that is to try to separate the political structure from the civilian population. We also understand that one British soldier was killed in that attack. Now, further south in Qasr, there are British commandos there from the Royal Marines who are now reportedly in control of Qasr and beginning demining operations, and that the southern port of Qasr will be the transit point, the import port for any humanitarian aid. That's essentially Iraq's biggest commercial port and really its only port on the that leads into the Persian Gulf. So they're doing demining activities, and the optimistic predictions are that humanitarian aid may start flowing within the next 2 days. But of course, we've heard that for many days now, and we're going to wait and see when that actually becomes possible. Again, humanitarian aid is piled up in Kuwait, ready to come in. And as I say, that they're telling us here is one of the prime objectives, because not only do they want to relieve some of the population here, but they also want to win hearts and minds. Becky?
Christian Amanpour, our chief international correspondent in northern Kuwait. Let me just bring you up to date with the pictures beside me. Walt Rogers is embedded with the 7th Cavalry. They have crossed the Euphrates River, heading north towards Baghdad. As you can see, there is a significant sandstorm, and there has been a significant sandstorm for some time. But these are live pictures as they move on the road towards Baghdad. Let's listen in now to Britain's Foreign Minister, Jack Straw. He's taken questions in the House of Commons. I believe he, in fact, has taken questions in the House of Commons.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot...
You see him standing. The first was on the Turkish-Kurdish issue on the border. Let's listen in.
As far as the establishment of good governance thereafter is concerned, we believe that this can happen pretty rapidly. The Iraqis are a very talented people. They have a basis of public administration and reasonable communications. And, for example, unlike Kosovo or Afghanistan, this is a very rich country, and there are billions and billions of dollars which are actually lying idle in escrow funds in New York, United Nations funds, because the Iraqi government has failed to unlock them. So I am optimistic about the establishment of good governance as soon as this conflict is over.
Conclude.
Is it not the case that the Turks have also been helpful to the Kurds of northern Iraq in the past, in that they've allowed their bases to be used for the planes that police the no-fly zones? So some gratitude towards the Turks must also be shown, at the same time as saying to them very clearly there is no reason for them to cross the border into northern Iraq. There is no perceived threat any longer from the PKK, since their leader was locked up 2 years ago, and there is no necessity either to provide refugee camps inside the Kurdish border of northern Iraq, when there is no perceived refugee movement towards the border with Turkey.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is correct to acknowledge, and I'm grateful to her for doing so from her position of great authority on this subject, that the Turkish government has played a constructive role in trying to calm tensions between the Turkish community on one side of the border and the Kurdish community on the other, and we look to them to continue to do so. In my discussions last Friday with Foreign Minister Gül, he went out of his way to explain that the government of Turkey had done their very best to keep contact with Kurdish leaders and to maintain cooperation with them. On the issue of refugee camps, it is the case that the situation on the ground has changed markedly compared with 1991, when I think there were 500,000 Kurdish refugees who went across an undefended border into Turkey. And that was because that area of Iraq was at that stage under the control of Saddam. Of course, it is not now. Nonetheless, we acknowledge the anxieties the Turkish government has about refugees, and it's why we are, one reason of many, why we're in such close contact with them.
Michael Ankrum.
Here. Mr. Speaker, may I first of all associate this side of the House with the condolences of the Foreign Secretary to those who've lost loved ones in action in Iraq. Can the Foreign Secretary assure the House that post-Saddam Iraq will be run by a genuinely representative administration which will preserve and foster new democratic systems such as that in northern Iraq, will avoid creating permanent and subjugated minorities, and will not be seen merely as a surrogate for rule by America or Britain or both? How confident is he that the United Nations will become involved in the reconstruction of Iraq and the stability of its administration? Mr. Speaker, the liberation of Iraq is being won by America, Britain and the rest of the coalition, despite the French and despite the EU, and will he ensure that any United Nations participation in reconstruction will actually reflect this fact?
You've been listening to questions and answers in the House of Commons with Foreign Secretary Jack Straw. Back to that shortly. Let's next go to one of our embedded journalists near Nasiriyah, where the intense fighting, of course, has been going on for some time. Alessio Vinci joins us. Alessio.
Well, Becky, actually, we have been for the last few hours in the middle of a very nasty sandstorm and rain, which is having the immediate effect of stopping all fighting for the time being, but also giving U.S. military doctors here a little bit of time to deal with civilian casualties after 2 days of intense fighting. And indeed, in the last hour, I just witnessed quite an extraordinary scene here, just very near to our position in our sector, just outside of Nasiriyah, with U.S. doctors dealing with as many as 12 civilians, many of them severely wounded. Others were actually flexi-cuffed with their hands behind their back, with U.S. troops interrogating them. And basically what is happening, according to one U.S. Senior military commander here, that they believe that among those civilians there may be some combatants, because they say they found a large amount of money on them, and also some documents that would identify them as the Fedayeen, the Saddam's Fedayeen. And this military commander also told me that he believes that he knows that one of the tactics of those Fedayeens is to mingle among civilians in order to protect themselves, in order to protect themselves against the possible attacks by U.S. military forces. But what appears to be happening now is that as there is a lull in the fighting because of this sandstorm and this rain, the U.S. military is trying to deal with some of the civilian casualties, and indeed they come across a group of at least, I would say, 3 or 4. Difficult to identify them exactly. This happened just in the last hour. The U.S. forces are still interrogating some of them, trying to establish whether they are prisoners of war or whether they are civilians or whether they're just wounded civilians. It's still been all this being established and being processed, but for the time being, U.S. military commanders appears to have been captured at least a couple of these paramilitary soldiers called Saddam's Fedayeen, Becky.
Okay, Alessio, thank you. Alessio, embedded with the troops in Nasiriyah. Let's get back to the House of Commons in the UK and to Jack Straw there, the Foreign Secretary. He's taking questions at present on regional diplomacy. Let's listen in.
The Foreign Minister, Kamal Karazi, talking about this and other matters last Thursday. On Turkey, well, Turkey is an important NATO ally. They have faced their own difficulties about the extent of military cooperation, which we understand. At the same time, their parliament has agreed to overflight facilities both by US and by UK forces.
George Galloway.
Speaker, the Arab leaders will have heard the British Foreign Secretary just publicly brand them as liars. But on that subject, the British military spokesman said to the BBC yesterday, "We expected a lot of hands up. We expected a lot of hands up, but it hasn't quite worked out that way." And isn't this the government's problem? That the weapons of forgery, of plagiarism, of fabrication, and of lies that they fed the people of this country and the world have become boomerangs, which are now cutting, alas, not the bodies of the donkeys who sent our people into battle, but the lions who are having to stand and fight in defense of the British government's lies, forgery and deception.
Mr. Speaker, I'd only say that I would find my honourable friend's extravagant rhetoric more convincing if I do not recall that he used exactly the same rhetoric in respect to the military action in Afghanistan and predicted that there would be a world war which went on for at least a year or 2 years.
A year ago you said... Order. The honourable gentleman put the question. I can't help the reply that he gets. You can't complain about the reply. Hugo Swire.
Mr. Speaker, Iran over the past years has been host to 3 million Afghan refugees and about 500,000 Iraqi refugees, so one can understand their reluctance to have an open border towards any refugees resulting from the current situation. Would the Secretary of State not agree with me that any post-Saddam Iraq, in terms of humanitarian aid, must take into account the situation with Iran? And what discussions has he had about the possibility of the establishment of, I think, up to 10 camps run by the Iranians within Iraq, with the Iranian government and with United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees?
Mr. Speaker, I've had no specific discussions with the Iranian government about the establishment of such camps, but as the honourable member will know, I've made a great deal of effort in the past 2 years to improve relations with the government of Iran, and indeed I visited Tehran on 3 occasions in the last 20 months. I look forward to further visits as well. The Iranians, of course, have known more about the terror and evil of the Saddam regime than almost any other peoples in the world, because they lost so many innocent people, not only through conventional warfare, but also through chemical warfare during the Iran-Iraq war. And they've suffered from instability on both sides of their border. So this is an issue which is the subject of continual discussion by me with my colleague and friend Kamal Karazi, the Iranian foreign minister, but also day by day between our ambassador and his staff and the Iranian foreign ministry and other ministries in Tehran.
Douglas Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've said to my right honourable friend before that one of the principal reasons why I'm against the invasion of Iraq is because the downside will inevitably be greater than any benefit. In relation to the question that my right honourable friend was asked about northern Iraq, and we all know now that Turkish forces have crossed the border, though Turkish forces have been there for a number of years, probably 2,000 or 3,000 Turkish forces, and that the real crunch will come when the Turkish forces inevitably get involved in a military combat with the Kurdish forces. In the representations my right honourable friend has made to the Turkish government, has he indicated whether Britain and America would be prepared to take military action on behalf of the Kurds against the Turkish invading forces in the north?
I understand my honourable friend has a different point of view from ours, and it is an issue of trying to balance the advantages and disadvantages of military action. But I don't share his view that Turkish forces will, quote, inevitably get involved in military action against the Kurds. I think that is a distant possibility, and we are using every endeavour in cooperation with the government of Turkey and Kurdish leaders to ensure that it doesn't happen. And I'd only say to my honourable friend is that the experience of northern Iraq, as far as I'm concerned, gives me very great optimism about the future of Iraq without Saddam Hussein, because despite all the opposition to the no-fly zones and that action, it is incontrovertible that the introduction of the no-fly zones has enabled there to be a Kurdish autonomous region, and on every single indicator in terms of child health, schooling, nutrition and freedom, that Kurdish autonomous zone, freed from the terror of Saddam Hussein, has been infinitely better than that part of Iraq which remains under the cosh of Saddam Hussein.
Yeah.
You've been listening to Jack Straw, the Foreign Secretary in Britain, answering questions on the latest developments in the war, those specifically on regional diplomacy. Let's move on and take a look at the pictures that you've got on your screens. Let me remind you what you're seeing. These tanks have now stopped. They're the tanks of the 7th Cavalry. Walter Rogers, our embedded journalist, is travelling with the 7th Cavalry. They have crossed the Euphrates River, which has been a strategic point that they needed to get across. They are now on the road to Baghdad. There's been a significant sandstorm. Walt Rogers has been, our correspondent, has been reporting from this line of armoured vehicles as they move across the river and up towards Baghdad. Very difficult conditions for the coalition troops, particularly for the 7th Cavalry as they move along that road. But those are the pictures. They appeared to have stopped at present. Those pictures of the 7th Cavalry as they move along the road after crossing the Euphrates River. Let's check the rest of the latest developments in war in Iraq. Reuters news agency reports British forces stationed around Basra have engaged up to 50 Iraqi tanks trying to move south out of the city. A British military spokesman says coalition tanks and helicopter gunships have destroyed at least 5 of the Iraqi tanks so far in the fighting. British commanders say their troops may have to enter Basra in order to combat what they term Iraqi irregulars. The city's been redesignated a military target. Coalition military leaders had originally planned to bypass Basra, being content to contain any Iraqi troops within the city. But concerns about conditions for civilians in the area seem to be forcing their hand. Despite the new considerations, British officials say they'll not rush into battle.
Time is on our side. We need to assess the enemy's ability and its capabilities, and therefore come up with a careful plan which minimises the risk to both the civilian infrastructure, the civilians themselves, and our own troops.
British military officials say the southern port city of Qasr is now safe and open, ending days of confrontations with pockets of Iraqi resistance. British officials also say they hope to begin receiving aid shipments through Iraq's only port within 48 hours, while Iraqi officials say their government is working to provide food and medicine to civilians affected by the fighting. Iraq's trade minister accuses coalition troops of exacerbating the humanitarian crisis by blocking aid shipments. Coalition and Iraqi forces continue their fight for the southern city of Nasiriyah. Intense fighting broke out Tuesday morning, marking the 3rd consecutive day of hostilities in the area. As sandstorms temporarily halted operations, coalition officials say efforts are being complicated by the fact that many Iraqi troops in the area have shed their uniforms and are fighting in civilian clothing. Well, to the north, coalition aircraft and artillery are doing their best to weaken Iraqi Republican Guard positions surrounding Baghdad. U.S. ground troops are reportedly within 100 kilometers of the Iraqi capital. But to this point, coalition commanders have been content to pound the Iraqi positions with long-range weapons before committing ground forces. Well, the same can be said for northern Iraq, where airstrikes have been the extent of coalition action to date. Coalition aircraft bombed targets in Mosul for the 4th night in a row. Correspondents in the region also report hearing explosions in the area between Chamchamal and Kirkuk. One of the big concerns for coalition commanders is keeping their armoured thrust towards Baghdad fueled and supplied. The vanguard of the offensive has advanced hundreds of kilometres towards the Iraqi capital over the past 6 days. Military supply and maintenance units are racing to keep up with that advance, even as irregular Iraqi units put those long supply lines at risk. Well, earlier we spoke with New York Times journalist Michael Gordon about what's happening.
They're making more of an effort to guard their convoys, which they have to do of necessity, both by putting people with them and helicopters over them. But they can't really be deflected from the Baghdad goal. I mean, that's the whole purpose of this operation. And it's really the only way, ultimately, to deal with the disruptions in the south. You can't go into every single city in southern Iraq and dig out the people there who are causing problems. What their strategy is, so to speak, is to cut off the head of the snake and let these people just wither.
Now, one of the many crucial tasks for coalition troops is securing the oil fields scattered across southern Iraq. Earlier, we spoke to one of the British soldiers engaged in that task.
Well, now that the Royal Irish Battle Group has secured the gas oil separation plants here in the Ramallah oil fields, we're pushing out and patrolling and securing the areas around those plants. There are evidently serious dangers posed there from minefields, booby traps, and we're also finding caches of Iraqi equipment from chemical weapon gas protective gear in gas masks and suits, and large hauls of weapons and ammunition, and much of that is booby trapped. So the battle group is now securing those areas and dealing with the booby trap and following all the drills which the soldiers have been trained in to ensure that they can patrol safely through areas which have been left booby trapped, mined, and are a danger to locals.
Well, so-called friendly fire incidents remain a difficult reality for military planners. One such incident that hit especially close to home for Britons, the accidental drowning of a British warplane by an American missile battery. The jet's 2 pilots were killed. Robin Oakley takes a closer look.
For British forces, setbacks came early.
Before a single man fell to enemy fire, 14 had been lost in 2 helicopter accidents. 2 more died when an RAF Tornado aircraft returning from Iraq was shot down over Kuwait by a US Patriot missile. Identification technology is supposed to prevent such mistakes. So why do they happen? Too much pressure on people, says one expert.
It could be that somebody thought they were under attack and panicked and overrode the mechanisms and fired. But again, that's pretty, dare one say, unforgivable, given that I say you're not under air raid alert, you're not under threat, you're not being fired at.
For the folks back home, such deaths by so-called friendly fire are the cruelest of all. They tend to hear regrets, but not explanations. Anne Keach's son, Mark, is out in the Gulf now. Her other son, Kevin, was a friendly fire victim in the 1991 Gulf War.
We spoke to other families that had been told different versions of what had happened, and then we spoke to the troops when they came back, who told us something even different. And we thought, well, you know, the troops are all back now. They'll come forward and tell us exactly what happened that day, but nothing ever did.
Fusilier Leach's name is inscribed with 46 others on this memorial in St Paul's Cathedral to the members of the British forces who died in the 1991 Gulf War. Tragically, all of those who fell in combat were victims of so-called friendly fire. As always, today's politicians say they are sorry. But how confident are they there will be no repetition of the tornado incident?
But certainly further efforts have been made to review and to ensure that those complementary procedures operate effectively. But as I indicated, no one can give you that 100% guarantee, because it is not simply a question of technology. It is a question of how individuals in very difficult situations react to threatening events.
In the last Gulf War, fratricide also killed 35 of the 146 Americans who lost their lives. Coalition leaders will be hoping that they can minimize such losses this time. But it hasn't been a good start. Robin Oakley, CNN, London.
And in the next few minutes, we expect the British Prime Minister Tony Blair to hold a news conference. We'll bring that to you as soon as it occurs. Welcome back. Here are the latest developments in the war in Iraq. Despite a blinding sandstorm, US-led forces are advancing northward toward Baghdad. This hour, the tip of their convoy is only tens of kilometers away from the Iraqi capital. What awaits them in Baghdad, the world will soon learn. As a battle for that city looms, US military sources say there will be a major shift in strategy in the air campaign. They say coalition warplanes will switch away from bombing campaigns and will now focus on so-called targets of opportunity and on supplying close air support to ground troops. British forces are preparing to move against Iraqi fighters who are preventing them from securing the southern city of Basra. British military officials have changed their initial strategy and have declared Basra a legitimate military target. They say, however, they don't plan to hit the city indiscriminately, but simply want to target pockets of Iraqi resistance. A British commander says the southern port of Qasr is now safe and open. Coalition forces spent days rooting out stubborn pockets of resistance. The British commander says there's hope that the first aid shipment can be received at Qasr within 48 hours. More intense fighting broke out near the southern city of Nasiriyah early Tuesday. Some coalition troops have faced deadly ambushes in the region, discovering that many Iraqi fighters have discarded their uniforms for civilian clothes. Well, coalition commanders say they've changed their strategy in the battle for Basra. British military officials say the southern city has now become a legitimate military target. That's because elements of the Iraqi army have pulled back inside the town with artillery, tanks, and infantry. British officials say the move is apparently part of a plan to engage coalition forces in urban warfare. A Central Command spokesman says some resistance is coming from irregular forces, members of the Fedayeen, fighters loyal to Iraqi President Saddam Hussein. Coalition commanders want to use Basra as an entry point for humanitarian aid, and they want to avoid fighting inside the city.
We're configured as a war-fighting force. We can take on the conventional Iraqi army very easily in the desert, and that's been shown both by the Americans and ourselves, and we triumph very, very easily. We're now seeing, perhaps equally, some of the Iraqi regular army have moved back into Basra. That's going to face us one problem. But when we take on these irregular forces, we're just going to have to think slightly more cleverly and slightly more adroitly as about how we take them on. We're pretty well versed in this, the British. We've done this many, many years over our pretty long military history, and it will just mean a slight rejigging, reposturing and methodology, which I won't go into in detail, just to adapt to that slightly different threat.
Well, as British forces change their strategy in southern Iraq, the British Prime Minister is preparing to hold a press conference in London. We will be bringing those pictures to you. Oh, I think it's just beginning now.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this month's news conference. I imagine most of your questions obviously will relate to the situation in Iraq, and I will bring you up to date, first of all, with some of the news. In the 5 days since military action began, a huge amount has already been achieved. It's worth pointing out that the circumstances were completely different. In 1991, there were 5 weeks of bombing before ground troops went in. By yesterday, we'd covered twice as much ground in 5 days as was covered in the whole of the last conflict. Our aim remains, as has been stated, to remove Saddam as the route to disarming Iraq of weapons of mass destruction, so the progress towards Baghdad is of vital strategic importance. Coalition forces are therefore continuing what is effectively a two-pronged advance. US 5 Corps are advancing along the road to Kabbalah. The lead elements have reached Kabbalah. They are opposed by the Republican Guard Medina Division. The Medina Division is now under heavy air attack, although poor weather will hamper this. One Marine Expeditionary Force are then advancing on Al-Qut along 2 converging routes. Al-Qut is defended by the Republican Guard Baghdad Division. In the south, the port of Qazar has been secured by British forces. UK 7 Armoured Division is deployed around Basra. Regime supporters continue to hold key points in the urban areas. British forces are also moving into Az-Zubayr, 10 miles southwest of Basra, in search of pockets of pro-Saddam resistance. Iraq and its security apparatus exists to support the regime of Saddam Hussein. Nobody should be surprised, therefore, that there are parts of the armed forces determined to fight, for they know that when the regime falls, which it will, they will have nowhere to go. Nor should anyone be surprised that until the Iraqi people know for sure that the regime that they despise is on the way out, they will hold back, a point now being made by Iraqi exiles. They've been let down before, when they thought coalition forces were going to remove Saddam. And my message to them today is that this time we will not let you down. Saddam and his regime will be removed. Iraq will have a better future ahead of it. But then there will be resistance all the way to the end of this campaign. It will take time and perseverance and the continuing skill and dedication and professionalism of our armed forces to break it down. But nobody, least of all the forces loyal to Saddam, should be in any doubt that the resistance will be broken down and that the goals of the coalition forces will be met. I would also like to update you, if I may, about the humanitarian situation. When people ask about the humanitarian rescue operation, something that will be required, of course, once our forces have secured Iraq, we should be clear that it is not military action that will create humanitarian catastrophe in Iraq. The humanitarian disaster is here and now. It's happening. It's actually been happening for years. Iraq has left unspent up to $2.3 billion allocated by the UN for humanitarian goods under the Oil for Food program. 60% of Iraqis are dependent on food aid. The mortality rate for under fives in Baghdad is higher than in Mozambique. More than half of Iraqis living in rural areas have no access to safe water. On the latest estimates, up to 400,000 children under the age of 5 in the center and south of Iraq have died over the last 5 years through malnutrition and disease. So in addition to pursuing our military campaign with vigor and determination, we are also determined in the wake of military success to bring humanitarian relief to the people of Iraq. The most important humanitarian priority is to restore the operations of the Oil for Food program. Its scale is massive. It spends some $10 billion a year and is funded by the sale of Iraqi oil. As I was pointing out to you a moment or two ago, virtually all Iraqis receive assistance from it. 60 million, that is out of a population of around about 22 or 23 million, 60 million are totally dependent on it for their daily survival. It provides food, water, fuel, medicine, and other basic requirements, and is organized through some 45,000 local distribution centers that has been controlled by the regime. So we are committed to supporting Kofi Annan in every way possible to get the Oil for Food program up and running again as soon as possible. The coalition will secure conditions in which the UN agencies and others, the NGOs, the medical agencies, can operate efficiently and provide that humanitarian relief. There are huge stockpiles of humanitarian aid in Kuwait ready to be deployed for the benefit of the Iraqi people. The Royal Fleet Auxiliary vessel, Sir Galahad, is loaded with humanitarian aid. It will enter the port of Qasr as soon as it is safe to do so. All that is holding us back at present is the threat of Iraqi mines, and it will take some time before we can make the waters safe for our ship to come in. It is yet one more example of the actions of the Iraqi regime that is making it more difficult for the Iraqi people. In addition, the Royal Engineers have today begun to build a water pipeline over the border into Iraq from Kuwait to help with the provision of water in southern Iraq. It is to discuss the humanitarian situation and the important and complex issues that have to be addressed for the post-Saddam era that I intend to visit the United States tomorrow after Prime Minister's questions. I will see President Bush at Camp David to discuss not just the military campaign, but also the diplomatic implications.
At this point, we're just going to break out of Tony Blair's press conference there because we have an update from the advancing spearhead of the 7th Cavalry. Walt Rogers joins us live now. Walt, what can you tell us?
The pictures you're looking at now are live pictures of 3 Iraqi prisoners of war taken just a few moments ago by the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry. They are bound, sitting on the ground. One of the 7th Cavalry's guards is gesturing to one of the soldiers to get up. You can see the plastic ties around his wrist. This is, of course, a very precarious moment for soldiers because you never really quite know if one of these prisoners is carrying a grenade. The other 2 are lying on the ground over to the left. There are 2 Army soldiers guarding them. They were taken just a few moments ago on the move north after the 7th Cavalry crossed the Euphrates River defense line. They've been very successful at last in breaking across the Euphrates River bridge and moving northward. These 3 were taken at what appeared to be a truck, an Army truck, a few 100 meters back. We were sitting by that truck a few seconds ago. I think you have pictures of it. But right now, those 3 were taken prisoner by the U.S. Army 7th Cavalry. These are Iraqi soldiers, although because they were driving a military vehicle, very clearly that was the case, although they appear to be wearing civilian uniforms, which we find increasingly to be the case here. We don't know the unit these soldiers are with. We don't know what they do by way of their service in the Army. But again, you're looking at live pictures of 3 Iraqi soldiers taken by U.S. Army troops on the march north towards Baghdad. Back to you.
Walt Rogers there with another unprecedented insight into what's going on in the U.S. front lines. They will say, Walt, with you on the line there. We'll get back to you as soon as this Tony Blair press conference is over. Stay on the line, Walt. We'll return you now to Tony Blair.
I'm afraid it's a matter for us and the military, and I don't think it would be very wise for us to discuss this in public and in open now. But I would simply say to you that all the way through, the important thing has been to push on for Baghdad, having secured both the oil installations in the south and making sure that in the west of the country, we do not allow Saddam to use that as a base for external aggression, and in the north, we keep the situation as calm as possible. And I would simply point out that so far, over the 5 days, the progress on the way to Baghdad has been exactly what we planned and anticipated. Adam.
Sky News. Prime Minister, I wonder if I could ask you a bit about the politics of all this, because you've told us you want to secure not just a UN resolution on oil for food, which I think everyone has agreed will go through, but a UN resolution on the political structure of Iraq after any conflict. Now, the French, the Germans, the Russians have all said that they oppose that plan, as you've suggested, that they want a UN mandate. They don't just want UN involvement. And we also, of course, have the situation in northern Iraq and the position of the Kurds. So how are you going to build a political framework? And secondly, can you guarantee that the people in northern Iraq will have the same degree of autonomy that they currently enjoy in any post-war settlement?
Well, just on the latter point, obviously one of the extraordinary things that's happened in Iraq over the past few years, only as a result of the British and American pilots policing the no-fly zone, is that the autonomy people have gained in northern Iraq has allowed them to live a far better life. For example, the child mortality rates I was explaining to you, I specifically said we're in the center and south of Iraq because in the north of Iraq, child mortality has been falling. And has been falling because they've got greater freedom from Saddam. So without going into the details of what any post-Saddam Iraq might look like at the present time, we would obviously not want to give up the considerable gains that people in the north have made. Secondly, in relation to the UN, I mean, there are two issues here. The first is, in respect of humanitarian assistance, we need a resolution through on that, and I'm confident that we should be able to secure that. There is going to be a debate about the UN resolution that then governs the post-Saddam civil administration in Iraq. We are quite clear that any such administration